Members, the city clerk has provided all the agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. And I also want to remind folks to submit and approve your motions by email, please. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with the motions. I'll also take this opportunity, if I can just ask committee members to please, if it's okay with clerks, they'd like to advance circulate motions on item 3, the conversions, just because there's attachments with those. And it would be best for clerks, I've been advised, if everyone had a little bit more time to go through those. So if it's okay with the committee, I'm looking to my committee colleagues here, we'll advance circulate those motions if you have those in already. Everyone okay with that? Very good. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we will proceed. So I am going to run us through the agenda, and we'll start at item 1. We'll do our rundown. PH 5.1, Bill 109 Implementation, Phase 2, Recommended Official Plan and Municipal Code Amendments respecting delegated authority for minor zoning bylaws. That is time for 9:30. We have speakers. Item number 2, PH 5.2, Official Plan Amendment for Bill 97, Transition, authorizing the continuation of institutional and commercial uses in employment areas. Final report. That is time for 9:30. We will hold with speakers. 5.3.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Brad, Mr. Chair. Hi, I'm up here. Could I ask if we could have a short presentation on item 2, please, from staff? Are they going to do that today?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. They will. They'll have something for us. And I think that's a good segue on item 3. Staff will have a few things to say on that, which is PH 5.3, our Plan Toronto, recommendation on 70 employment area conversion requests in Chapter 7, site and area specific policy review, the SAS final report. That's time for 10 a.m. We have speakers. Okay, item number 4, affordable housing in transit-oriented communities update. We'll hold that for speakers. Item number 5, housing action plan, zoning bylaw simplification and modernization for low-rise residential proposals report. Do we have any questions on that? Does anyone want to hold that? Okay, then we will move the contents of this.
Aren't there speakers there?
No.
Oh.
It's a proposals report. And we're going out to consultation. So if we're all okay with that, we'll just move that now. All in favor? Very good, carried. PH 5.6, concept to keys, annual update. This is a report for information to receive. Do we have any questions on that? Okay, then we can dispense of that. All in favor? Show of hands, carried, very good. 5.7, concept to keys dashboard, July 2023 priority development application status. It's a report from our DCM, and we're to receive this for information. Any questions on this? Okay, we'll hold that. Councillor Myers for questions. Okay. 5.8, that's 2023 Toronto Heritage Grants. This is a nice report here. Any questions on this one? Okay, so we will just receive that. We will adopt that. All those in favor? Very good. Carried. 5.9. 5.9, this is 87 Boston Avenue, 749, 753 Broadview Avenue, 685 Danforth Avenue. Properties included on the city's heritage register. Consideration of objections. I don't have any speakers on that. Do we have any questions? No? Okay, we will, we can move that then. All those in favor? Okay, carried. 5.10, that's 123 Wynford Drive, notice of intention to designate a property under the Part 4 of the Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We have speakers, we'll hold. 5.11, this is 42 Maitland Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4 Section 29 of the Heritage Act. Not seeing any speakers on this item. Do we have any questions? Okay, we'll move that. All in favor? Carried. Very good. PH 5.12, 38 Walmer Road, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Not seeing any speakers. Any questions? No questions. We'll move that. All in favor? Carried. 5.13, 639, 651 Yonge Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Not seeing any speakers on this. Do we have any questions? Questions? Oh, very good. Okay, move Councillor Crisanti. All in favor? Carried. PH 5.14, 650 Yonge Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I have no speakers on this item. Do we have any questions? Okay, no questions. We'll move that. All in favor? Carried. 5.15, 664, 680 Yonge Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. No speakers on this either. Any questions, staff? Okay, we'll move that. All in favor? Carried. All right, back to the top of the bill here. And so we will start with our timed items. This is PH 5.1, top of the bill. Bill 109, Implementation Phase 2, Recommended Official Plan and Municipal Code Amendments respecting delegated authority for minor zoning bylaws. Public notice has been given. We'll switch over to the speakers list. Oh, do I need to move my motion on item 3? If you'd like to. Okay, folks in the room, I am going to, before we get started at 5.1, I'm going to draw your attention to PH 5.3. Our Plan Toronto recommendations on 70 employment area conversion requests and Chapter 7 site and area specific policy review final report. We have a boatload of speakers here with us this morning. I am going to move a motion to shorten the deputations to 3 minutes. That is on the screen. It will only be on this item. So 3 minutes, and say anything else? Everyone in favor? Okay. Any opposed? No. All right, that carries. So for folks who are sitting here, we'll be speaking for 3 minutes on that item. Thank you. Back to 5.1. Where's my speakers list? All right. So we have a number of speakers here with us, and the first one I have on the list is Robert Gullins. Is Robert in the room or online? Robert, are you in the room here? Okay, we'll just hold you there. Next is William Roberts, Confederation of Resident and Ratepayer Associations in Toronto. William is online, so we'll get you teed up on the mic here.
Yes, I am. I'm chair of the Confederation of Resident Ratepayer Associations.
Great, thanks.
Can you hear
Thanks
me?
for joining us. So I'm going to just let you know you have 5 minutes to address the committee. I'm going to start the clock, turn it over to you, and then we'll see if we have any questions for you afterwards, okay?
All right. You have my letter raising the concerns the Corps is doing about this. When you combine this document with the strong mayor powers, it effectively means the mayor, with his, whoever the chief planner is, will be able to do things without any city council, any community council, or even city council being aware of it. It strikes me as really a return to the good old 60s, when the only people in the room that were listened to were the speculators and developers. And to be quite blunt, the term NIMBY was never developed by progressives. It was developed by developers trying to make the biggest profits as possible, diminishing the role of citizens to have any say in how their government was run. And this appears everything that Doug Ford wants to have happen. Citizens have no rights to appeal. Citizens have a right to speak but not heard. Where is the honor at City Council to listen and actually not just go through the motions of listening? So with all due respect, I'm strongly urging that you put some limits on the chief planner's ability to do whatever they want that they feel they can do, notify whoever they want, whenever they want, and probably take directions from the strong mayor who hires them, since you no longer do that. This is a very serious matter. I would suggest that at a minimum, there should be a process for city councilors to intervene. on the temporary use bylaw, while I can see it having a point where it's for a sales office or some other matter, my concern is there are no limits put either in the municipal code or the official plan policies. The municipal code, for all intents and purposes, parrots the wording in the official plan, which are general, no real controls, and you're ceding your power to a bureaucrat. If that's what you want to do, fine. You can play the Ponti's pilot role, saying, well, what can I do about it? But the reality is, once you pass the power, you have created the decision. I mean, you can always remove the delegation, but when things happen behind closed doors with no oversight, no transparency, no ability for the public to make comment, you're creating the situation where in dark areas, strange things happen. I use the term corruption not in the sense of bribery, but in the sense that the original policies codified in 5.1 of the official plan, created back in the 70s, to ensure the public would be involved, are being constantly watered down to having no meaning under this particular council and this particular chief planner. So I'm respectfully asking you to either put limits on this by ensuring the councillors have a role, but for example, just take the temporary use bylaw. You should really set the maximum time a chief planner can give it for, the number of times that can be renewed. I don't think it should be an automatic right of renewal by the same person that granted it. And I do think the area should be specified, and the types of uses that he can grant on a temporary basis should be specified, instead of simply allowing him to say, well, I've decided it's appropriate to allow X for the whole city of Toronto. Thank you very kindly. It's a temporary use. I realize the temporary use bylaw does create legal nonconformity, but it does, down the road, make it easier for somebody to go before the OLT to say, well, I've been operating like this for the past 6 or 9 years with no problems. I want a rezoning to allow this to happen. So that's basically the points I'm trying to raise. It's up to you to decide whether or not the citizenry in the city has any role to play in planning, whether the councillors have any role in planning. And I leave it to you to decide. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your deputation. Let me just see if we have any questions for you. Seeing none.
I have one question. I have a question,
Okay,
Chair.
very good.
Yeah,
Councillor Fletcher.
I believe this is in response to Bill 109, one of the many provincial bills. Do you have any other suggestions? Because we do have to respond to that.
Responding doesn't mean bending over, kowtowing, and kissing the ring. What I'm saying is you're given the power, just like the strong mayor powers. How many mayors are taking the strong mayor powers? How many are declining? You can set limits, unless, of course, you agree with Doug Ford.
I will ask our staff exactly what latitude we have when I get a chance, but thank you for coming and speaking with us today.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you, William, for your deputation. Next on the list, I have Paul Doyle. How are you, Paul? Paul's joining us from Atlantic Packaging. Thanks for coming down to City Hall today in person. You have 5 minutes to speak to the item, and I'll turn it over to you when you're ready.
I think I'm ready. Okay, thanks. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Paul Doyle, Chief Financial Officer of Atlantic Packaging Products Limited. We've been in business since 1945, head offices in Scarborough. We're primarily a corrugated box manufacturer. We manufacture paper, we make that into boxes. We service the food and beverage industry, manufacturing industry in Ontario, as well as in Quebec and into the States. You may know us actually through the Blue Box program. So whatever paper goes into your Blue Box quite often is going to be into one of our paper mills. By the way, our paper mills are all 100% recycled. Anything from your Blue Box paper-wise could end up in one of our paper mills within 3 days and converted back into paper, back into container board brown paper, and then manufactured into a box. And we recycle up to over 3,000 tons a day of paper. Most of that paper is coming from from Ontario. One of the reasons that we were designated a essential service was because, one, we're producing boxes for manufacturing sectors and food and beverage sector, but we're also considered an essential service because we're taking in all of the recycled content.
Paul, can I just pause here for a second? Are you intending to speak to item 3, which is about employment conversions?
Yes.
Okay. This is item 1, which is about Bill 109 implementation and delegated authority for our chief planner. So if you want, I think this is okay. We'll just maybe stand on this deputation. We'll put you on the list for item 3, which I think is what you're intending. Maybe 2 as well.
So he's speaking to 1 and 3, registered for voting.
Yeah.
Okay, so
My comments though will be the same. So if I may, what I'm trying to demonstrate is that we have a significant stake in Scarborough. We have a significant stake in jobs. And so, and Irving Gronowski, we're a private company. Irving Gronowski's the head of that company. And Irving is very, very proud to support thousands of jobs. And there's over 1,000 jobs in Scarborough we support. Irving's also very proud to be a large taxpayer. It's in our fabric to grow our business, in Scarborough and to continue to build jobs. And the conflicts that we're running into with developments around us, be it for residential, mixed use versus employment lands.
Sorry. Mr. Chair, I didn't hear if you said make this deputation on item 3 or that Mr. Doyle should wait for item 3. I just couldn't hear you.
You probably should try and focus the comments on item 1 if you want to continue. I think your comments are probably more related to item 3. I see he's down, Councillor. He's down to speak to both. So your point is taken. You can continue the balance of the time here, but try and focus on item 1, which is Bill 109 implementation with delegated authority for minor zoning bylaw controls with our chief planner.
Okay. Then what I'll do, then respectfully, I'll step away because I am going to be focusing more on employment lands and conflicts that we're running into. So if you wish, I'll step away and then.
No problem. We'll have you back in a few minutes then. Oh, any questions for Paul on this item? Okay, we'll see you a little bit later. You're on the list for 3 anyways, so we'll get you there. Thanks very much, Paul. All right, next we have Veronica Wynn from the Swansea Area Residents Association. Is Veronica in the room or online? She's online? Okay, Veronica.
Yeah. Okay, I'm here.
Okay, so you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee on item number 1 here, and I'll start the clock and turn it over to you. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you. Veronica Wynn, I'm the president of the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association and Group, which is the incorporated not-for-profit community advocacy association, which is an interest in good planning, and particularly in this item because, and I will be presenting from the viewpoint of its impact on people, and but I do support the core presentation because that deals with the legal aspects of it, and but they will enter into my presentation as well. So the denial of a third-party right of appeal preceded these amendments, and also the strong mayor provisions, making their implementation even more impactful. Now, public consultation, public notice, transparency, have your say, as statutory meetings are cut from the public's right to know about their ability to challenge the impacts on the safety, security, and livability of their property and neighbourhoods. Removal of statutory meetings in particular completely shuts the door on any chance of legitimate consultation. Also the delegation of this authority to a non-elected bureaucrat appointed to what it is to assess, first of all, whether the item is major or minor, and also to decide whether really is this person allowed to be part of it? Is this appropriate that this person or group would be part of it, or are they impacted? So there's a lot of power and that affects the community that this person will have without knowing a thing about them, you know. So anyway, such power and lack of consultation will further alienate residents who know their communities best. And I'm particularly concerned about the removal of holding H symbol, because that actually deals with the site plan approval process. And so in essence, they're taking that away, and taking this away from this and our participation in the site plan approval process will have a major negative impact on the infrastructure, geotechnical and environmental sustainability, transportation, green space, plus tree canopy protections in the site plan approval process. The community knows their neighborhood best. At the site plan approval stage, with the involvement of community members, the city could, it's a real bonus, a real help that they could offset any potential problems. Now, I've done a lot of examples from what we have gone through in our community, and I say there is a better way to consult and collaborate. Rather than eliminating people's voices, you include them. So I talked in particular about 3 examples of how we participated, and thanks to our councillor, he allowed us to be part of working groups for each of these. So if you look at 3450 Southport and Plaza, Southport Street, there was actually, we have a long history there that our chief planner would not have access to, and that $1.5 million was done in damages because there was not this oversight by the community at that point in 1989-90. But now, when it came to putting in these tall buildings and the plaza again, we got involved. We got all the community involved, and we were able to attain pre and post condition service. We were able to do precision monitoring systems and securing the safety of our community. And this has happened in 1926, the Lakeshore, and is now currently happening in 1978, the Lakeshore too. So I would absolutely, please do not delegate this authority. You are councillors, you were elected, I elected you. And I heard it at the elections thing that you were going to, oh my gosh, you were going to all involve us in the process. And I heard that from some candidates. So I would like you to live up to those messages from the election. But not only that, but on behalf of the community, please deliver on this request.
Thanks very much, Veronica. We'll park it there. Let me see if you have any questions from the committee. Seeing none, I'll thank you for your deputation. Thank you. Up next, I have Kathy McDonald from Fontra. I think Kathy's joining us online. And we've got you online there, Kathy, if you want to say hello.
Yes, Kathy McDonald here. I'm here today as co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations. So we support the use of delegated authority for minor zoning bylaws where there are no impacts on the public. The proposed new process will be much more efficient and faster than the current one. But our question is about the line to determine what is minor. This can be difficult to define, maybe except in the case of correcting errors. We see no limits being placed on what temporary zoning bylaw provision can permit, or what provisions applicable to a piece of land can be brought into our zoning bylaw 569 2013, or on assuring the conditions required to meet the removal of the H in the holding bylaw. How are these limits determined? We support the use of email replacing mail. It's much better for RAs because we can circulate information as well. and see it as a useful way of informing and obtaining views of the public regarding minor zoning bylaws. But the city must advise all registered RAs of the change in procedure, and the RAs should be asked to file their official email address with the registration office, and alternative email address should be provided for each association to assure holiday coverage. And making this an effective program will be crucial to maintaining public support for this change. Finally, I'd like to note that while there are provisions proposed for notifying people of the delegated action, how will the record of decision be made available and accessed in the future by the public? Where is this information stored and how can it be easily accessed? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your deputation. Let me see if there's any questions for you. Not seeing any.
No, sorry, Chair, I do.
You have a question for
I do.
Kathy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Over to you.
It's just on that last point, because it is one of the issues once you delegate. What's the tracking mechanism that you would suggest to know what decisions were made by staff? It's one thing when they're in reports, let's say the lifting of the H, that's very clearly a public matter. When the council lifts it, so what would your suggestion be, Ms. McDonald, to make sure that while it might be delegated, it's all still public knowledge? It's reported.
That's a good question. I don't know. It's a totally new kind of information source, and I would sort of ask the staff to report on how this will be done and how the information will be available to the public.
Okay, I will ask that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And thank you, Kathy. So we have one more deputant here. Not sure if they're in the room. Is Bilal Akhtar here or online? Online. Good morning, Bilal. How are you?
Good. How are you? I hope you all can hear me.
Yep. Thanks for joining us. We got you loud and clear. 5 minutes to the committee. Over to you.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for slotting me in last minute. I wasn't originally planning on speaking here, but I was following along, and I read the proposal for delegating authority to meet Bill 109 timelines. But when I was listening in to other deputations, I really felt like I had to join and say something, because I heard things like, y'all are councillors and I elected you. Well, I also elected you. In fact, I knocked on doors for a few of you in this committee. And my home would not exist had it not been for some provincial laws that did speed up the construction of housing. And that is what Toronto needs. Toronto has a shortage of housing. Toronto doesn't have a shortage of sun or shadows or neighborhood character, but it definitely does have a shortage of housing. And this is not like, I know that this isn't a comfortable way of doing things, of moving things away and speeding up processes and cutting people out in the process, but it is still more comfortable than the consequences of a housing shortage, which we face every day. And that is just what I wanted to highlight here. And one of our other volunteers, Elena, wrote a letter in that you all should be able to read. It's one of the communications under this item, and it makes a very good point about how this is also an opportunity for the city to consider improving some of its processes. So there are fewer zoning bylaw amendments and variances necessary in the first place, but delegating authority for minor variances and all is absolutely the right approach to meet Bill 109 timelines, and at least while that deadline is coming up. That's all that I have to say. I don't have anything else prepared, but thank you for listening to me.
Thanks very much, Bilal. Let me see if there's any questions in the committee for you. Okay, not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this morning. So I'm going to go back one more time to Robert Gullins, who was our first speaker. Robert Gullins in the room or online? All right. Well, thanks to all the speakers for joining us. I'm going to move it into committee and see if we have some questions of staff. I know Councillor Fletcher indicated. Councillor, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. I just hope that maybe Mr. Lintern could answer the question that was raised by Ms. McDonald, which is if these are delegated roles now, how will that be reported out, number one? And will we be seeing more of, let's start with that one, so that while this was a very public process before and it would be delegated to staff, how will we maintain the publicness? What's your plan to maintain the publicness of these decisions?
Through the chair, Councillor, this report, first of all, proposes an official plan amendment that gives, sets up the use of delegated power, but it's also accompanied by a municipal code amendment that only implements the H lifting component of the new power at this time. So that's the framework for the report. The references made by the deputants for notice and other disclosure of staff's activity, I would just comment that when we come back with actual municipal code amendments for minor zoning bylaw amendments, let's say, we will report to committee on what steps we will take to ensure public disclosure. These bylaws are a matter of public record. They're put on the clerk's registry already. And then just to respond to the question of the lifting of the H, we are actually in this report recommending a bylaw, municipal code amendment for lifting of the H. We get about 4 or 5, 6 maybe applications for lifting of an H every year. I anticipate we'll get some more in the future with Bill 109, but we will disclose when we are anticipating the use of an H, when we take the parent rezoning application through the planning process. And an applicant will still be required to file an application to lift the H. They will still pay a fee. They will still pay a fee. We will post the information on our application information center, the enhanced application information center. So there'll be full public disclosure of when an applicant wishes to lift an H, usually in relation to some requirement that council or staff have recommended. Typically, an example of that might be environmental remediation of a public park, or it might be a servicing report that wasn't completed.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I hear it. I got it. Thank you. Can I ask one more question before I run out, please? To have an amendment where you would be able to do that, but the councillor would be advised that the H is being lifted. Is that a possibility?
I think we certainly would be able to notify the councillor. It's going to be a matter of public record in any event, and we can find a way to do that. The notice of complete application will still be part of the process. A councillor receives a notice of complete application. You'll receive that directly, so that way, you will actually be told when that procedure is being followed.
Just not being. Councillors have much more to do than planning and growth. So I guess what I'd like to do is perhaps just have an amendment that would say, and the councillor would be advised that you've done that. So we're not having to track everything.
Yeah, we can manage that amendment. We'll be doing it. Yes, we can accommodate that.
Mr. Chair,
would you like to
accommodate that?
Yeah, of course.
I would, but I didn't put it in ahead of time because I didn't realize that. So my mistake, sorry.
Yeah, what we can do is just see if there's additional questions. We'll get staff to punch something up for you right now. We can move that as an amendment. And if there's no additional questions, we'll hold this down, go to the next item, and then move it later. Okay.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Do I have any additional questions from committee members or outside councillors? All right, well, given Councillor Fletcher's comments, we'll just hold this down. We'll move on to the next 9:30 item. Planning staff, I think, are going to draft just an amendment to indicate that local councillors will be notified when an H is being lifted, and we'll move that at that time with the supplementary report. And with that, we'll put that, I'll hold that item for a few minutes here, 5.1, and we'll move on to 5.2, which is the official plan amendment for Bill 97 transition, authorizing the continuation of institutional and commercial uses in employment areas. Final report. We have a number of speakers on this one, so we'll start with those speakers. And have on the list here, former Councillor Jim Kyrgianis is here to speak or online. Moved to item 3? Yeah. Oh, he's been moved to, oh, all right.
You want to do a presentation for item 2 first?
Yeah, do you want to start with the presentation? Is that, okay. You know what? We will, so everyone gets a benefit before they speak. We'll start with the presentation from staff on item 5.2, and we'll just get them up at the desk here. Jeff Cantos and team. And if you're ready. All right, we got the slides up. I'll just run the clock as a courtesy so you can see. It doesn't mean anything. And I'll turn it over to you for the presentation. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair and members of committee. My name is Jeff Cantos, the manager of the official plan legislation team, and I've got a really, really short presentation just to give you the context of this report. And it centers around the province's Bill 97, helping homeowners Protecting Tenants Act, which was introduced by the province in April 6th. It received royal assent June 8th, and as part of Bill 97, they also introduced the draft provincial planning statement, and the commenting period for that closes August 4th. We were here last cycle with a report on the draft PPS. Bill 97 amends the Planning Act by changing the definition for area of employment, whereas the provincial planning statement, again, which is draft under consultation, introduces a new policy framework with respect to a number of policy matters, including employment area planning. We understand that the time frame for the province bringing into effect the new provincial planning statement is winter 2024. So really quickly, the previous definition in the Planning Act for area of employment stated that an area of employment are lands designated in an official plan for clusters of business and economic uses, including the following uses, and those are the listed uses. Next. The amended definition keeps the same preamble, an area of land designated in an official plan for clusters of business and economic uses, but then now they set out these criteria. And the criteria are that the uses, again, this is in the Planning Act, are any of the following: manufacturing, or in research and development connected to that manufacturing, warehousing, including uses related to the movement of goods, retail and offices that are associated with the primary use, manufacturing and warehousing, and any other facility that is ancillary to those primary uses. So that, and as I mentioned, the Bill 97 received royal assent, but has not yet been proclaimed. And so we understand that the province will proclaim Bill 97 together with the provincial planning statement coming into effect. The amended definition also identifies uses that are excluded from the definition of area of employment, and the following uses that are excluded from the definition are institutional uses and commercial uses, including retail and offices. Again, not in effect, awaiting proclamation. The new Planning Act also, the new Planning Act also introduces an ability for a municipality to put in place official plan policies that authorize the continuation of uses that are excluded, provided that those uses are lawfully established. So these are words out of the Act, not yet proclaimed, as I mentioned. So that's the context of Bill 97. And what's before you today is the proposed official plan amendment 668. And what we're proposing to do and recommending to do is the adoption of OPA 668. And this is one of the first two steps that we're intending. The first one being doing what the legislation allows a municipality to do, which is to authorize the continuation of uses in our OP that are lawfully established. These are commercial uses and institutional uses. And the intent and purpose of this policy is to continue to protect uses over the long term, to ensure a diverse job market, available land for new businesses, and businesses and residents can continue to have convenient access to the supplies and services that they need close by. Next slide. And so essentially, the official plan has a policy on core employment areas, and we're adding the words from the Planning Act as a sub-policy. So lawfully established uses are authorized to continue. In other words, so for core employment policies, that's a new sub. And then in the next slide, in our general employment areas, a new sub-policy that authorizes the continuation of those uses. And these will come into effect upon the proclamation, the day before the province proclaims Bill 97 and brings into effect the provincial planning statement. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. I think we'll come to questions of staff afterwards. Thank you for the presentation. We'll open it up to our deputants. We have a list here. And I will, so Jim Karygiannis has moved to item 3. Do we have Mary Flynn Guglietti? No, not sure. You'll have to correct me. Is Mary on the line? No? Is Mary in the room? All right. We'll hold on that. Do we have Robert Walter Joseph here? Robert's online? Okay, thank you very much for joining us this morning, Robert. We're just getting you patched in. This is item 5.2, OP amendments for Bill 97. You will have 5 minutes to address the committee once we get you connected. Can you hear us?
I can.
Very good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Robert. Thanks for joining us. 5 minutes over to you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Chair Bradford, and thank you, members of committee. My name is Robert Walter Joseph. I'm a senior planner with Gladkey Planning Associates, and I'm here today to provide comments on draft official plan amendment 668 on behalf of the Duke Heights BIA, which represents over 2,500 businesses and landowners employing more than 32,000 people. The Duke Heights BIA has reviewed the proposed OPA 668 and opposes the draft amendment, particularly due to its potential restrictions on the future use of land and its impact on future business operations. Bill 97 and the draft proposed provincial planning statement represent a significant shift in the planning policy framework for the province of Ontario. Unfortunately, OPA 668 is contrary to the intention of Bill 97 and does not adequately respond to this new planning framework. While OPA 668 attempts to authorize a continuation of uses within designated employment areas, we have concerns as it only recognizes these uses as essentially legal non-conforming. While legal non-conforming status provides recognition for existing uses, it, however, significantly restricts the options available for the future use of land. It also introduces new planning hurdles for future business operation, including limitations on updates, retrofits, expansions, and the potential loss of permissions resulting from lapses in business operation. These limitations hinder businesses in the City of Toronto from effectively responding to changing market dynamics and changing economic opportunities. OPA 668 contradicts the intention of Bill 97. The legislation was introduced to strengthen the protection of defined employment areas and enable flexibility in the adaptation in land use for operations not defined as areas of employment under the Act. However, OPA 668 seeks to maintain the existing planning framework, which ultimately restricts the flexibility and future growth of businesses within the city's employment areas. It fails to provide the enhanced flexibility intended through Bill 97, and owing to the use of the legal non-conforming status, does not retain the options currently available to businesses and landowners in the city's designated general employment areas. Moreover, OPA 668 is premature as it aims to conform to a policy framework that is not yet proclaimed in force and has not yet been fully articulated. Bill 97 is part of a comprehensive set of initiatives establishing a new planning framework for Ontario, and the provincial planning statement, which combines elements of the existing growth plan and existing planning policy statement, is still under review and will further clarify policy directives to be conformed to. Given these concerns, the Duke Heights BIA requests that, as part of the current transition to conformity with the new Planning Act, the committee directs City Planning to report on the necessary resources required for an expedited study to redesignate employment areas to properly reflect provincial directives. Carefully implementing transition policies for the city's employment areas is crucial to ensuring the continuity and future success of existing businesses within the Duke Heights BIA and across the City of Toronto. Thank you for your attention, and we appreciate your consideration of our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Let me see if there's any questions for you, Robert. Looking around committee. Not seeing. Okay, Councillor Fletcher online
I have
there.
one. Yeah, sorry. I had to go to full screen to see the presentation. When I read this, it says that we're going to basically grandparent all of the uses to protect them from the new bill, which would is that not how you read the report? Is that not
no.
a good thing in your mind?
Well, the changes introduced in OPA, in Bill 97 to the Planning Act would not remove the permissions currently existing in the City of Toronto OP. The change would be required for the city to conform to the new definition of area of employment. And so that there isn't, we don't read the same risk as loss of permissions for existing business operations. However, the response by introducing these existing permissions in a framework that is essentially legal non-conforming would introduce new restrictions in future to existing business operations. And so the proposed OPA does not protect for existing uses to continue. It doesn't maintain the status quo where existing uses can continue their existing operations and expand as they see fit. It instead introduces new restrictions, whereas we don't see Bill 97 as removing those permissions on its own.
Thank you. And you said you were from Gladkey. Is that, did I hear that correctly?
Gladkey Planning Associates, that's correct.
Okay. So I will ask our legal as to how that works, because you've raised that question. So just to let you know when it comes time for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this morning, Robert. I am going to move on to our next speaker. This is Pino Gumbu from Board of Trade. Good morning. Thank you for joining us here in committee. You will have 5 minutes to speak, and then we'll see if there's any questions. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Pino Gumbu, Director, Blueprint Institute with the Toronto Region Board of Trade. On behalf of the 11,500 members, the board welcomes this opportunity to depute on the proposed official plan amendment for Bill 97 transition. The board is here to express or to voice concern about the proposed changes that removes commercial and institutional uses from the definition of employment lands and the potential unintended consequences for the City of Toronto and our wider integrated economic region. The changes, this change alongside other changes through Bill 97 and the provincial planning statement have the potential to degrade employment lands through ad hoc conversions and land use conflicts. As such, the board is sympathetic to staff's proposed OPA 668 for the city, which allows for the continuation of the use of institutional and commercial uses that were lawfully established the day before the relevant Planning Act changes come into effect. On this point, the board is cognizant of a point made in a staff report that commercial lands on general employment areas often act as buffers between sensitive residential, institutional, and core employment areas, which often include heavy industrial uses. The fact that the proposed OPA only impacts the City of Toronto points to the need for a wider and strategic regional discussion about the other land use changes that are being proposed that impact employment lands. First, I point to the absence of the provincially significant employment zones overlay in the PPS on municipal employment lands. And secondly, the absence of the municipal comprehensive review in the PPS, which allows conversions on PZs to happen outside of the 5-year MCR window. We need to keep in mind out here that when the first PZ overlay was introduced, it was meant as a stopgap measure, and the work that was meant to be done to refine that policy was never, ever done. And now is the opportunity to actually do that. The admirable objective behind these provincial changes is to address the housing supply crisis by building more homes. However, this proposal will create significant new conflicts on housing as housing moves closer to industry, pushing out businesses as the buffers between residential and industrial begin to erode. This will have an impact on the businesses that want to locate in our region and expand their footprints, and in the process will hurt overall regional economic development and prosperity. The board understands that these policies and last year's Bill 23 are intended to address the urgent need to build all types of housing across Ontario. The lack of enough housing and affordability threatens to undermine our ability to attract and retain talent and makes our region less competitive across North America and globally. The board's concern, however, is that we have not fully considered the impact of the potential loss of employment lands, especially those that are close to talent, transportation, and market. On that point, it is worth noting that when the changes through Bill 97 and the PPS were proposed, the inclusion of jobs and the economic impact of that move was not one of the criteria considered. On July 5th, 2023, the board made a deputation in front of a provincial committee on Bill 97. And I would like to end today by reiterating some of the points we made then. We called on the province for a pause on all changes that impact employment lands until it develops a strategic industrial lands framework that includes not just the City of Toronto, but our larger economic region. A critical part of any strategy must include a regional industrial lands inventory with meaningful criteria, including buffers, to understand what must be protected and when flexibility can be allowed. This has to be developed alongside municipal input. It is also important that municipalities across the region, including the City of Toronto, have common criteria and consider the impacts of conversions on the economy of neighboring municipalities. We need a strong evidence base to support policy and conversion decisions. The urgency to build homes matters. A housing strategy must balance this with the need for employment and service that creates vibrant communities. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Pinchot. Appreciate you being here. Just see if there's any questions for you.
Yep, I do.
Councillor Fletcher, questions, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. The notion, first of all, I think you agree that we have to shelter in place the existing uses, the commercial and retail and institutional that exist, and protect them from any changes. I'm getting that. But also your remarks on the buffer, the need for the buffer from heavy industrial moving out into the community is very interesting, and I thank you for bringing that up. I'm interested to know how, because it's the Toronto Regional Board of Trade, so I'm hoping you'll be able to tell us a little bit more about are other municipalities grandparenting those existing uses in the face of this bill? Are they advocating to maintain them? I'm just interested in how we achieve what you're talking about, ensuring that we don't have the housing right up against asphalt plants, so to speak. That's not good for the economy. And then how do we work with other, it's not good for the housing, it's not good for the economy, it's not good for the businesses because they'll be under a lot of pressure. And then how do we work with those municipalities next door on some of these issues? Just your comments on those, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. while I cannot speak to the specifics of various municipalities, as the board began to look at this issue, one of the things that we did begin to notice was that even though there were only a few number of conversion requests that were approved, there is a very large number of conversion requests that are being made in municipalities all across our region. And they often, as always, begin at the edges when you begin to look at where they are happening and begin to proceed towards the center. And our concern is that if you do not have a clear understanding of what kinds of lands you want to protect and why, the looming nature of just the sheer number of conversions requests that we're seeing, not the ones that are approved, is of great concern to us, because sometimes you will have a commercial area that is right next to an existing business, and that actually does offer some kind of a buffer. So without answering specifically the nature of what different municipalities are doing, what I can say is that we have begun to look at where these requests are being made, and they are significant and they are widespread. And
can I just ask you, you're suggesting to us that we keep space for employment, that we're careful about that. That was what the Board of Trade sees. Of course, you're the Board of Trade. Employment's a very important thing for you. So I think you talked about the balancing interests between employment and residential, and the buffer nature of these commercial uses that sit around many of our larger employment lands. Did I hear that right?
The Board of Trade considers the employment lands file a fundamentally important file for an agenda that includes sort of we see things like the federal government talking about an industrial strategy. We see the provincial government talk about a manufacturing strategy. The underpinnings of any of these kinds of strategies will happen and live and die on employment lands. And so if we are going to make as fundamental a change as being proposed by these provincial policy changes, we're basically saying pause, caution. I mean, you may sort of like, yes, you've done it for one reason, but you may be ending up throwing out the baby with the bathwater, so to say, you know?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You might want to speak on the next item as well. Thanks very much.
And as I said, we're not here to speak on specific pros and cons of individual requests.
No, I understand it. It's general. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you, Finjo. Any other questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, sorry, I might have missed this in your presentation. Does the Board of Trade have any analysis of what the employment lands mean to Toronto's competitiveness as an area to do business?
Well, the unit that I am part of is called the Economic Blueprint Institute, and we've done a lot of work, not specifically about the City of Toronto, but we take a larger macro view of our region. And we've done something called a business districts deep dive, where we begin to understand the type of economic activity that is happening in different parts of the region and what they contribute. One of the areas that we've been focused a lot on is the area around the airport, okay? And the Pearson, what we call the Pearson Economic Zone, which involves the City of Toronto, Vaughan, Mississauga, and Brampton. It's a multi-jurisdictional area, massive piece of contiguous land that is critical, but it has no sort of strategy or framework of its own. And a back of the napkin calculation that we made was that in terms of economic activity, that area around the airport alone was producing more than $50 billion a year, okay? And so when you think about, I just want you guys not to think of only the City of Toronto's employment lands, but think about how it fits in within the larger context of an integrated region that stretches from Oshawa to Hamilton to Waterloo and up north.
And I get the sense that you're not opposed to all conversion requests per se.
No, we're not. It's more about being informed and being aware as to where it is appropriate and where it isn't.
Are there any things that the Board of Trade, I know you don't take a position on individual conversion requests, but are there any things that you specifically look for in terms of something that, while we're converting employment land, might actually add to the region's competitiveness?
Well, one of the things that in our discussions that we've toyed around and talked around is that when dealing with conversion requests, I think it's important to not deal with sort of ad hoc individual requests, but think about the sum total of the impact of a bunch of conversion requests in an area that provides size and gravity and almost like a mass, you know? That might be a consideration. I mean, yes, transit is a consideration, but there are other considerations as well. But what we're saying is that we don't want decisions to be made now without this understanding of what is it we want to protect and why, and the criteria needed to determine that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Myers. Any other questions for Finjo? All right, not seeing any. Thanks very much for your deputation. Lots of interest there. And we will move on to our next speaker, which is Al Ruggiero. We have Al in the room.
Yes,
Al's
thank you.
online. Thanks very much for joining us. We've got you set up. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and special thank to the committee. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for their consideration of the submissions made here today, and in recognition of the integral role that employment areas provide in the economic well-being of our city. My name is Al Ruggiero, and I am project manager for Emery Village BIA. I'm here representing the interests of the Emery Village BIA and have appeared before this committee in the past, notably in 2021 with OPA 231 and as part of MCR, looking at the very issues before you. Along with Duke Heights BIA, we are a hybrid business improvement area that includes not just retail and commercial, but also includes and speaks to the interests of hundreds of manufacturers, commercial services, warehousing, food processors and distributors, automotive, pharmaceuticals, service and construction contractors, and many, many others, including, of course, landowners. Collectively, our businesses make up 3,200 members in our BIA and covering land uses that include both general employment and core employment lands. In total, over 3,200 members providing jobs to over 28,000 workers. Let me say that with the numbers that large, we cannot help but take a role in representing our businesses and have done so with the goal that they survive and flourish in an environment and planning framework that draws others to invest and open businesses in our BIA. We are of the view that while core industrial use must be protected, general employment land should be governed by planning and special zoning that imparts a greater degree of flexibility. For instance, we have currently a situation whereby a metal recycling yard sits at the corner facing Weston Road, visible to pedestrian vehicles normally associated with major arterial road, and not 100 meters away from a major transit station hub at Finch and Weston Road. Further east along Finch and located on the new Finch West LRT line at Arrow and Signet, we have in the BIA an office building that houses one of Toronto's regional court facilities, along with other commercial enterprises. The irony is inescapable that while the future of the metal recycling plant is to be protected, the building that houses several offices, commercial space, and the courts becomes legal non-conforming, requiring future application to secure its ongoing viability. Both locations are at a crossroads of where a core area meets arterial and transition. We strongly advocate that flexibility remain in the designation of general employment areas. They do serve as transitions and as buffers to the core activities or to the activities that create sensitive use from our core lands. Planning must also account for the changing nature of the workplace and the shift to a greater reliance on innovation and technology. We cannot attract tech industry without the campus amenities found elsewhere that are attached to it. If the outcome of both Bill 97 and the transition report do nothing but freeze the status quo, we're left with a situation where future growth is impacted. We believe that the greatest flexibility is it should be looked into by way of submission during the comment period left before the enactment of Bill 97. I'll contain my comments to that, and pleased to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Al. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Outside Councillor.
Yes, no.
Okay, we've got Shelley Carroll here in the room, and then we'll go to you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. So I love that word buffer. So what you're saying is an office use could be a buffer for a light industrial use.
That's correct.
That's correct. A mixed-use residential building, that's not really a buffer to a light industrial use, is it? Or heavy industrial, for that matter.
Perhaps not to the latter, but there are possibilities. We can imagine that where it can also act. One of the features of the designation under the major transit station hub is that it will allow for greater densities. In our case, those tend to be adjacent to that type of core uses. So, I mean, we do have the potential for conflicts that arise with those adjacencies. In other words, as high-rise development starts to occupy areas like Finch, they will be abutting onto core, industries.
So what you're advocating is you're advocating the planning's position, which is leave that flexibility of what employment uses are in the act and let the planner decide that on a site-by-site, very specific basis.
Yeah, as a way of maintaining the greatest amount of flexibility vis-a-vis future decisions, rather than being pigeonholed without any change under Bill 97.
Right. Thank you. Thanks very much for coming today.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. We'll move over to Councillor Fletcher for questions.
I don't know. Are you going to be speaking on the next item, Bill, item 3?
No, that's not the plan.
So I'll just ask you for that. One thing is that the major transit station assessments rely on the number of jobs and people per hectare. So I know this sounds crazy, but I think it'd be great when people can take that LRT to work. Would you agree with me?
Yes, indeed, and we've been supportive of the project all along, and it serves not just the residents, but it also serves our business areas.
How many jobs are there in your area, do you think?
28,000.
How many?
Roughly 28,000 jobs.
28,000 jobs, and those people are coming, I guess, very happy to use that LRT. And we're going to be discussing, anyway, that's great. I just want to establish that that's quite a number of jobs. And I guess one of the things that you'd also, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but protecting those jobs is something that the Duke Heights BIA is also interested in. Is that right?
That's correct. I'm speaking on behalf of Emery Village, but I believe we share those same concerns.
I thought you were, so you're Emery Village, and yes, you have a lot of industry in your BIA there. I remember that. Okay, so job one, don't lose your job base. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, and thanks, Al, for the deputation. I'm going to move to our next speaker, Tim Smith from Urban Strategies. How are you, Tim? Good to see you. You know the routine, 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll give you a chance to get set up. IT's coming over to help. get your presentation. We'll just wait so they can get you loaded up on the screen. Folks, we're just waiting for IT here, just to give everyone an update. Just stand by. Very good. All right, we've got Tim Smith here from Urban Strategies. Back at it. 5 minutes. Over to you.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tim Smith. I'm a principal with Urban Strategies. We are the planning firm for Nova Depot, the owners of the property you see in the middle of the screen, at the north end of the Milliken employment area, immediately adjacent to the Milliken GO station. I wanted to keep my deputation brief. I have a slightly longer one under the next agenda item. I simply want to take this opportunity to convey my opinion that I believe OPA 668 is premature and not informed by the appropriate level of analysis. I do certainly appreciate that the province is expecting municipalities to respond promptly to its many planning reforms. However, the city's response to this new definition of area of employment should be informed by the city's municipal comprehensive review, specifically the many employment conversion requests, including the 70 such requests that will be considered under the next agenda item. In rushing forward with OPA 668, the city is not acknowledging that in some employment areas, general employment areas where there are clusters of commercial uses, and I say some areas, not all areas, it is appropriate for mixed-use intensification that not only includes residential uses, but a significant amount of employment uses and community amenities that together can support multiple city building objectives, while, very importantly, protecting core employment areas, that is industrial uses. My clients' lands are one such site. I'll make the case in my next deputation, or summarize my case in the next deputation for conversion of that site. In the meantime, I would ask the committee to defer consideration of OPA 668 until the proper analysis has been done, or to, at the very least, exempt my client's property from the OPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Until the next item. You're going to be deputing on this on the next item?
Correct.
Okay. And you're representing the applicants looking for the conversion?
Correct.
Correct. So you're aware that we have received a number of signed letters from industries operating in this area that what you're proposing is incompatible with that, with their current business operations?
Yes, I'm aware they've made submissions.
Okay, so I'll save my questions to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. We'll see you in a bit, Tim. And I think we have our final speaker, Kathy McDonald, back again from FONTRA, Federation of North Toronto Residents Association, online. Kathy, are you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Wonderful.
So,
Thanks for joining us. 5 minutes to you.
Thank you. Okay, just to add my comments, FONTRA strongly supports the urgent recommendations of this report in order to continue to protect our employment lands threatened by Bill 97. I'm listening to the last deputant. I think the exemptions should be dealt with separately, but the principle has to be clearly established. Why are the recommendations needed? Bill 97 amends the definition of areas of employment, but purposely exclude institutional commercial uses, which are critical in providing in Toronto a buffer area for heavy industry. So the revised definition has the potential to remove approximately a quarter of the city's general employment areas according to the report, and risks approximately 150,000 jobs currently located in these areas. And secondly, the Planning Act change authorized municipalities to implement new official plan policies that would permit the continuation of these uses, which are excluded by the new definition. So as long as the uses were lawfully established before the new definition came into force. So this, given that this is likely in the fall, and Bill 97 only received royal assent on June 8th, we therefore support the city's request that the province delay the date that PPS 2023 comes into effect until January 2024 at the earliest, to allow OPA 688 to come into effect first. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kathy. Let me just see if we have any questions for you from committee. Not seeing any. Thank you for your deputation. I'm going to go back to Mary Flynn Guglietti one more time. See if Mary is online. She is. Mary, we called you off the top. Opportunity for you to depute on this item if you're with us.
And members of the committee. I did put my name down as the deputation, but I am now taking my name off the deputation list. And thank you very much. I will be speaking on the next item, which I'm happy to make my submissions at that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. We'll get you there. Thank you.
Great.
So that's all our speakers then, and we will jump to questions of staff. I know there are some outside councillors outside of committee that have questions, and I will start with Councillor Pasternak. Any of our other outside councillors going to want questions? Oh, no? Okay, over to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, in general, what we're doing here is we're protecting those institutional and other non-conforming businesses, that they're protected if they're there now. But what this doesn't do is protect the future uses. In other words, if a daycare moves out and a commercial space remains vacant, the owner of that commercial unit cannot then rent out to a daycare, a banquet hall, a bingo hall, and other institutional uses. Is that a correct sort of summary of what we're looking at here?
I'll just ask our manager, the OP, and to ask Jeff also to clarify that we're talking about the official plan right now and not the zoning, but Jeff?
That's right. Thank you for the question through the chair. So what the official plan amendment proposes to do is to, using your words, protect the lawfully established uses on those lands. What it doesn't protect are uses that are no longer in the definition of the Act and not on those lands.
So it'll protect what's there now and as legal non-conforming, but future use is not protected. In other words, if any attempt to set up a banquet hall in a vacant warehouse, any attempt to set up a place of assembly on vacant lands, those future uses will not be permitted.
I can answer that question. It's Kelly Matsmon, legal. Yes, you're correct, Councillor. That's what the legislation sets up. So we are following the legislation.
So in April of 2022, and it's cited on page 3 here, Council gave directions that we really wanted to protect not only the current but future use, bingo halls, banquet halls, places of assembly, places of worship. Did staff embed that council direction in its report to make sure that those uses are protected now and in the future?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So I think that was last year that council asked us to look at those uses, a place of worship, banquet halls, I think sports facilities in employment areas. And we've initiated a study to look at those uses, but in the meantime, the province changed the definition and including this transition. So like I said in the presentation, this OPA before you is the first of two, the first step, and the first step being authorizing the lawfully established uses. And our next step that we are working on in the fall is to combine that direction to look at those additional expanded uses in employment areas together with the new Planning Act definition, so that in the fall we bring forward revised land use designations with the permitted uses in our OP. So we haven't forgotten about that direction, but we're going to bake it into the exercise that the legislative changes has required us to do.
So when we remove over time soft uses in employment areas, aren't we creating economic dead zones where there's really nothing happening on the weekends or in the evenings, banquet halls, places of assembly? There's many places of worship in the area I represent. Aren't we creating dead zones where zero happens after 5 p.m. on Friday?
To the chair, what we've heard from industry is that goods movement happens 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And so I don't think we can characterize all of our employment areas as dead zones post 5 and on Saturday and Sundays. And what we've also heard is that sometimes there's conflicts that arise with places of worship on weekends because parishioners who come to employment areas who aren't so familiar with the lands may conflict with truck movement, especially if they're taking transit to their place of worship, for example.
I guess final question. One of the core philosophies of daycare is have daycare close to your place of employment, so you're not racing across the city, putting your kids in a daycare that's miles away from where you work. Doesn't it make sense to have daycares near employment areas so that mothers and fathers dropping off their kids on the way to work and picking them after is sort of an easier process?
Through the chair, the Day Nurseries Act requires 5 square meters of outdoor space per child in a licensed daycare, and that would be incompatible with a noxious industry next door. So as land use planners, we try to separate and buffer sensitive land uses like daycare that are required to have outdoor space with noxious uses, like a manufacturing plant.
But if for instance, a ice rink or a tennis club, which is along Chesswood, certainly that wouldn't pose a risk to children in a daycare at Chesswood and Shepherd.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it there, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't think I was going to, but I just wanted to explore this in this item. It's of course an impact in 3, but in this item, in the official plan that we have that has the more flexible definition of uses, that has always spoken to me in the suburban context especially, because the conventional thing of the offices will all be downtown and the industry will all be further out in the inner suburbs hasn't really been the case for the last 20 or 30 years. Office uses, in some cases have, whether it's a satellite office or whatever, office uses have a real place in suburban business employment areas, do they not?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor, absolutely. And in fact, the provincial change in a way is taking us back to more of a land use version of reality that doesn't really reflect the dynamic of what's been happening in Toronto over the last 30 years, which is creation of office parks, supportive retail that's in some of our, I'm thinking of the airport area or Consumers Next, thousands, tens of thousands of office workers in those areas. So
yes,
the accommodation of a kind of a made in Toronto employment definition is what is currently in our OP, and this OPA seeks to maintain the status quo at least for now, and then as Mr. Cantos indicated, and through Councillor Pasternak's questions, we come back to in a second part some of those questions that Council has asked about other uses that may or may not be appropriate. But again, very much a made in Toronto solution here, because we have very diverse, very active employment areas serving a multitude of purposes across the whole geography of the city.
and I know I'm always putting you on the spot, asking you to talk about land value, but it seems to me, my instinct is that there's going to be a problem here. If I look at the office uses that I have in the employment lands in my area, and I think it's probably similar in others, some of those office uses are because that's a business that's, maybe a little beyond startup, maybe has 50 or 60 employees, but they can't afford downtown real estate. And so their choice of choosing an inner suburb employment area is about getting through an important stage in their own growth. They need to be able to find affordable land if they're going to set up their first office and put their sign on the outside and say, this is our building. They've made an economic choice there, and it's part of their own economic development and growth to be able to have a suburban location. If we remove them from the definition, and those lands, if someone vacates, if we go with the hard definition in Bill 97 and it's only industrial, then aren't we going to be looking at just more and more conversions, and that land value goes up?
Through the chair, and I may pass it over to economic development to comment on the specific question of land value, but I generally...
We're squeezing them out is the short way to answer.
Yeah, I mean, they're there because it's made sense, and it certainly doesn't make sense necessarily for all the offices in Toronto to be downtown. In fact, dispersed office is good from a planning point of view, but maybe ECDEV wants to comment on land value.
So through the chair, thank you, Council, for the question. Yeah, we would agree. This is of significant concern. If you allow additional uses in these areas, you're inviting potential for speculative pressure that can drive up land valuation and crowd out the critical industries that we need in these areas.
Right. For instance, the example being, like, I have 2,000 American Express employees, and you think, oh, that's a rich company, why aren't they downtown? Well, if those 2,000 employees are chiefly call center employees, they don't need that to be in a banner downtown address. But that allows us to have employment in multiple places. This change could cause that land to become more expensive, such that they'll say, nuts, we'll just leave that call center overseas. What, am I jumping to conclusions?
Through the chair, I don't think you're jumping to conclusions. I think you're making an important observation about land use valuation dynamics in the city of Toronto.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Any outside councillors, additional questions? No, we're okay. We'll take it inside committee. Questions to staff? Councillor Myers and then Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a quick question, two quick questions. One, how does this definition apply to the permission of self-storage locker units in employment areas? So I have quite a bit of these requests to build self-storage lockers in employment areas. There's little to no economic benefit from a city perspective. How is this new definition compatible with that use?
Through the chair, self-storage and other storage type uses under this definition, my interpretation would be that it falls under a form of warehousing. And what we've heard from smaller businesses across the city is that instead of investing in the capital for their own storage, they actually rely on self-storage. For example, near the film on Eastern, a lot of those storage facilities, yeah, they do house, residential uses, residential stuff, but it also houses smaller film companies, their costumes and other things close to where the film industry is concentrated on Eastern.
So is that, I guess, a best use of this land, which we've all discussed is under threat, is very scarce, to have self-storage, which as I understand can be in not residential, but more commercial areas as well. It doesn't have to be like in these core employment areas where we could have more heavy industry or different types of industry that has noise, large noises, air quality issues. This type of use does not have to be in employment lands per se.
Through the chair, no, it doesn't have to be. And more recently, the applications that we've been seeing for self-storage are multi-story, multi-use, sometimes an office on the ground floor. But to answer your question, yeah, it doesn't have to be in employment areas, but given land values of employment areas, it's usually where they are, where the market locates them.
And does staff have any opinion as to whether or not it's an appropriate use of the employment lands to be using them for self-storage? As I'm assuming most of the self-storage is for personal use.
I would think through the chair, Councillor, that it's, if not a global, at least a North American trend that you're seeing more storage for the reasons that Mr. Cantos identified, and whether it be for the purposes of industry or individuals, people have less living space and they put their stuff somewhere, but companies don't want to carry the capital costs of storage either. Mm-hmm. I've also observed that the self-storage comes and goes. It's a growing trend right now. Where that will be in 10 or 20 years, I can't say, but the land will be there for future economic uses. And that's an important perspective for us to bring as a city, that we've got to think long-term about the value of these lands to our economy. We can't predict every trend that's coming. Certainly the last 3 years have proven that. But having that land resource that's appropriately priced for the evolution of economic uses is an important strategic consideration.
Thank you. And the other question, just to pick up on what my colleague Councillor Pasternak was referring to with respect to places of worship. So I represent an area with a large number of employment areas, and there are places of worship, temples, mosques, churches. And the complaint that I often get from businesses is that on certain occasions, so Friday for the mosque prayers, Sunday for church, the parking lots are full, and it makes it incompatible with the movement of goods, large trucks, because there are so many people trying to drive in and out of these sites on this one specific day or one specific time. So is that going to be part of the consideration going forward in terms of whether or not we permit these types of uses in these areas?
Through the chair, that's, as I mentioned, the part 2 of 2 that we're going to look at to see how that specific use of place of worship aligns with or doesn't align with the provincial definition, and what staff end up recommending to City Council in the fall.
So that will be considered that specific case, not of the fact that they are houses of worship, but just the compatibility with the surrounding industry in terms of whether or not the industry can operate on certain days, given the use of, houses of assembly, and I'm assuming banquet halls and bingo halls, et cetera.
Through the chair, yes, that's part of our work program, part of the engagement that we'll be doing, and the analysis that we hope to uncover through this.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, questions of staff?
Yes, thanks very much. I'm just going to ask Mr. Lintern. I thought that our Board of Trade representative had a very interesting deputation for us today, and I don't know if, as Chief Planner, you're in touch with them around some of the things that were raised and the regional approach to jobs, the future types of industries that may be coming to the city, looking into the future, and as you say, making sure we have a space for those industries to locate. Is that a group that is in orbit with the city on these issues?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Fletcher, we have continuously consulted with the Board of Trade, not only most recently about the downtown, but also the airport, the importance of the airport area. I know that economic development is in constant contact. And importantly, from a regional perspective, we meet with regional planning commissioners across the region. They have recently published a very fulsome report, I think entitled Unintended Consequences, which thematically aligns with the Board of Trade's deputation. And
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a bunch of questions. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to know about the sequencing here, because I've heard from a number of deputies, this is too early and don't do this now. But what I'm reading is that what we're doing today is protecting the existing. First of all, office was only allowed in employment areas recently, within the last 10 years. Is that not right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So, and now that was previously, it's the province that put office in, and now the province is removing office and what we'll call the ancillary retail that was always in our bylaw. Am I right about that?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So I guess what your intent here today is for us to protect those uses that were added into employment areas. Protect the existing office and protect the existing retail as step one. That's what I've heard you say.
Through the chair, provided that they are lawfully established, yes.
Well, lawfully established, so they would have, okay, provided they're lawfully established, I'm going to assume they are. And then the next step, I guess the province is bringing, affirming whatever they do up there to Bill 97, which would then remove these permissions from any employment right areas. Do we have an opportunity very formally to be very clear through intergovernmental, through different methods of asking the province or asking them to reconsider the Bill 97, the provisions in there that would remove office and retail, ancillary retail from these employment areas?
Through the chair,
Where are we going?
at the last committee, we wrote the report on the provincial planning statement that including staff's position and council's decision to protect our employment areas and the uses within them. And we formally sent that to the province so that they know of council's position on this, yes.
I guess as an intergovernmental issue, I wonder how that's being taken up, because it's actually an intergovernmental issue, particularly with what Mr. Lintern has told us about unintended consequences, which is the report from all of the planners. So I'm unclear how it's been lifted up from just advising them.
Through the
And
chair.
I'm wondering if economic development has also been involved. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, yes, economic development has been involved, but to your point specifically, we continuously reach out to the province, but take your point on escalation of this matter, and will certainly be further engaging with the city manager's office on this.
So that maybe it is the city manager's office that is handling the intergovernmental file, correct? And also it has been the mayor's office
That's
that's
correct.
been engaging.
And we'll continue, continue to do that.
And do we need to ask the city manager to undertake this as a conversation? Because I think everybody here realizes how difficult this is going to make it for getting and preserve, well, not, we're going to preserve the good jobs, but in bringing those jobs, as Councillor Carroll has said, somebody will say, well, I'm going to choose a different city. And that's a lot of money and a lot of value and a lot of good jobs. So how do we make sure that this is going to council? So perhaps that's a question that could be asked there. Should I ask him there?
I can certainly take it as an undertaking now to approach the city manager, and certainly you're able to do that as well at city council.
So the only thing we're really deciding here today is to protect those uses that we've allowed in our employment areas.
That's correct. It's the status quo, maintaining the status quo.
That's your time.
Maintaining the status quo.
Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I didn't realize I was over.
No
Sorry.
problem. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Crisanti. Questions, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, through you to the appropriate staff. So Bill 97, and so the motion that staff has to protect current uses, that Bill 97 intends to eliminate on the newly defined employment lands, and so they would be grandfathered in. So what happens in future, in 5 years from now, 3 years from now, 10 years from now, as some of these uses begin to move out, then they're not allowed to come back in? Would that be correct?
Through the chair, they would, at the time, depending on the process in place, they would be able to apply for a conversion if they so choose to do that.
Becomes more complex. Okay.
Or for that matter, a use that is permitted might occupy the space.
So the whole purpose of Bill 97 is to have more site-specific, simpler recognition of what the lands could be used for. Essentially, would that be the reason and for as you see it?
Well, it's through the chair, it's reducing the scope of uses that it considers to be appropriate for employment areas, and as I indicated to Councillor Carroll, it doesn't really reflect the diversity of uses in the City of Toronto's employment areas, and in fact puts, almost through a Trojan horse kind of approach, puts another mechanism in place for potential conversion.
So when did we first become aware of the Bill 97 was coming forward? When did staff become aware of it?
Through the chair, April the 6th, 2023.
Okay. And so I suspect since then there have been a number of opportunities to discuss with the province the implications and the timing that you need to implement these changes?
Yes, staff to staff, and certainly we wrote a fulsome report to City Council, which Council considered at the last meeting, and as I indicated, the regional planning commissioners have written a very extensive report expressing the concerns.
Okay, and that's the reason for requesting a delay to Jan 1, 24?
Yes, among other concerns. They also kept the window open for consultation to August the 4th. Originally, it was to be ending in June.
Okay. So for lands that are currently not producing employment to the levels we'd like to see them produce employment, in other words, underproducing, and vacant lands that are designated employment lands currently, then they will fall under this new definition. No grant, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I think the premise of the question really is there any vacant land in Toronto and in employment areas? I'd say it's very, very low. Our vacancy rate in our employment areas is historically low, close to 0, 1 or 2%, depending on the area. Mm-hmm. We're firing on all cylinders right now and can't afford to give up employment land.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Grisanti. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. So my question is about Bill 97, and what limitations does it put on the types of employment in employment areas?
Through the chair, it changes the definition of an area of employment, and those uses that are within that definition are protected in as much as if someone applies to change that use to one that's not permitted, the conversion policies, the provincial conversion policies and the city conversion policies would apply. If they're not, if a use doesn't fall within the definition, nor is it transitioned, which what we're proposing to do here to transition uses that are excluded, then those conversion policies that I was just talking about, provincial and municipal, do not apply. So that's the constraint of uses that are no longer fall within the definition.
So can you just give us an example for clarity? Because I think I follow, but that would be helpful to get an example.
Through the chair, so for example, a standalone office in an employment area. The definition, the new definition, only includes offices that are ancillary to and associated with a manufacturing or warehousing use. But a standalone office in an employment area that's not associated or ancillary to those primary uses would not meet the definition. So what the OPA before you today, what it does is it authorizes a continuation of that use, that standalone office, so that conversion policies would apply. But if we didn't do that, when this comes into effect, because it's not in effect yet, and we're still waiting for proclamation, that those conversion policies would not then apply.
And then I just have a question about like fallow lands. Can you speak to that?
Through the chair, maybe I'll ask legal to talk about lawfully established. So for vacant lands.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question, Councillor. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, sorry, I was just asking about fallow lands, vacant lands. Can you just speak a little bit more to that and the impact?
Okay, from a legal perspective, I can speak to it, but I don't know if planning, but from a legal perspective, I would say right now, what we know for sure is that a new standalone office, for example, or other commercial use could not go there. That's what the legislation has done effectively. It has limited, it has excluded those two uses to come forward in the future. I don't know if that answers your question exactly, but.
So if we have an employment area and there's a small piece of vacant land and somebody wants to build a bank, for example, but it doesn't exist today because the land is vacant, they wouldn't be able to go in and build a new bank. And I think the nature of our employment areas is that as much as people online bank, they may, a large employment area may want, an in-person commercial banking building, maybe a takeout restaurant or two for people to eat lunch. And that's why I made the comment that this is a bit retrograde. Its view of the way the employment areas actually work for the thousands of people that work in them is a little bit narrow. It's reduced the scope to a point where it's going to put pressure on other land use changes that we don't want to see.
So what is the option in that case?
Well, in the answers so far, what we've been able to suggest, first of all, first step is status quo, put back the uses that the province is taking away in the definition. So it reestablished the way that it works for Toronto today. Second phase is further work on our definitions, and council's already asked us to look at some of that. The difficulty we have, though, is on the go forward. On the go-forward basis, the province has indicated that they're not anticipating any further changes. So we're, we will have to continue to advocate to the province that they've, I think, made a decision that isn't helpful for the continued thriving of our employment. It's not as broadly scoped as we would like our employment areas to be in terms of a land use and the functionality and the integrity of our employment areas. So we have to continue to tell the province they've, again, unintended consequences. They've made a choice which is going to have consequences that actually will harm, I think, the functionality of employment areas.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Malik. Any other questions? All right, we'll move to speakers. The speakers on the item. Outside councillors first. I see Councillor Carroll, then we'll go Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked my question because I think you really have to spell out the unintended consequences, because they seem like things that would happen a long time after, and they really are almost immediate. You can change the value of a piece of land immediately just by making a policy change like this. And if I look at, my local example is not dissimilar to others, and so I don't apologize for using a local example. In Consumers Business Park, that now has an association, which is good, because there is no such thing as Consumers Gas anymore. And so what we refer to that big employment land now, the largest outside the city's core, is Parkway Centre. And it is a fabulous mix of the warehousing that the province thinks is what should dominate employee land. Chairman Mills has a giant piece of warehousing there. But what's also there are things like 2,000 American Express employees, offices that don't mind being in front of the ugly energy fuel cell experiment of Enbridge Enercare. They're happy to be the buffer between them and the shopping district and the residential beyond, because that's land that's cost makes sense for offices that are going to be largely call center. That makes real sense to them, because often the businesses that want to employ major numbers in our city have different uses. Maybe they want the glossy office downtown, but maybe they only need 10 or 12 floors downtown. You go to a more affordable space to put the call center. You might go even further. You might be up around Steeles, the site that Councillor Myers was asking questions about. You might go there to put a little data center. We need all of these uses for large and small employers, and they mix well. They mix well with some of the industrial uses and stabilize the value such that those industrial lands can continue to be there. They can afford to be there by sharing those spaces. And, it's great to build transit, but no one wants to have a transit system because they need to travel from one end of it to the other every day. Local transit is a brilliant thing. Scarborough has long wanted a subway, but it's not so that they can continue to commute for an hour. It's because maybe they'll only have to go a couple of stops to get to where they're employed in Scarborough. People who live in Scarborough love to be employed there. People who live in North York consider themselves lucky if they can be employed there. That's what makes a city workable and sustainable. And so we really need to drive the point home to the province that you need to allow us that flexibility to use our own planners and our own intelligence to maintain a healthy mix in those employment lands. Does a childcare fit in there easily? Does a church fit in there easily? No, they don't. That's why we sometimes, if that starts to eat up an employment land, we slap down an interim control bylaw and do a secondary plan, as was done to save Parkway Centre. It almost disappeared and became the magic avenue of churches of many types. And so we saved it as an employment land. But if you have that mix in that employment land, all those different kinds of workers, you have every kind of worker that makes up the population of a childcare center. And where should the childcare center be? Over there in the residential, closer to schools as the kids reach school age. So it can be nearby, but that it's that mix that will populate that center. Where do we want places of worship? Where's a nice place for seniors' homes? Certainly not in the middle of industrial land. So it's these other uses that allow us to create the mix and then create the places that the residential uses can count on their neighborhoods being livable and pleasant. This should be, it's not rocket science, and yet somehow the intelligence of that has eluded our friends at the province. And I sincerely hope we support the recommendations so that planning can go with that argument to the province, not just as they've probably already done between the reading of the bill in April, but with council's endorsement. That's the important key to this item. Thank you for bringing it here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. We'll move over to Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm very concerned about the risk it could put to future uses in some of these employment areas. And admittedly, we must preserve our employment areas. And as the ward that has the Duke Heights BIA, which is one of the largest in Canada, as well as the Wilson Village BIA, we want to protect the businesses that are there and make sure that soft uses do not interfere with commerce and the thousands of employees that work there. But at the same time, we have other industries that if they don't set up in employment areas, where do they go? Where do the banquet halls go that need large parking lots in the evening that usually need a noise exemption because of music? Where do the places of worship go that can't find spots on arterial roadways or in neighborhoods? Places of worship, I mean, if you were talking about services on Sunday mornings, my experience is that many of these employments are quieter on the weekends. True, there's trucking 24/7, but that's the exception, not the rule. When it comes to churches, Sunday morning is the busiest. And of course, when it comes to mosques, Friday night is the busiest. And those are both off-peak business hours. When it comes to daycares, for instance, it is a well-known truism that when you're taking your kids to daycare, you want it en route to where you're working, or if it's close to where you're working as possible, so you don't have to traverse the whole city to drop your kids off and then go to your place of work. So having a daycare in an employment zone is not only makes sense from a convenience point of view, but it also makes sense to make sure that businesses can retain their employees. It's also important to realize that many of the businesses that we're worried about as far as emitting toxic fumes have daycares embedded in their establishments. And if it's good enough for them, then it's good enough several blocks away. Another issue to consider is if you have vacant commercial space and you're trying to rent it out. This process, we're eliminating uses within employment areas, will put enormous downward pressure on the value of commercial properties. And this is no time in our city when we have an increasing glut of office and commercial space to put downward pressure on the owners of units that want to rent to a banquet hall, a daycare, or a place of worship. That being said, I do understand that there's another iteration of this report. We are hopeful that the council direction that was given in April of 2022, where we want to keep bingo halls, banquet halls, places of assembly, places of worship on lands designated, not just to preserve what's there now, but obviously to protect them in the future under certain circumstances. So with that, I don't sit on this committee, so I have no motions to move, but I urge this committee caution when it comes to a hard definition of what can go into these employment zones, because what will happen is you will create urban dead zones that will go dark and quiet on the weekends and at nights because nothing will be happening there. And that doesn't align with the 24-hour city, that doesn't align with vibrant communities, that doesn't align with supporting businesses by making sure their employees can access services in nearby communities. So with that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Speakers within committee. Anyone want to speak on this? Okay.
I will,
Councillor Fletcher.
Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want a little bit of a shout out to the Chair of Economic Development for spending the morning with us, maybe the day, and her interest in employment, because of course that is one of the key roles of economic development, but also adding in your experience in your business park with the importance of adding the other uses to support employment. I did ask that question of Mr. Cantos about when we added office, and it was within the last 10 years, and it was done by the province, and it was done by the province to, I will just say, modernize some of the types of employment, such as Councillor Carroll expressed, the American Express. That's going to be done out of an office, but it is more of an industrial type use than a bank, so to speak. And then the ancillary retail was added in order to have that buffer in the larger employment areas on the edges, so that you may have a Staples, you may have this, you may have a restaurant, but in the core part, you still have your heavy-duty employment uses. So today, and I appreciate this, and I know we sent you off to talk to the province, but I would, as I expressed, I think it's very important that this is an intergovernmental issue, the same as it's a ECDEV planning issue, that we boost this up a little bit, particularly when I hear that all of the planners in all of the region are concerned, and that the Board of Trade has also got a perspective here that is an important perspective around maintaining employment uses and looking to the future. What is the future employment? Looking down the track, I guess when the province looked down the track a number of years ago and they said, well, we'll add office because some of these uses are fit very well in employment. That was looking at a trend, and this is continuing our ability to forecast as to what we're going to need. So if a piece of land is not being used in a perfect way, it's still there. I call these the jobs belt, just like we have a green belt, this is our jobs belt. Something might be a fallow piece of land for now or have a not very great use on it, but it's there in order to use. So in this, I really appreciate the staff thinking ahead to say, let's protect what we have now, because all of those office uses and retail uses, commercial uses that exist, I would think they're quite concerned about what's going to happen to them. I know we have a letter from the Toronto District School Board that says we have a few things in employment, and we're really worried. Thank you very much for protecting us. We might not add that use in next as a new use as a daycare, but we will protect the existing uses that fall outside of the warehousing and manufacturing definition. So we're kind of, and I appreciate what Mr. Lintern said, the number of employees you want, have your lunch. This way, the direction the province is going is almost back to the days where you just had a factory and everybody took their lunch pail and whistle blew, they had their lunch and you go home. Our employment lands are very, very different than that now. They're quite dynamic. They're very, they're different types of businesses. We heard from Atlantic Packaging earlier today, that is a big core manufacturing. And then we probably have startups and new technology, different places that need a spot to live. And I think I've spoken about this before, where the film industry in my ward became light manufacturing. It's a manufacturing use, and that was added into employment zones. And now we have a film industry worth $2.5 billion. There would be no space for film if we didn't pursue our employment policy in the way that we are. And I want to say that since it's within 10 years that office and retail have been moved in, that they're very good chance that may get changed back. So let's maintain what we have. I'm think that the notion of buffers that was raised by the Board of Trade was very important, and the types of buffers that were set there for your ancillary retail, for your office, are very different than saying our buffer is going to be employment. Those are oil and water, don't always match, and I think we'll probably continue that discussion in item 3. But thank the staff for this initiative and all of the great answers to the questions today.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other speakers on the item? Okay, not seeing any then. We can do the supplementary on this one. All right, very good. We'll just move the recommendations in the staff report then. All in favor? Carried, very good. With the committee's indulgement, we're gonna jump back to PH 5.1. Councillor Fletcher had a quick amendment. I think she would like to move on that report as well. So Councillor Fletcher, if you wanna speak.
Thank you.
That.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just what I'd mentioned earlier, that the local councillor be notified when the H is going to be removed, as this would normally be a public process and be done in a report. And I understand that delegated authority would go to planning to say time to take off the H. But we should know, because then H's aren't just put on they're not put on very often, and they're usually on complicated sites. So a complicated site has always had a lot of public interest in it. And our ability to be able to let people know that the H has come off, I think, is just closing the loop. So I appreciate the indulgence of the chief planner in saying that would be fine. And I'll move that motion here today, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Any questions? Not seeing any. All in favor of the amendment? That carries. Item as amended. All in favor? That carries. Great. Done with that. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And we can jump to soup du jour, 5.3, the big one here. So lots of deputants. I'll just remind everyone, given the context and the number of folks who would like to be heard on this, we have it at 3 minutes for deputations today. We've got 30 some odd minutes or so, a few less than lunch, so we can get started. But first, we will hear from staff who have a few opening comments to kind of set the stage. And I think with that, I can turn it over to our chief planner.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take a few minutes in lieu of a PowerPoint just to make a few framing remarks for the item consideration of the deputations that are ahead of us. First of all, just to thank the entire city planning team and all of our partners in economic development and many other stakeholders who have been part of this conversation really over the last 3 years, dating back to July 2020. This is a major part of the work program in the city, actually a multi-million-dollar part of the work program when you think about the cost of the labor involved and consulting costs in doing all this work. We've managed 150 conversion requests, provided both preliminary assessments and final assessments. We processed this through 3 batches of reports, 30 of them in July 22, 45 in June 23, and 70 being considered today. Employment areas represent 13% of the city's land area. And when you think about it, that amount of land punches way above its weight. Councillor Fletcher noted the association of this as the city's green belt or jobs belt. Once it's converted, it's very, very hard to get the value of that land back for its full benefit. When you look at this from a risk-reward point of view, close to 400,000 jobs in our employment areas, that's 27% of all the jobs in the city, close to $2 billion in GDP, 27% of the city's GDP, 57% essential worker industries, 45% low barrier jobs, 12% of our property taxes come from these areas, very important. $1 billion in building permit value over the last 5 years. Strong relationship to the city's neighborhood improvement areas and dispersed geographically across the entire city. So local, green, diverse makes for an inclusive city. We've taken a managed risk approach to this process. Certainly retaining the vast majority or recommending the vast majority be retained. Managing when something is converted, either through a staff recommendation or a council decision, managing that risk by making sure that it just doesn't happen in an uncontrolled fashion. I've said that this is a finite area. Staff have supported a modest 21% of the total area requested as conversions, so 80% retain. We've applied 2 big tests, among other tests. One is compatibility. Are we setting up a compatibility challenge that really has a knock-on effect for industry and jobs that are around an area that might be converted? It puts into question the environmental certificates of many of these industries across the city and other facilities, and even for the things and for the jobs that aren't there yet. It is, as I said before, a long-term strategy to hold on to these lands, but it's also, as economic development commented, it's a land value contagion. It sets up a contagious effect on associated and on close-by lands that actually brings more and not less speculation, brings more and not less certainty, makes it difficult for industries to say, hey, I'm going to invest $100 million in my plant for the next 10 years of production. It makes it very difficult for those industries to make those decisions. And just, the temptation for housing, I know we're in a crisis with housing. Our land needs assessment in Toronto, which we've already reported on. We do not need to convert employment lands to meet our housing goals. That is something that hasn't been proven to have a major effect. In fact, only a third of the 2013 conversions that this council approved have actually applied for residential projects. So there's a lot of land use speculation going on there that I think brings a lot of uncertainty. No guarantees that housing, let alone affordable housing, will result. And at the end of the day, if staff have suggested or recommended a conversion, if councillors are interested in talking about conversions, we have to remember a bigger goal here around building complete communities, making sure that we use the city's policy framework in regeneration areas to give council a managed process for the conversion of these lands, to make sure that these areas have parks, to make sure they have the appropriate infrastructure, hard and soft infrastructure. A lot of these areas are isolated from existing communities. Having residents arrive in these areas without the services is setting you up for a lot more councillor calls than you can ever imagine that you might be dealing with today. Anyway, I just wanted to make those initial comments, and certainly we're interested in hearing all the deputations as you are, and happy to answer any questions with the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Planner, and I'm sure there will be questions when we get into it. So I'm going to start with the deputants, and up first we're going to call Paul Doyle, who was with us earlier from Atlantic Packaging. Paul to speak on item 3. We're now 5.3, our Plan Toronto recommendations on 70 employment area conversion requests in Chapter 7 site and area-specific policy review. Members, you'll remember at the beginning of the meeting, we limited deputations to 3 minutes on this one. So with that in mind, do you need me to say anything? Right. I'm at the start of the item, I need to read this. The Planning and Housing Committee is holding a statutory special public meeting in accordance with Section 26 of the Planning Act for item PH 5.3, our Plan Toronto recommendation on 70 employment area conversion requests in Chapter 7 site and specific area policy review final report. So there we have it, in accordance with Section 26. We've done it. And with that in mind, over to you, Paul. Thanks.
Thank you very much for having me again, and apologize about the hiccup earlier. Just to start with, we're very much in favor of protecting employment lands. We are very much in favor of protecting jobs and creating jobs. I'm frankly, over the last couple of hours, I've decided just to go off script. There's a number of things that have been said. Oh, sorry, I'll step back. I had commented that we're a very large consumer of paper. We convert paper, we convert over 3,000 tons of paper every day, 365 days a week. To a comment made earlier, our paper mills run 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Our box plants, where we convert that paper into corrugated boxes for beverage, for manufacturing, typically run 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. We are very much of the mind to build our business, to create jobs, to create high-paying jobs. And frankly, if we don't do it, that paper that we're recycling will probably end up going down into the States, and a paper mill in the States will end up manufacturing paper out of that container board, perhaps making boxes and then shipping those boxes up here. So Councillor Myers, you asked earlier about the competitiveness of this. One of the comments, a couple of comments that come to mind right away is that if product that could otherwise be manufactured in Ontario and shipped to Ontario to help Ontario manufacturers, if that now has to go to the States, we've not only taken that 3-day recovery of taking from a recycled material to a reused product, we've extended that. We've now added transportation into the States. We've now added transportation coming back. It doesn't add to the competitiveness. And so Councillor Fletcher mentioned about jobs or job one. That is where we're coming from. And so we appreciate that there's a need for housing. We appreciate that there's a need for mixed use, but we also appreciate, and it's been commented here before, is that we need a buffer zone. Between industrial and employment lands, we need buffer zones because having residential, high-rise residential against heavy industry are incompatible uses. And so we believe very much there could be a win-win situation here, not necessarily a win-lose, because all too often it appears that it's a win-lose situation. It's either going to be employment or it's going to be residential. And the decisions made at this level and the decisions made provincially have long-lasting impacts. And I just draw your attention to, and I realize I've got 35 seconds left, when Metrolinx expropriated our property out of Leaside, a facility of ours, it's not going to stay in Toronto. That is permanently going to be put outside of Toronto. And so when it comes to the conversion of Kennedy Commons, we believe that Kennedy Commons is an ideal location for employment uses, whether it be manufacturing, whether it be R&D, it could be for green products. We're very much supportive of a site like Kennedy Commons being used for future employment lands. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Paul. Any questions for our deputy?
Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley outside committee, and then we'll go Councillor Myers. Councillor Ainsley, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Doyle, could you comment a bit about, this morning we talked about buffer zones and protecting employment lands. My ward's adjacent to the area where your Progress facility is, which is kind of encompasses the Scarborough Centre master plan. And I was just wondering if you could comment about how Atlantic Packaging is fitting into that, or how you feel the work on that plan is being done, because at one point there was an iteration of that plan that had a pedestrian walkway going through your facility. If you could comment on that.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, that is an incredibly frustrating process. We have tried to sit down with planners a number of times to talk about the future plans of the Scarborough Town Centre and how it's incompatible with us, or frankly, our paper mill at 333 Progress is incompatible with the future uses. And Councillor Ainsley is absolutely right. I think it might be a bike path running through a paper machine. A paper machine is about the size of a subway station. It's a very large investment. In today's dollars would be about $500 million. And there's a bike path running through the middle of it. And the response from planners is that, well, you're not always going to be there. Well, how are we supposed to make investments in the future when the planners we're relying on had the approach of, well, you're not always going to be there, so why would we make investments? So we find this very, very frustrating. We make comments, we try to provide our time, but it feels like we're frankly not going anywhere with this. So I'm happy to be here today, but I feel like it's a record, a skipping record.
And Mr. Doyle, you have Atlantic Packaging has a number of facilities, not just in Scarborough, but you mentioned the one that had to move in Leaside. And by my recollection, you're probably one of the largest employers in Scarborough. How long has your facility been in Progress?
We have over 1,000 employees in Scarborough. We have about 600 in direct proximity to Kennedy Commons. We have about 8 locations. This dates back to 1960, And the locations in Scarborough really are all intermingled. Harming one entity, one unit, actually harms the entire group. So the way we've evolved is we'll build a plant and then we'll build something adjacent to it, we'll build something close to it. And so 1960, to your question, over 1,000 employees in Scarborough, and I believe we're the largest non-government employer.
Okay, and you don't have any plans on leaving Scarborough? Unless somebody decides to build a pedestrian pathway through your property.
With residential development, frankly, it chokes us. So we have no plans to go, but we feel like we're being choked.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Myers for questions.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'm just wondering if you could just sort of give an overview of what this constant pressure to build residential next to your operations, how that affects your business planning and your operations and your, decisions on whether Scarborough is the place you want to grow your business.
I could, if I can, by a couple of examples. We just made a major investment out in Whitby, Ontario. That investment was hundreds of millions of dollars. We did consider putting that in Scarborough, but adjacent to that particular location in Scarborough, we have two high rises that are under development or that are being proposed. They're both approved, and what we've been trying to work with on the developers is mitigations that they can do on their side and mitigations that we can do on our side. But the reality is we're going to still have a lot of truck traffic going through. And people, this is where the buffer zone is needed. And so with truck traffic going through, I look at that as that's material coming in and the trucks that are leaving are delivering a finished goods. So to me, that's economic prosperity, which was referenced earlier about GDP. We're consuming goods and we're creating goods. However, the result is a lot of truck traffic, and that doesn't bode well with residential. So we are going to we are working on mitigation factors to reduce plume, and we're going to put noise mitigation in for tractor trailers connecting. But we're still dealing with those issues. But I do point though to a decision was made to move an investment into Whitby versus Scarborough, and that was one of the considerations.
And how many jobs would have been created in Scarborough had that investment come here instead of the Whitby?
During construction, which is over 2 years, would have been about 500 jobs. Afterwards would have been between 70 and 100 jobs. Direct. Indirect would be more than that, of course.
And what's the average wage of your employees? What types of jobs are we talking about?
They would tend to be medium skilled to high skilled, annual salaries, bear with me, ballpark, 75,000 to about 110.
So these are good paying jobs?
Oh yeah, yes they are.
And this would be highly desirable in a community that has a lot of poverty, a lot of recent immigrants, a lot of new graduates. These jobs would be welcomed addition to the community, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I believe so.
Thank you. So in your opinion, the Kennedy Commons proposal is not compatible with your business operations or even plans for current business operations in terms of expansion?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Myers. Any other questions? Not seeing any.
Yeah, I have.
Oh,
no, sorry, no, I have. Thank you. I know it's hard to see me way up here.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
Hundreds of miles away. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I was just interested in the value that you bring, the construction value of your latest addition. Did you say 500 people? Is that what you said? Just the construction value, 70 to 100 permanent jobs, good paying jobs, value into the economy. And then there was the actual building of your new part of the plant, right?
Yeah, the expansion, we would have employed about 500 people over 2 years, just for the construction of it.
500 people. Yeah. So I'm a little concerned to hear that you're feeling squeezed out. Is that what you said? I'm feeling squeezed out?
I said I was feeling choked.
Worried, starting to worry? Yeah. Is this a unionized plant, by the way?
Yes, we are.
Is this
Yes, we are.
Is that Unifor that's there?
We deal with about 10 different unions. Unifor is certainly one of them.
Wow, okay. I'm sure they're probably a little concerned too, that the pressures that are on you. And I'm just wondering, there's a lot of conversion requests that we have here today because it's that 5-year window, which I'm sure you're really familiar with. So would your advice that the chief planner, when he gave us his overview, basically said these are finite amount of land. So would you feel like you could have any more residential getting closer to you, or that might be a decision point for you to say, we're moving everything to Whitby, or we're getting very concerned, City of Toronto, about how much you appreciate jobs, good paying jobs?
I would describe it as death by 1,000 cuts. So when it comes to major investments, it's probably, Scarborough has a knock against it for major investments. We have invested tens of millions of dollars in the Scarborough area, but over time, the more residential and industry get closer and closer together, and that buffer zone gets impacted, we will be forced to move manufacturing elsewhere, whether it's outside of Toronto or outside of Ontario. We're going to be squeezed. So it's not going to be a light switch that goes off. This is going to be death by 1,000 cuts, which means it's going to be over years. And I've seen it. I've been with Atlantic for 30 years, and I've been seeing it over the 30 years. It's just in the last 5 or 6, it just seems to be accelerated. Sorry.
Accelerating. Your advice to us to be extremely careful, because you don't want to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. And I see that Scarborough Renewal is very clear on the importance of good jobs and jobs for local people. I'm sure people aren't coming, I'm sure you hire a lot of locals at your plant.
My advice would be, my advice would be, and hope is that you would be very careful. I had mentioned before about looking for win-win situations, because really residential doesn't necessarily win up against industrial. Somebody's going to lose, but that's a pretty ugly period of time they're side by side. If they could be designed from the get-go with proper buffer zones, it could be a win-win.
But at this point, given what you're telling us, we should be very careful, and you wouldn't see that there's any need to make a lot of conversions outside of the ones that the staff have recommended here.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. We're joined again by Councillor Carroll. She has a few questions. Councillor Carroll.
I apologize for having to step out there and take a phone call from another member of the public service on a different department. And I apologize if this has already been asked, but your Scarborough plant is very close to transit, but I note, I drive by it often. I think I've told you before, my father, who has dementia, can see the plant out his window, and he's obsessed with the smokestack and which days are the busiest days. But when I drive by it on my way there's not a lot of parking here. You have a fair number of employees in there, so there must be a substantial number arriving by transit.
I'm not sure how many people, there is a transit stop near us, probably within 100 meters. In fact, probably within 30 meters of the plant property line, but probably 100 meters from the door. We have about 230 parking spots with about 500 people.
Yeah.
But we are around the clock. So there is an element of people coming in by transit. We also have people driving in, and that smokestack, by the way, that's the equivalent of steam coming out of your tea kettle. It's very clean. Yeah. It's very clean, because in our process, we can't afford contamination. Can't afford contamination in the paper, in the piping, and so that's akin to your steam out of your kettle.
Right, which is why in his quirky mind now, my father thinks it's a steam engine plant, making steam engines for the railroad.
My kids thought it was a cloud machine.
But that's why it's those rotating shifts that are making it such that parking lot can accommodate it. So with those rotating shifts, if you had a mixed use beside you that had a problem with nighttime activity, then once again, you've got a problem.
We have a problem, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
You probably have been asked this already, but you're in favor of some conversions if the conditions are proper to accommodate those conversions and protect employment as well.
So if I may, we're very much in favor of figuring out win-win situations.
Right.
We're very much in favor of working out partnerships where everybody the pie is bigger. For today, and 23 hours out of the day, my concern is protecting the jobs that we have. What I I'm very, very careful of is I don't want to protect jobs at the expense of somebody else. Again, I'm going back for the win-win. So if conversions make sense, absolutely, and frankly, we probably just don't have a stake in that, other than maybe future employees. So prefer win-win, happy to see conversions where it makes sense. I just find it very troublesome when we're trying to support new investment, long-term investment and employment, that if conversions are going to impact that, then we need to speak up.
Okay, so no, I'm very much in favor of protecting employment, but given the right circumstances, I think there are opportunities that need to be looked at, and we have to be in a situation where we can unlock opportunities. So in other words, it doesn't have to be one or the other. Using good common sense, good practices, both can exist quite productively. We could have good employment, good opportunities. We could have opportunities to potentially convert. Would you agree that that can be done if the right circumstances fall in place?
Yes, yes, it can.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crisanti, and we are now joined by Councillor Thompson, do you have a few questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you, Councillor Thompson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Paul, a question for you. You can see me there. Good afternoon and welcome. So I know that I didn't listen to all the questions that have been asked, so I apologize if I may ask one that you've already answered and so on. But just picking up on Councillor Crisanti's question about buffers and appropriateness and so on, Kennedy Commons specifically, because you've got a facility that's very close. How far away is your facility from Kennedy Commons?
I'll have to give you a gut feel on that because I didn't map it out.
No problem.
I would say we would be
300 meters, 250?
I was going to say 200 yards. I could convert that to meters, 200 meters, 300
that's
meters.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Your office and my office, we've done a lot of work together over the years, correct? Yes. Right, and particularly as it relates to Brimley Progress and the challenges you had with shunting and noise and what's required on your site specifically. We work hand in hand to address those, correct? We've also worked hand in hand to address other issues with T and other organizations who have essentially wanted to close you down. Is that correct? Yes. Right. So you would say that I actually care about the fact that your plant, which has about 1,000 people working, one of Scarborough's largest employer, that we actually care about you being there and wanting your investment. Would you agree?
Oh, totally.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. With respect to a so-called highlight that some people have been proposing to put in place, the utilization of the elevated area of the SRT, is that something that would be problematic to your plant, or do you think that's something that we should be engaged in because we're going to have capacity? And I heard just on my way to my office, Councillor Carroll asking about parking, because where would those people park, for example? Or would they bike there and then use the highlight for a short travel?
I haven't given this a lot of thought, so I'll just have to give you a gut feel response, is that converting that high rise, the SRT level, to a bike path, walking path, I think would be a great idea. There are downtown some areas where there's a facade that's put up so to mask what's there, and I would look to try, let's put up a facade there, because no one wants to look at 500 tons of waste paper of old corrugated cartons that's getting repulped and delivered, and
right.
So to me, I would be very much in favor of we tried to make that as open as possible. Make the area as useful as possible, but
so a barrier or buffer would be appropriate.
Yeah.
So with respect to Kennedy Commons, if we ask for regeneration, look at what could be done in terms of transformation, would you agree then that an appropriate barrier, both that impacts sound and noise and visual, would be appropriate, similar to that that you just expressed your support for the Halai, in order to ensure that there's no challenges, the appropriate buffer would be in place? Would you then also suggest that be appropriate for consideration with respect to regeneration of Kennedy Commons?
Yeah, I think it would be very appropriate to consider that. You know, as we sit here, I couldn't say that we would agree that that would not impact us, but I think it would be prudent to consider any sort of barrier, buffer, any ways of designing things differently to minimize that impact. We need to.
Right, and so the premise, though, is that we want to protect your organization, your firm, who has been in Scarborough for such a long time, provides great jobs, great salaries, unionized jobs, and you're not opposed then to consider, but not necessarily supporting, basing decision that comes forward based on the consideration.
That's correct. That's fair.
All right. May I then ask you, with respect to the overall area, so we have the former Transmetro lands, we have the lands that's closest to you on the corner of Brimley and Progress. Mm-hmm. We also have all the development that's taking place at the Scarborough Town Center. Most of the developments on the sort of north and east side, away from your plan, save and except for the development at 25 Borough Drive, which is purpose-built rental, which will be at least buffered by the 3 condos that's closer to you. So I believe you said you had concerns about the development with respect to Scarborough Town Center?
Yes, we do, for a couple of reasons. One, a bike path running through one of our paper machines in the future, and the attitude that, hey, you're not always going to be there. I find that, why then would we want to invest when... We
always want you there, by the way, just...
No, and I appreciate that. Councillor Thompson, very much appreciate that, and thank you for those, for the kind words. When others in the organization may feel differently, there may be a potential, from an investor standpoint, that's a concern. Sorry, I forgot your question.
It's okay. We're just simply talking about buffers and your feeling about the Scarborough Town Center, the proposed development for that center area.
Yeah, and by the way, Councillor Thompson and to the city, we very, very much appreciate the support that we've had from the city. It really is, really is appreciated.
Yeah, and thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, okay, I think we're all good on questions there. Do you have questions for the, okay, so then I'm going to need a motion to extend the meeting. Okay, to finish the questions of the deputant motioned, I'll move that. All in favor? Very good. Carried. Okay, and Councillor Malik.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to keep us from lunch. Staff have suggested sites that are okay for conversion and they meet the qualifications that you've identified. And we talk about a win-win. You'd characterize that as a win-win, that's right?
Yes.
So if staff say that a conversion will be a problem, that it's not viable, that it isn't in the city's interest, would your advice be to follow their direction?
Yes, it would be. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. Any other questions? All right. Paul, thanks very much for joining us. Best of luck on the balance of the day. We will adjourn for 1 hour. We will be back here 1:30 sharp because we got a lot of deputants and we'll plow through that. So see you folks in an hour. Thank you. quorum here with Councillor Fletcher online. So Councillor Myers and Councillor Nunziata will get started. We'll go back to our deputations. I'm going to call up Kendall Fullerton from the Toronto Industry Network, and then we will be followed by Paul Demzak and Catherine Lee. So Kendall.
Thank you for providing this moment.
Sure.
So my name's Kendall Fullerton. I'm the Director of New Ventures and Supply Management at Lincoln Electric in Toronto. And with me is Paul Scrivener, Toronto Industry Network's Director of External Relations. We thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today, and I draw your attention to the letter from TIN that goes before you in detail about our concerns. The Toronto Industry Networks provides a voice for a large number of manufacturers in Toronto who make many essential products used by Torontonians and who provide well-paying jobs for our citizens. Lincoln Electric has been a member of TIN for 12 years and has been doing business since 1916 in Toronto. We have 5 divisions and 3 campuses in the Golden Horseshoe. Our largest and oldest facility was brand new in Leaside in 1939. We employ some 250 workers in our Leaside facility, and we produce electric arc welders and welding consumables for use across Canada and around the world. We provide an opportunity for high school graduates to earn $80,000 to $90,000 a year coming to work in our facilities. As part of a multinational organization, our site needs a number of things to be competitive with our sister plants, such as a good group of skilled employees, reliable transportation, strong marketing skills, and a local environment that allows us to do our things successfully. Our manufacturing facility in Leaside, we face a number of challenges, such as the row of condos on Eglinton Avenue that are a block away from our facility, local roads made busy by motorists seeking shortcuts from Eglinton. They have no patience for trucks backing into our loading docks, and for proposal to build an office building across the street from our location. These are things that put stress on our operations. And I know the question's going to come up, and I'm going to answer the question now. What holds us in Toronto, and why would we move? And recently, we got an unsolicited bid for our property, and we looked very seriously at what that would look like to move. And it was a very narrow margin that we decided to stay in town and not pocket the cash and move away. We've had that happen a couple of times in the last 10 years, and it's probably an inevitability unless things change that that may happen in the future. From TIN's perspective, we believe it's imperative for all, and not for all our well-being, that the city and the province make things here. Continuing supply chain issues from COVID have exacerbated the world's unrest and driven this point home even more.
Kendall, I'm going to ask you for your final comment.
Okay. My final comment is that our city needs to protect employment lands, and that it's imperative that conversion requests are denied unless there's a very, very, very good reason why they go forward.
Thank you very much, Kendall. Let me see if there's any questions from committee members. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for coming down today. What are some of the things you're looking for to make you feel that Toronto wants your business to stay here?
You know, I'm speaking from TIN's perspective today.
Okay.
That I know of a business recently, a business in Scarborough, that got a big contract with Volvo Trucks to make a component that goes into their trucks, and they needed to hire a bunch of people. And they looked and searched the city over for months trying to find a facility to make that, and they finally found one. But it was very expensive, And the reason why it was hard to find is that there's no land available for people to expand their businesses. It's very, very, very hard. And from a business perspective in Toronto, by continuing to convert property that's expensive to develop, we're talking about special hydro, stronger roads, railroad sidings, sewers that are able to handle industry. These are all things that are inside an industrial park, plus the land that's been given to that. You'll never, ever, ever get that back again if you convert. It'll never come back. And so if we want business to be able to expand and be able to have a population who's expanding to have work to go to, we need to provide spaces for those places.
So does TIN have any suggestions on how we could cut down on land speculation in employment areas?
Be almost black and white about the rule. The more you allow conversions, the more you make it so that people think, well, I can convert if I get the right person's ear or if I make the argument loud enough. And so you create this self-generating kind of prophecy that by allowing conversions and ones that probably didn't have a great reason for, that people then speculate even more.
If I could just jump in, there's no unique case for a conversion really. And it is a death by 1,000 cuts, as Paul Doyle said. And we have to watch out also for the conversions that promise that they're going to have some buffering between the new residential development and existing industry, because like at 20 Brentcliffe, they're now applying to convert the land that was the buffer. And they just wait 5 years under the old rules and hope that councillors forgotten. So you have to watch out for promises being made. And it is coming down to a black and white. It'd be one thing if manufacturing is waning and shriveling away and everything, but it's going gangbusters, and we do need to make things here for people in Toronto. And we do that, hands down.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was pulled out on the phone. I just wanted to underscore that Lincoln Electric it's not just a national firm, it's international. So if we make it, if through this shrinkage of lands that suit your purposes over time, it's kind of amazing that you've stayed in East York for as long as you have. But if we make it inhospitable for you to be on lands that suit your purposes in Toronto, who is economic development competing with in terms of keeping your jobs here in the city limits?
Wow. Around the world. Our biggest competitor is Poland. In our own company.
Poland. Did you say Poland? I'm sorry.
Yes, we compete against Poland.
Sorry, Councillor Carroll, do you think maybe you could mute your line? Nope, that's not it.
Sorry?
Hang on a second, I'm going to pause the time. Looking for IT's advice here. I don't know what that means. We can't do anything.
So maybe somebody is unmuted online.
I'll just ask folks, because there's a bunch of people, participants online, if you're not speaking, if you could just go on mute. because we're getting feedback in the room, but we think it's a WebEx issue. So when you're not on the mic, just throw it on mute. And that's for not just Councillor Carroll, everybody who's online. So I will turn the clock back on and you folks can continue.
So if I could just follow up on that answer. So if we make it inhospitable for you to be here in the city of Toronto, it's not just a matter of, is it easier to find employment lands in the GTA? The nature of your operation is such that we're competing basically with the whole world in terms of keeping these jobs.
Okay, is that all? That's all your questions there, Councillor Carroll?
Sorry, I guess I got the answer before. In that pause, the deputy may have disconnected, but the word Poland is sticking in my mind. I think I got my answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputy? Okay, well, thanks very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Paul Demzak, who's online, followed by Catherine Lee and Helia Mazarari. But we'll start here with Paul. Paul's online. Thanks for joining us today, Paul. Yep, you will have 3 minutes to address the committee, and over to you.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. So I am here on behalf of the conversion request number 061, which is located at 3360 Midland Avenue. And I'm the planning consultant on behalf of the landowner. So while we have read and reviewed the staff report, I do just want to offer the following brief comments. So the proposed conversion request does conform to the city's official plan conversion policies. Given some of the items I'll just go through right now. So the proposed conversion is not anticipated to result in adverse impacts with respect to noise, odor, vibrations, which would impact the stable operating environment of industrial uses to the north and west of the site. And this is demonstrated through the submitted compatibility study for the proposal. There are no adjacent employment uses that would be negatively impacted by the conversion request. And one critical item that the proposed conversion and future redevelopment is anticipated to achieve is an increased number of jobs accommodated on site at a proposed 2-to-1 ratio, which supports the city's objectives for employment growth. I would also note the supplementary study submitted to the city conclusively determined that appropriate mitigation of potential noise, odor, vibration impacts would be achieved without adverse impact on surrounding industrial uses. However, it does not appear that this material was considered by the peer reviewer or city staff's final recommendations. This conversion application is part of a cluster of other applications within the future Kennedy Finch Station, and the cumulative conversion request in this area would support the planned transit for this location. I would therefore respectfully request that Planning and Housing Committee members reconsider city staff's recommendations and approve the proposed conversion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. Any questions for the deputy? Not seeing any. Thank you for your time and thanks for joining us. Catherine Lee. We have Catherine Lee here in the room or online. Okay, not seeing Catherine online or in the room. We'll just hold that. Helia Mazari. Do we have Helia here? Okay, not seeing them online. David Morse from Bosefields. Online? Okay, David, you are online. We're getting you connected there. You will have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is David Morse, and I'm the planning consultant to Heward Studio Investments, Inc., owner of 65 and 87 Heward Avenue, with respect to their conversion request number 127. On their behalf, I'd like to thank staff, the councillor in their office, for their work on the proposed SASP 838. This conversion will strengthen and reinforce the land's primary employment function as a film studio and office space, and allows secondary retail to service commercial uses to serve the workers and residents in the immediate area. I support staff's recommendation to approve this request, and I'm here if there are any questions on the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Nice tight deputation. Very good. Any questions for our deputant? Questions for David? Okay, not seeing any. Well, thanks. Oh, okay. Councillor Grisanti with questions.
I just wanted to clarify, I didn't hear the beginning of his comments. This is regarding conversion request number. And if you could clarify which one it is?
Yes, this is conversion request number 127, and it's for 65 and 87 Heward Avenue.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thanks very much. Thank you for joining us, David. Up next, we have Mark Cullen. Is Mark online or in the room? Mark is here in front of me. Thanks for joining us today, Mark. When you're ready, you have 3 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much, appreciated. My comments are relevant to conversion request 1774 Ellesmere Road, which is currently Sheridan Nurseries operations, and 1760 Ellesmere Road, Canby Food Site, our neighbors. I am Mark Cullen. It's my privilege to be here, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm the owner of 1774 Ellesmere, along with my son Ben, and today we represent our neighbor at 1760 Ellesmere Road. Our application to the committee has been endorsed by Councillor Paul Ainsley, and our property has been in the hands of the Cullen family for 3 generations. My late father purchased it in 1962. As you know, we're applying to convert these lands from employment to a mixed-use designation as part of the current Growth Plan 2020 conformity exercise. Our properties are located within 500 meters of the Scarborough Centre Station on the Scarborough Subway extension, scheduled to open in 2030. They're located within the protected major transit station area on Schedule 47, which encourages intensification. Abutting our neighbor, Canby Foods, is an approved 15-story rental apartment building which, when completed, will accommodate 242 affordable rental units. The approval of this building to the west of Canby and Cullen properties confirms that the mixed-use redesignation of Canby and Cullen properties is essential to providing more affordable housing at the Scarborough City Centre. If our request to grant this conversion request to a mixed-use designation is granted, this would provide the City of Toronto with an exceptional opportunity for the logical easterly extension of the Scarborough Centre secondary plan and the inclusion of the lands which make an important contribution to the provision of much needed housing in Ontario. The appropriate build form and density would be determined as part of the secondary plan process for the Scarborough Centre. And finally, I note that our application is accompanied by a detailed land use and compatibility study prepared by Gradient. And this study identified emission sources, stationary and transportation noise sources, and concluded that residential and mixed-use land uses were feasible. We believe that we have addressed all the criteria set out in the City of Toronto's official plan. And I can assure you that our next steps, should you grant approval to our application, would be taken responsibly and with the greatest of respect for the people of the great City of Toronto. The Cullen family has proven over 75 years of business activity here that we can add great value to life in Toronto.
Thanks very much, Mark. Any questions for the deputy?
Councillor
Ainsley. Yes, Councillor, over to you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Cullen. Mr. Cullen, how many employees do you have currently, full-time and part-time, on your site?
How many jobs part-time? Is that the question?
Yes. Yeah, how many full-time employees and how many part-time?
Okay, this is my best guess, given my history of retail gardening on that site, but understanding that the operator is Sheridan Nurseries and not our family, there would be 8 to 10 full-time permanent employees and 15 temporary seasonal employees.
Okay, so roughly 23 positions. I know one of the concerns that a lot of people have raised today and staff have raised when you've been discussing with them is the loss of jobs. And I've also heard the perspective that if this is changed from the current nursery into a mixed retail with residential, there'll be more than those 23 jobs were placed on site, as well as, the much needed housing within the Scarborough subway transit designated area, is my understanding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the other concern that I understand planning staff have raised is the property behind your property on Ellesmere. It's currently owned by the TTC. The TTC is trying to figure out what to do with it. There were some concerns about the need for a buffer zone, which I believe that your planners that you've hired have put in place as well, to the satisfaction of our city planning staff. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then the other thing in terms of transportation that we're looking at as a city, we've been working with Metrolinx to build the bus rapid transit line on Ellesmere from the Scarborough subway to the Oshawa City Center, which would go by the front door of this property. So that would be a much more compatible use with the city's goals around housing and making use of higher order transit. You would agree?
Yeah, based on everything that we're being told by our consultants, I would very much agree.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Any other questions, Councillor Crisanti?
Mr. Cullen, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, in your conversion request, now the information may be in the report, but just wanted to ask you, do you know what the estimated potential for new jobs would be through the conversion to mixed use?
Well, given that I don't know what that conversion would precisely look like, I don't have an answer. It could be more. I doubt if it would be much less, but I don't know.
No, that's fine. Generally speaking, I find that in these conversion requests, more times than not, the potential for new job creation is absolutely tremendous, and I thought maybe you had that number in your fingertips. No problem.
No, I'm sorry. I don't have a number for you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cullen. All right.
No.
Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you, through the chair. So I know this site very well. I grew up right at 401 in Nielsen, so I'm very, very familiar with the site. Could you please, I don't know if you feel comfortable explaining or sharing this, why have you decided to convert this if this land has been in your family as a commercial land for so long?
Because it makes sense. We see the city changing around us. We saw what happened with the TTC when they created the marshalling yard behind us many years ago, and we are aware of the plans for the Scarborough subway. We see a building going up right next to us, 15 stories, for affordable housing and apartments rentals, and we say to ourselves, the business that we're in, retail gardening, is very real estate intensive, and it comes a point when, like many of our competitors, Plant World and Sheridan being two that you might be familiar with, it no longer makes sense to do what we've been doing there for 62 years. Just because we've done it for 62 years, I don't think necessarily means we should do it for another 62 years. That's kind of where we're at.
So when you say it no longer makes sense, are you saying it no longer makes sense because the land would be more valuable as residential, or it no longer makes sense because the city's changing? I don't want to put words in your mouth, so.
The city's changing, and I read the news every day. I know a little bit about how it's changing. I don't know as much as you do. And we look at our asset and we say to ourselves, and I mean this quite sincerely when I said at the conclusion of my remarks, we want to act responsibly with this asset. We want to do something with it that's good for the city. And if intensifying the population, or rather the residents on that site makes good sense for the city, it makes good sense for us also. 62 years is a good run. We're happy with that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Myers. Councillor Nunziata.
Just one last question. So would you still be operating your business after that, incorporate that into?
I would anticipate not. I mean, we need, think of a lumber yard. You know, you need outdoor storage, and we have it. We've been non-conforming since 1970, I think, use, retail, and we need the outdoor storage to do what we currently do on that site, sell plants. You have to have a greenhouse, you have to have outdoor display space, and that's what I mean by real estate intensive. You can't do both.
Yeah, right, okay.
I wish.
Yeah, I know Plant World was in my area and they closed up.
Right, and they were, if you go back 10 years or when they first appeared here, in the very same situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Thanks for your deputation.
Pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to jump to Andrew Forensic. Andrew online? Very good. Okay, we have you online. We can hear you, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thanks, Andrew.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Franchik, the principal of W&D Associates. We're the planners representing the owners of several properties being considered on this item. And I plan to speak to two of those, being 2450 Finch Avenue West and 3777 Keel Street. I do have a short presentation, which I'd like to provide, as long as I can share my screen. Would I be able to pause the timer while I do that?
Yep, I paused it for you, and you have permission to share, and it's coming up right now. Okay, we got you. You can
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, and I'll be quite quick here. The first site is 2450 Finch West, which is conversion 104. The site presently contains a single-story commercial building containing a mix of tenants that's been there for decades. To the north are non-sensitive commercial institutional uses, some churches, some retail. To the west is a ravine, and there are some mid-rise buildings, and to the south is further mixed use and low-rise residential. So it's clearly within a highly residential context on several sides. And very importantly, it's located along the Finch West LRT line, which is, as we all know, is nearing completion, right across from the Milvan-Rumike station. This is an area that has a primary residential frontage along Finch Avenue, except for this corridor on the north side of Finch, which has an employment areas designation. And this is an area that has a number of low-rise auto-oriented uses along this corridor that are no longer befitting of an area that has remarkable amount of transit that's about to come online. The area is also within a PMTSA. It's actually within two. It's actually within Duncan Woods and within Milvan-Rumike, so it's clearly an area for intensification. And it's a large site that we think can accommodate two mid-rise buildings very, very comfortably. And what we've shown on the screen here can very conceptually are two 12-story buildings, which have the opportunity to have full replacement and even more employment in terms of GFA than what's there today. And you can see that superimposed on top of this image. The existing one-story building is there, and what could replace it would be much more urban and befitting of this area. There's also opportunity for parkland dedication next door. Moving on very quickly to 3777 Keel Street and 10 LePage Court. This is a site that's just south of Finch West Station, which, as we know, is a brand new station along Line 1. Great opportunity for intensification here. It's also close to the GO and to Downsview Park Station, just to the south. Again, this is an area that's a PMTSA. It's an area that the city is currently studying and has prepared a secondary plan for. And it's an area that has been sort of reconfirmed on one side, on the east side, for employment areas, while on the west side, it's already residential and being proposed for further intensification for mixed use. And what's quite interesting here, and I think this needs to be stated, is that there's also a minimum height requirement of 4 stories. And when you couple that with the employment areas designation and the fact that that's being recommended to stay employment, the only thing you can really get on the site would be an office building at a minimum of 4 stories, which is post-pandemic, not something that is typically seen as terribly viable. So really, the recommendations to keep this land as employment essentially sterilize it as an employment, or I should say, as what's on the site now, which is just low-rise retail uses.
Thanks, Andrew. That's time there. I'm going to see if there's any questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Not seeing any questions. Oh, Councillor Carroll?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I know it's awful when you have a hybrid. I wonder if I could ask the deputy some questions.
Over to you. Yep.
Thank you. I note your number of stories map, but I wonder if you have the actual land use, actual R designations map there.
Yes, I do. So it's on the screen here. This is proposed on the secondary plan.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't see it because I'm participating virtually, I guess. But you know, you referenced some of the buildings on the other side of the street and their numbers of stories, but it's Keele Street in this instance is a very clear boundary, a major artery clear boundary, and it's really all employment to the north of you, to the south of you, to the east of you. The west of you is where the residential starts up. So you can appreciate that those addresses being mid-block, it would really could start an unintended consequence, as we've been calling it today, all up along from Finch on down along Keele Street. You can appreciate that would be the natural consequence of a conversion here.
Certainly, and I think the city has the opportunity to look at this area holistically as well, as opposed to just as a single conversion. But I do think that the qualities are there for the conversion.
I'll just remind folks who are on our WebEx, if you're not speaking, just throw it on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll just summarize by saying the city has the option to look at this area holistically, as they've done in many other areas. Consumers Next is one such area, Councillor, in your ward, where the sort of skin along Shepherd was converted and then the interior was maintained. And we think that this is actually a very analogous situation with a subway station just 500 meters away to the north. So it's a tremendous opportunity. Right now, it's full of low-rise, auto-oriented uses, which do nothing for the streetscape, and frankly could be improved significantly with conversion, and the same amount of jobs and more can be introduced at the base of the buildings.
So Consumers Road is a good example, because in an earlier MCR, they did say, okay, we'll just have residences on either side of this street because of transit. And now we're facing several conversion requests inside that business park. Are you not concerned that convert one and then any of the rest of the business interests in there could be up for grabs?
Well, I think people can apply for a conversion if they like. I think the qualities inside a core employment designation are very different than the qualities of a site that's fronting onto Keele that already doesn't have any high-level employment, really just retail along it. So I think there is a difference between sort of the frontage of a major street next to a subway as opposed to the interior of an area like this, which should remain employment.
Thanks. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. I think that's it. Oh, no, Councillor Crisanti has questions for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you describe currently what the employment looks like on both of these properties and what it could look like if a conversion was successful?
Yes, Councillor. So currently there are 3 buildings on site. One is a Money Mart. The other one is a Midas tire shop. The other is a KFC Taco Bell.
Speaking about,
And then
excuse me,
there is a parking lot.
are you talking about Finch or
parking lot.
Keel?
Oh, I'm talking about Keel. My apologies.
Okay, just want to be clear.
I spoke to two sites, so I wasn't sure which one I was being
No,
asked
both.
about.
I want to know both, but go ahead.
So that was Keel Street. For 2450 Finch, that site has single-story retail uses. There's some computer repair shops, some sort of nail salons, service uses, that sort of thing. So these are uses that could absolutely be located in the bottom of a mixed-use development. And in fact, the amount of that non-residential space could in fact be increased. There are no uses there now that couldn't find some way to be incorporated into the new development.
But in terms of numbers, what do you know what the current numbers are and what those numbers could look like with a successful conversion on both those sites?
In terms of I don't have the number of jobs exactly on either of those properties now, but we know that the area of each of the non-residential areas that are currently on site could be replaced and increased within the new developments, just on the ground floor. That's not including any potential, second story if that was to be supportable.
You did mention in your presentation that the number of jobs could increase, and that's what caught my attention, and how the increase could take place. And I thought maybe you had some estimated numbers as to where the numbers would go.
We don't, and I think like the last step you did as well, it's difficult to project the type of users that would be in those spaces. May not be exactly the same ones, but we do know the area that would be dedicated to employment would increase in the new development, and therefore provide the opportunity for whatever uses are there to provide additional jobs. So it would be probably misleading for me to estimate what the new jobs.
That's fine, but there's potential for employment growth.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Crisanti. I think that's it for the questions. So thanks very much for your deputation, Andrew. I think we have.
Sorry, I just had a question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher as well. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. You're talking about jobs. Just what is the nature of those jobs in the building that you're proposing?
In the new buildings, it would be a similar type of.
I can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me, Councillor?
Nope.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so the types of jobs that would be within the new buildings would be similar to the types of jobs that are in the buildings today, because they're comprised of retail and service uses primarily.
So retail services. So not like the jobs we heard about at Atlantic Packaging earlier today, if you were here.
I was, and I would hold.
Not the same jobs.
That these are very different types of jobs that were.
Very different types. So they're kind of retail minimum jobs, minimum wage. Okay.
That's right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. I think that's it then for Andrew. So thank you for your deputation. We have Manny Souza in the room here with us. How are you, Manny? Thanks for joining us.
Larry Watmore is online. He's the president of SCRO. So,
right, he's up actually next after you.
We're on together.
All together. Okay. Over to you, Manny.
Okay, my name's Manny Souza. I'm representing the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization. Also joining me online is Larry Watmore, who's the president of SCRO. SCRO is an organization of engaged volunteers that works to connect, promote, and renew Scarborough, so Scarborough can be strong and prosperous. Thank you for the opportunity again to provide our comments on city planning's recommendations related to MCR of employment areas. The 70 request to convert lands designated core employment as well as general employment. Our community wants to have strong and complete neighborhoods. Iterating what Mr. Listern has said, we want complete neighborhoods with affordable housing and opportunities to work and thrive within our own community. We strongly support retaining employment lands for the jobs they bring to our area. We have focused our attention in this report on the 22 Scarborough conversion requests. We strongly support the recommendation of the Chief Planner on 17 conversion requests so that they're permitted to, employment areas that were permitted to be redesignated to mixed uses. However, with the shortness of time, I'm not going to go through them all. They're all in our written submission. But I will focus on some concerns with 5 of the requests. They are CRO 25-1001 Ellesmere. Staff have recommended a designation to mixed uses with a SAP or SASP. Our concerns relate to securing community services and viable employment uses within this site. We recognize the changes that have occurred along this section of Ellesmere with the previous rezonings over the past 15 years of manufacturing sites previously there. We also have issues with CRO 37 and CRO 46, 4630 Shepherd Avenue East and 4570 Shepherd Avenue East. Staff have recommended a partial redesignation, which we do not support, due to the implications of the businesses in the area that are of significance to the City of Toronto overall, especially the concrete batching facility just north of this site. This site should be retained for employment uses. CRO 78, 920 and 930 Progress Avenue. Staff have recommended a redesignation to institutional with an SASP. Our concerns relate to supporting Centennial College campus and leveraging and capturing good employment opportunities through the institutional designation. And finally, CRO 128, it's 2270 Morningside Avenue. Staff have recommended retention of employment uses. However, we understand that a bus loop is a component of the site and recognize this site is on the outer edge of the Tapscott employment area. If council chooses to redesignate to mixed uses, we want assurances of a portion of the site for employment so as not to negatively impact the new businesses being built north of this site. Lastly, protecting and growing our employment areas is about our residents and providing them with job opportunities within our own community. With the expectancy of 700,000 more residents over the next 30 years, we'll need 450,000 more jobs. Where will these residents work? Our employment areas are converted to other uses. There is considerable anxiety in Scarborough about the applications already filed by developers to convert employment lands into housing. We need to retain our existing businesses and create business conditions to enable new ones. As a designation for newcomers, many of our employment areas provide jobs for those trying to get settled in Canada. Not everyone will be working from home, and even those working from home are generating demands for products and services beyond our employment areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manny. Do we have any questions for our deputant? Not seeing any online or in the room. So, okay, thanks very much for, okay, Jamal, sorry, thanks. Just speak at me, that way I can hear. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Manny, for coming down. Why has Scro been so insistent on, being against these land conversions as they specifically relate to Scarborough?
Essentially, let's go back to the complete communities. People need places to work. And why would they have to go all the way to, and I'll use an example, but go all the way to the West End or downtown or worse, going outside the city. We always talk about affordable housing. We talk about livability in the city of Toronto, but you can't live in the city of Toronto unless you have a job. And those, especially the newcomers that are coming, they're all looking for new jobs. And why should they go outside the city or travel an hour to get there? So we would love to create that complete community within our own community, and that's in Scarborough and stuff. So people, come to Scarborough to live, they need a job. And that's why Scro is very adamant about protecting these employment lands, because it's employment opportunities for these newcomers.
And can you just, you've obviously, Scro, and has worked a lot on this issue. Can you just sort of give a sense as to why this is so important for Scarborough to retain these employment lands in terms of creating jobs that are close by? Most people in Scarborough commute quite long times to get to work. Transit's a chronic issue in our community. Traffic is now a chronic issue in our community. A lot of members in our community, they have foreign skills that are not recognized in this country, and often these jobs are the only jobs they can access when they first land in Canada. Can you just sort of give some background to some of my colleagues who might not have this context?
Well, I think you pretty well answered a lot of the questions that you just asked. Essentially, transit, to get from one side of the city to the next side of the city, or the other side, it takes an hour. I mean, I come from Scarborough to come down here. It took me an hour to get down here today, and I only live at Warden and Shepherd. So if it takes a whole hour, imagine if you had to go somewhere to work and you're not on a subway line. Let's say you work out in the West End or out by the airport, and you lived in Malvern. That's a long trip to get to. So transit is a big issue. Also, a lot of the newcomers that are coming in, some are very well educated and some aren't. So therefore, you're looking at jobs that they need in manufacturing, retail, areas where they can get an employment. And, again, let's go back to that whole complete communities. But I'll even add that whole livability of the city. You want to live in the city, you need a job. It's as simple as that. And it's very hard to get a job where it's an hour away, an hour and a half away to get there, just one way. So imagine two ways spending 3 hours, but meanwhile you have a family at home. Well, who's going to look after your kids and who's going to take them to school or so on? So if you have a community where your jobs are within 15 minutes, half an hour to get to, it just makes it easier for them to come back and live their life. And their life should be lived in that community, not elsewhere, but in that community. And Scarborough, because we get a lot of newcomers that come to our community, we want to make sure that their life is good and not, oh no, I got to look for a job, and the only place I can find a job is out by the airport. But meanwhile, they're settled in Malvern. So it's something that we have to look at, creating these complete communities. And, being from Scarborough, we want those jobs here. It's as simple as that. We want those jobs here.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, yep. Thanks very much, Councillor Myers. Over to you, Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my friend Manny, who's also a resident, and we've been working for years together with Scro. You touched on complete communities, and a lot of the areas or the properties that we're looking for reconversion from the 17 happen to be in Scarborough Agent Court. And for the last 3 years, we've been working together to create this complete community concept, working with Scro, working with Professor Moreno from Paris for the 15-minute city concept. So why would we not support, if we've been working together for this project, why would we not support a complete community where people can live and work in the same area in that 15-minute city stretch, instead of having to just say that because we're not only doing residential in this area, to have people having to work in other areas around the city?
Mm-hmm. I think what you're referring to is that, ensuring that there's housing for these people that do come in and stuff. And not to say that we're not, against development. Scro is looking at, and how I started off is we are looking at supporting affordable housing and certainly places where people could live. What we're looking at is if those people move into a new condo, and you and I know all the condos that are being built along Shepherd Avenue, and so it's great. Now, how are they going to get to work? How are they going to afford to live in those developments? We don't have a problem with that, so long as there's a job that's close by so that they can get a job, so they can afford to pay their rent, pay their mortgage, and so on. So we don't have a problem with development. We have a problem with is how do we get these people employed? And, you know, by creating a complete community 15 minutes away to get a job, I was fortunate. When I used to work back in a previous life, it was a 20-minute walk to get to my job. I loved it. Now, the fact that I had to do constant traveling, that was a different story. But I love the fact that I lived close by. By car, it was 5 minutes, and I can walk, and I usually did walk to work. So I love the fact that I lived close by. And in fact, at one point, you know, after a few promotions, I started thinking, well, maybe I'm going to buy a bigger house. And I started looking at Markham. And then what happened is there was a nice storm. I was looking at a house, a nice storm, and it took me almost an hour to get home. Guess where I was looking at the house? I was looking at it around Highway 7 and in Warden for a house. And it took me an hour to get home. So I love the fact that I actually lived close by where I work. So we don't have a problem with development. We have a problem with where are those people going to live, where are they going to work, and because of that, how are they going to afford to live where they're going to live?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Councillor Mantis. Councillor Nunziata.
Question. So in areas where there's been investments on improved transit, go up and subways, so in those areas, and you talked about how long it took you to get downtown, but in those areas, would you not agree we need density in those areas? People can travel and have the transit they need to get to work and get home, and it doesn't take them an hour, right?
Yeah.
So do you not agree in those areas that it really is important to have the density so people can use transit to get where they have to go throughout the city?
And I think that's already happening. Wherever there's a subway line, you usually have new...
Well, some of these conversions are near transit.
Yeah.
And so that's the reason for the request, is that you're near transit so you can get to work because the transit is there for you to take.
You know what, I'm not going to deny that, Francis, but I will say that if you start tearing down all these businesses, and whether they're office buildings or whether they're car dealerships, which is what's happening on Shepherd Avenue. Okay, we know that's going to happen, but you start tearing that down, well, where are people going to go buy their car? Outside the city? Are they going to go, you know, way out to the other end? So, going back to, I understand what you're saying
but
here.
nobody is saying tearing down any buildings. We're talking about some of these conversion requests that come forward that are vacant land, vacant buildings. There's nothing there.
Yeah, and some of them have buildings in there. So it's like.
And who can afford to buy a car these days, right?
Well, if we had better transit, then yes, we wouldn't have to.
Well, we're trying to promote transit, not people buying cars. Exactly. Okay, thank you.
But at the end of the day, it is about ensuring that people have jobs. It's as simple as that. Yeah.
I agree with you, but you know, you have to, I think we need both. Yeah.
Should get you guys some coffees for a little coffee and conversation here. Okay, all right. Any other questions for our deputant? Not seeing any. Okay, thanks, Manny. Appreciate you coming down. All right, next on the list, and Larry. So Larry, just to confirm, Larry was with Manny. Yeah. All good. I'm gonna strike Larry there from the list. And then we have Joe DiCiancio? Okay, you'll tell me, but you're from Purolator. And thanks for joining us. How do I say that? DiCiancio, okay. That makes a lot more sense. All right, well, 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us. Turn it over to you.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon. My name is Joe DiCiancio. I'm the Director of Operations for Purolator Canada. I just want to thank the committee members for allowing me the opportunity to address you today. I'm talking about conversion request number 008, which relates to 3266, 3280, 3290, 3330 Midland Avenue, as well as 50 and 70 Silver Star Boulevard. So early this year, Purolator wrote a letter to the Planning Committee and expressed our reasons why these lands should remain designated as general and core employment areas. I'll just highlight the points. So Purolator operates a distribution facility at 90 Silver Star Boulevard. So it's adjacent to where these properties are located. And Silver Star Boulevard is the only access point to our facility. Any changes to this designation of these neighborhoods will have a direct impact to our operations. Our Scarborough distribution facility has been in operation since 1983. We have over 200 people employed in this facility, including many who live in the area. Our business supports supply chain needs of the businesses around us, including critical healthcare, community, and a lot of retail customers. Purolator has partnered with many local community programs to strengthen and support our ties to the community and help people who live there. We have a Tackle Hunger initiative that Purolator donates yearly about over 150 pounds of food. Just this year alone, $3,000 to the Scarborough Food Bank and over 70 boxes of cereal to the breakfast program at Chester Lee Junior Public School nearby. So again, just getting into more detail about how we would impact a healthcare facility. So we provide direct support to all the healthcare facilities around the Scarborough neighborhood. And these are, the hospitals like the Scarborough General Hospital, Birchmount, and Centenary Hospital that are all really close to this facility. Again, if, this would definitely impact their operations as well. And then also just the future community disruptions that could occur. We operate 24/7. We have lots of tractor trailers rolling around our facility. And between 7:30 a.m. and 7 p.m., we have over 100 couriers that are in and out of this facility. And then also just environmentally, making sure that we maintain our sustainability. We're converting a lot of our trucks to electric vehicles, and everyone knows electric vehicles, they have a range issue. So we have to be very close to our customers. We've also deployed a lot of e-bikes. Similar, we have to be close to our customers to use the e-bikes successfully. And then just in conclusion, it's clear that for Purolator, our concerns are not solely related to our own business operations, but the community that we serve. This conversion request, if approved, it would be negative to our business and just far-reaching impacts across the Eastern GTA businesses, including the healthcare and environment as well. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your deputation. Any questions? Councillor Mantis.
So Joe, first of all, I want to commend you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
And for everything that you do for our community. Now, as the ward councillor for the area, haven't staff also spoken with Purolator to see if in the situation that we do convert the lands, how we can accommodate Purolator to make sure that they are still in our area and to be able to be the beacon as you are for employment in our ward. So saying that you're doing great work with sustainability, going to have electric trucks as well, vehicles. Has staff spoken to you about how we're going to need how we need to accommodate you for the area?
Yes. So this is where we start getting into, moving away from the trucks to more e-bikes. And, just because trucks and pedestrians, they just don't mix, right? And so how we can use different type of vehicles that allow us to be around safely, around community and just provide the same level of service, right? Because our business is much time sensitive, right? And so you still have to be close to that community and serve them, with that level of service, but doing it in a way that doesn't impact, their lives, right? Because we try to move the packages during the night when we don't have as many pedestrians walking around, and that's really the best way to do it. But again, you got to keep safe distance, right? So,
but we're able to accommodate for the physical space, but as well as the operation itself.
That's right.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have questions from Councilor Crisanti.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you see a scenario where, and thank you for being there and employing so many people, that's great. But do you see a scenario where if a conversion was successful, that done properly, considering all the sensitivity surrounding what the business you're in, could the two coexist?
Today, I don't have any examples where, we are near residential areas. We do have enough of a buffer zone. So it's hard to really tell, and just customers' buying behaviors depends on size of the packages that we move around, because then you need, a bigger truck, for instance, to move those packages and deliver those packages. So it's hard to say. If we continue progressing with electric vehicles and figuring out a way to use that style of a vehicle that's not as intrusive, then maybe yes, one day, but I don't know if we're there just yet. Tractor trailers are just, they're
big.
They're big,
noisy,
yeah.
And, and they take a lot of room. So, but I'm referring to, the specific situation that we're in now. We can't predict the future. But given that there's adequate buffer, adequate measures put in place, and I don't know the site intimately as you do, so could it not work, given that you have the space and the buffer as created to separate what you do with the current truck traffic as it exists today and a mixed-use scenario that should it be successful?
Yeah, our worry is, again, is how disruptive it will be to the residents, that if they're close by and they're hearing trucks fly by. We already currently get complaints, and we're a kilometer away from residents, right? And so we just don't feel like that's something that we could ever avoid. It's,
Right. Just want to clarify. Thank you.
Councilor Myers.
Thank you for coming in today. Sorry, I didn't catch that. How long have you been a part of Scarborough?
1983.
So almost 40 years.
40 years, correct.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
If this conversion were to go through, what future impacts do you think reasonably you would expect in terms of your opportunities for expansion, to continue operating 24/7, or just to continue operating at all?
Yeah, it'd be very difficult to have the offerings for the customers, because customers expect, items next day, right? And again, that being time sensitive, these packages are coming from across the world. And in order for us to be able to deliver them within those that time criteria, we don't feel we could do it. We'd have to move operations to, a different site that could be maybe in Markham, and then just drive them down to Scarborough, which again takes, you lose out on all that time. So versus us bringing a tractor trailer, it would be individual trucks. So it'd actually maybe put more trucks on the road.
So under that scenario, how many trucks a day are you moving, roughly?
So tractor trailer loads about 20, and then you have the smaller, cube size vehicles, about 100.
And they're just going back and forth all day. So that's quite a lot of traffic.
It is.
So under the scenario that you've laid out, we could be looking at more traffic, which means more greenhouse gas emissions. We could be looking at a loss of jobs because you would move those jobs to Markham.
Right.
And that kind of sends the wrong message, because you've been in this community for 40 years. You've done a lot of good work, as my colleague Councillor Mantis has pointed out, with respect to the hospital, with respect to your commitment on sustainability, and with respect to employing local residents in Scarborough. What message do you think that sends to you if we go ahead with something like this, which directly threatens your business?
You undermine, what we're trying to do here in Toronto.
And that's not the message we need to send.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Myers. Okay, I think we're good on the questions.
I have a
Councilor
question,
Fletcher
Chair.
online. All right. Councilor
Thank you.
Yep.
I know you've forgotten about me. I've been quiet. Thank you. I think those are some really good questions that Councillor Myers just asked you. So I heard you answer Councillor Crisanti, and basically you're saying, I really don't want that residential close to me. It's too much stress on my business.
Yes.
Yes, and so.
Well, the business and you know, the complaints that councillors will be getting from residents around us.
So just managing the impact, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And so you would expect, we have to build housing, we all know that, but you would assume that these employment lands only take up 13% of all the land mass in the city, that we should be able to find places to put housing outside of what we call business zones.
Mm-hmm.
And would you agree with that?
Yes. I agree with that.
If we just go ahead and move residential in when you've told us the impacts, which is you might move away, I guess I couldn't call that business friendly. Are you expecting us to support business and support everybody's needs, including business needs in the city of Toronto?
Yeah, I don't know if, I guess it depends what type of business we're talking about. With our business specifically, it requires some sort of zone that's specific for commercial use, and like we would not erect a new facility that's around residential housing, right? So like the zone that we're in today is all employment, commercial use, right? And so it fits well with our business strategy.
It's zoned for your business.
It's zoned for a
business. It's not zoned
correct.
for other uses. Right. I think we agree on that.
Yes.
And maintaining that is an important feature of the work of the city. Places for you to have a business.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Anybody else for Joe? All right, very good. Thanks for your deputation. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right, up next online, we have Jim Kergianis, who's connected.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
We got you, Jim. 3 minutes. Over to you.
Councillors, I thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I've got the map in a particular area. This is between Kennedy, Midland, Finch, and just at the Trojan Gate. There's a whole bunch of conversions that are requested to happen here. Purelated is certainly sitting right about there, and I was very surprised to hear his comments and the work that they're doing with the community. Been there for 32 years. I wish that they had stopped running across all the city side streets in order to cut corners to get to their plant. Anyways, having said that, we are getting a new smart track, which is happening right here where the blue is. And you got the yellow one pointing it there. In this new smart track, from this corner to this corner, you got about 1.5 kilometers, which is right in the middle. And under the new regulations that have come out from the province, they're going to be allowing a lot of increased density around the hub. This particular area is absolutely no heavy industry. It has a lot of dead area. You've got self-storage here, which employs only 2 people. You got a mosque here that have applied for rezoning, and you got a lot of office space, and you got dead area there. And this is a perfect opportunity in us to do something special within that particular area. When I was the councillor there, we had talked to Create Toronto, we had talked to the mayor's office, planning staff about doing a hub in that area and really changing it. Yes, I understand that there's areas that we shouldn't be touching, but in areas where you have very little employment and you want to create more employment, mixed use will allow you to create more employment. One of the clients that I have is located where the Fisherman's Lobster is right here, and they're right now employing about 20 to 30 people in the restaurant. They have applied in order to get two towers for mixed use. They will be creating more jobs. and it will be bringing in a lot more people to work. Now, let's talk specifically about 4140 Finch Avenue. This is NAMF. This is North American Muslim Foundation. The current situation is that they have an all industrial unit, and they're using it for prayers, and they're using it for community use. They're looking to get mixed use. They're looking to get seniors housing in the back, which will be 40% affordable, at 40% for people with special needs, and 100% affordable, as well as a new mosque and a community center. Now they are right next to the hub. No matter of fact, Metrolinx is taking part of their property here in order to do a roundabout. So we're creating more infrastructure through Metrolinx in order to move people. And when we're looking to move people, we're saying, well, we can't put you close to we're going to be having something like 400,000 people coming to the city.
Jim, I'll
So
just
unless
ask you
we
for
are
your
looking
final
to
thought there.
My final thought is that this is a perfect area to look outside the box and intensify it, because it can stand intensification as well as creating more jobs.
Very good, thanks. Let's see if you have any questions here. Any questions for Jim? I see Councillor Mantis.
How many properties and businesses are in that vicinity at the moment, you would say?
Councillor, between the properties that are there, there's about maybe 20, 25 landlords. There's a lot of businesses that are there, and a lot of these businesses could be relocated in the same area if you got mixed use, because a lot of these businesses are small businesses. The only one that has large is 4040 Finch, which is a medical center and a plaza in the back, and they're looking to redo their place and get the same people back in. There's the corner of Maitland and Finch, which has a medical building. They could be instituted back in. And you got something like their total employment, you can have about maybe 150 to 200 people. Well, you know, if you put medical doctors and all that stuff, you go up to 300. Now, if you do mixed use, you can create up to 2,000 to 3,000 jobs in that particular area.
Now, looking with the conversion requests and the ratios, are the owners looking for a 2-to-1 ratio for employment?
Councillor, there's owners right now that they've spoken to you before. They're looking to get 2-to-1 and 3-to-1 increase in employment. When you look at the restaurant at 4020 Finch and it only employs 30 people, once that's being developed, you're going to have 2 or 3 restaurants in there. You're going to have people that be living above. You're going to have offices in there. You could be looking up to 200-300 people that would be employed in that area, in that one particular location.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Mantis. Any other questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Karajanis, for coming in. I just want to point your attention to a letter from Maria Krupi Nisperos, and I'm just going to read a portion of the letter because I think it's important. So it starts off, we are tired of working so hard and investing so much into our businesses and into the city and being told our businesses are valued and important to the city, only to be dealing with the proposals like this that always seem to get approved. In the past, we have seen conversion requests pushed through for approval despite the acknowledgement by staff that our operations face considerable and concerning threats and conflicts when placed in close proximity to residential or other sensitive uses. There are several Class 2 and 3 industries operating in this employment area 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year. These industries within the North Milliken employment area include operations like a large asphalt manufacturing plant and material processing facility, along with a 24-hour heavy equipment maintenance facility, 2 ready-mix concrete plants, concrete material processing facility, and salt depot. As major stakeholders with significant investments in the area, we have said it countless times before and will say it again. Any residential uses in this close proximity to the North Milliken employment area is unequivocally incompatible, all caps, within the existing well-established core industrial uses in the area. The city's own experts in planning and economic development are echoing the same concerns and sounding the same alarm. These are businesses that have been operating within the city of Toronto for anywhere from 40 to 100 years. So that seems incompatible with what you've just presented in terms of the businesses.
Mr. Myers,
Yes?
Mr. Myers, let's look at geography, sir. You're talking North Milliken. That is Steeles. This is Finch. I hope those two streets go over to your area. Between Finch and Steeles, sir, there's about 3.5 to 4 kilometers.
It's the same principle though, correct? It's
No,
the
it
same
isn't.
site.
In her letter, she says North Milliken. This is South Milliken.
It's the same principle though, which we're
Let's
talking
call
about.
apples and apples and oranges, Mr. Myers. You're talking north, we're talking south.
So we're talking about the
Like
pure,
saying, I'm going to fly over Canada and you're flying over Mexico, relatively speaking.
would you like me to ask the question or not?
You can if you want to ask the question.
Okay, well, I'd appreciate you letting me ask it. Thank you. So if you're saying that's not the correct site, do you have any response then to what was just brought up by Purelator, which brought up very similar concerns with what you're proposing?
Very simple. You open Silver Star Avenue all the way up to Steeles and Purelator's problems are solved. Purelator's not on a major street. Trucks have to go up Midland to turn into Silver Star. Trucks can easily go down from Steeles if Silver Star is opened up. That's something that we were working on for years. Part of it got opened up. The rest of it has to be still opened up. There's your solution, sir. There's your solution to the traffic for Purelator.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Not seeing any. I think we're good there. Thank you, Mr. Kirgianis, and thanks for your deputation. All right. So our next speaker is Raivu Ukivi. Online. Not sure if I pronounced that correctly.
Yep, thank you. That was actually very close.
Like a 7 out of 10. Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's close enough. You'll hear it in a second. We appreciate what council and staff are doing in their attempts to protect employment lands. I'm speaking to conversion request number 74 at 555 Rexdale Boulevard, that is at the Woodbine Racetrack site. My name is Raivu Ukivi, and I'm a partner at Castlesbrock, and we represent Gazzola Paving with respect to the proposed conversion of 555 Rexdale, and especially speaking to that portion of the application that goes beyond the city staff's recommendations. As you know, this is an employment area that contains some of the heaviest and most important industry in Toronto. Gazzola's property is at the southern border of the proposed development site. It operates an asphalt plant and aggregate construction facility, along with a winter maintenance facility. Councillor Fletcher, to your point earlier that we can't have housing right up against an asphalt plant, that is what Woodbine proposes to do. While Gazzola's property is not alone in the intensity of its use in this area, it is useful for the committee to appreciate and understand the volume of traffic moving through the site and how many people the site employs. It's a 24/7 a day operation and a true 24/7 a day operation. Over 400 dump trucks move through this site a day. That is one dump truck every 3 to 4 minutes arrives at the site. They have to load and unload at the site, and sometimes both, depending on what they are doing. That means that they are obviously there for more than 3 or 4 minutes, and also means there are always multiple trucks on site. All of the jobs on this site are union jobs, and there are over 1,000 of them. The nighttime operations on this site cannot be mitigated because the move to nighttime construction on most NPO and city large-scale paving projects, including Pearson Airport construction and maintenance. This paints a picture of the intensity. It is the same during the winter as summer, with the truck movements being the same, just the nature of the material being moved changes. Not the only asphalt plant. This is a very central location, and it really does keep the city and province moving. The Woodbine conversion proposal wants to encroach into this area and remove this key buffer that allows these businesses to reasonably operate. Accepting this approach would not only be very significant, but jeopardizes thousands of jobs in the city. Gazzola does support the city's efforts to deliver housing, and Gazzola recognizes the need to deliver housing affordably and quickly. But to add to Mr. Lintern's opening comments earlier today, getting rid of these significant employment lands is not how to solve the housing crisis. We urge the city not to make changes to the staff proposed amendments and to ensure that an appropriate buffer continues to exist from industries that keep the city moving. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Raivu. Do we have any questions? Deputy. Okay, not seeing any. I'll say thanks for your deputation. Appreciate you joining us. Our next speaker is Tim Smith. Back again, round two. Thanks, thanks for being here again, Tim. Do you have a presentation? So we'll get IT plugged in here so we can get this on the screen. Looks like it's happening. All right, we're good. Thank you, IT. Thanks, Tim. 3 minutes, over to you.
All right, thank you. Again, a reminder, my name is Tim Smith. I'm a principal with Urban Strategies, a planning firm for Nova Depot, the owner of this site that I introduced in my earlier deputation at the north end of the Milliken employment area on Steeles Avenue, abutting the Milliken GO station. I wanted to, as you may have noted in staff's assessment, they bundled our site with 3 others in the North Milliken employment area, which you see identified on this map. And I want to really point out, hopefully in the few slides that I have here today, that our site is quite different from these 3 other sites and really should be looked at independently. First of all, the site is surrounded by existing commercial uses, not only to the east and west along Steeles, but to the south. So these commercial lands provide a buffer between our site and the industrial uses further to the south. I'd also like to point out that the industrial uses to the south of this pink area, north of Passmore Avenue, are dominated by outside storage and parking. There generally is not heavy ongoing operations here that have significant noise or environmental impacts. The uses that are of most concern and that do need to be protected, I totally agree with that, are south of Passmore, and those are the lands that are currently designated core employment in this map. Those uses are more than half a kilometer south of our site. This land use map also, I hope, points out that our site is the missing quadrant in an evolving mixed-use node centered on the Milliken GO station. North of Steeles, in Markham, the lands there, predominantly historically commercial and industrial, are all now quickly transforming into a mix of commercial and residential and with significant transit-oriented densities. I also need to point out called the Splendid China Mall site next door to us on the west side of the GO station, which went through a regeneration area study that concluded it was an appropriate site for mixed-use development and hence was redesignated. The compatibility study for that site concluded that it was far enough from active industrial uses to the south, had adequate separation, and the design features could deal with any minor issues related to the emissions and noise. Not surprisingly, the compatibility study for our site reached the same conclusion. So in summary, our site is adjacent to the Milliken GO station, prime for intensification under provincial and city policies. We have significant buffer from active industrial uses. We have the same attributes as the mixed-use site that neighbors us. And finally, we think this is a highly appropriate site for mixed-use, transit-oriented development that ticks many boxes. Not only includes residential uses and affordable housing, but also employment uses, increasing the employment on the site and adding community amenities to the area. So I would ask very quickly that you either not accept staff's recommendation to not convert these lands, or if I've not convinced you in the 3.5 minutes today, then please direct staff to reassess our site independently from the others, as it does have unique qualities. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Any questions for our deputy? I see Councillor Myers.
Thank you. So first I have to apologize to Mr. Karajanis. He was right. I was talking about the incorrect site. I got the letter mixed up. So what I was just reading was actually applicable to your site in terms of the number of industries opposed to your conversion request. So there are things such as class 2, 3 industries, 24 hours a day, large asphalt manufacturing, salt depots, concrete plants, concrete material processing facility within that area. And they say that this is incompatible with what you're proposing. Do you have a response to this?
Yes, I do, Councillor. I recognize that those uses need to be protected, and I've seen their submissions, and I can appreciate that they're concerned about encroaching sensitive uses into the Milliken employment area. However, this conversions, as we're proposing, do need to be subject to technical studies, and so their concerns need to be tested through technical studies. That has been done for our site, and it has demonstrated that we, again, are far enough away from these uses that the impacts will not be significant. And to the extent there are impacts, design features can be implemented with future development to ensure that all those impacts are mitigated and the complaints are minimal, if any.
Do you think these can be mitigated? This isn't retail or light industry. This is quite heavy industry operating 24 hours a day, noise, air quality, safety issues. There's also, just infrastructure. Can this site actually handle the type of infrastructure that you're proposing? Or not just you individually, but all of the sites when you put them together?
Yes, we have had engineers look at both servicing and transportation capacity, and there's very good access, road access into the Milliken employment area. Most of the traffic to future mixed-use development on our site would be coming via Silver Star Boulevard, but Kennedy and Maitland provide excellent truck access to the employment area, so we're good from that standpoint. I'm not the noise and environmental expert on our team. We didn't bring that individual along today, but again, I have full confidence in their report when they say that measures can be taken. I've certainly seen it in other contexts, for example, adjacent to rail yards, where the noise impacts different uses, but the noise impacts can be significant, that buildings through punch hole window design, triple glazing, ensuring that air intakes are appropriately located, that balconies either don't exist or are enclosed. There are a number of measures that can be taken to make it almost quiet within any noisy context for future residential development.
Thank you.
Other questions? Not seeing any. I think we're all good. Thanks for your deputation.
Thank
Tim.
you.
All right, our next deputant is Matt Bagnall. Is Matt in the room or online? Online. Okay, Matt, we have you connected. When you're ready to go, 3 minutes for the committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Bagnall. I'm a land use planner at Toronto Lands Corporation, TLC, a subsidiary of the Toronto District School Board, acting on their behalf in all land use planning and real estate matters. TLC has submitted a conversion request number 047 in relation to 38 Orpus Road for mixed-use areas designation. The property currently includes Yorkdale Secondary School, Yorkdale Adult Learning Centre and Startright Childcare Centre. City planning staff have recommended that the property be maintained as a general employment areas designation. TLC disagrees with this assessment and requests the committee support for conversion. The city's adopted work plan for the housing action plan includes leveraging public land to increase the supply of housing and specifically the action to, quote, work with school boards, advance real estate redevelopment strategies to intensify school sites, providing community centres and modernised education facilities alongside market and affordable housing, end quote. TLC's mission is to unlock the potential of TDSB properties for the benefit of students, staff and communities. The conversion of 38 Orpus Road would provide a basis for TLC to further explore opportunities for the site. It is not the intention of the TDSB to vacate the property, but to secure modernisation opportunities for the future. Any mixed-use redevelopment could include educational use and opportunities for other community services and facilities. The site and area-specific policy could be applied to the property with an approved conversion to require an element of community services and facilities uses. A conversion on this property would be appropriate for several reasons. The property is on the periphery of the area of employment, directly abutting residential uses in the north in the neighbourhood designation and retail uses to the east in the mixed-use areas designation. The employment area to the south and west consists mainly of wholesale retailers in the general employment areas designation, rather than any heavier industry associated with core employment areas. Sensitive uses, school and childcare, have existed on the property since at least 1962. Therefore, additional sensitive uses, such as residential, will not impact the viability of the employment area. This conclusion is supported by the technical studies submitted in support of the request. The property was designated institutional, not employment, in the North York official plan, suggesting that the employment area designation was made in error when consolidating the current official plan. The property is not actively contributing to the city's employment lands inventory, nor shall it be in the future, as TDSB does not plan on vacating the property. TLC respectfully requests a motion to amend recommendation 6 to include 38 Orphus Road. This would allow TLC an opportunity to discuss with city planning staff their recently published final assessment, and to allow the potential conversion of mixed-use area through an OPA, the details which would need to be determined through further discussions with city staff.
Thanks very much, Matt. I'll ask you a final sentence. We good?
We're good, thank you.
Okay, let's see if there's any questions for you. Looking around the room, online, I think we're okay. Thanks for your deputation, Matt. Appreciate that. Okay, our next speaker is Shilpi Saraf Linden.
Hello.
Hi, and I think you're joining us online, so you have 3 minutes to address the committee, and when you're ready, feel free to start.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Oh, would it be possible to share my screen, please? I have a presentation.
Yes, we are getting that ready for you. Should be good to go.
Thank you. All right, just one moment, please. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Shilpi Saraf Linden, and I'm a planner with the Bigliari Group. I am here on behalf of the owners of 55 Nugget Avenue in Toronto, requesting Council's consideration to contemplate this site for a future employment land conversion as part of the city's MCR process. The owner has recently become aware of the city's ongoing ELC process, as well as the development of the future Shepherd East subway station located at the property immediately to the south. The request for an ELC seeks to redesignate the site to a mixed-use area. As the city is still undergoing the MCR process, and given the site's direct adjacency to a planned and under-construction subway station, the Bigliari Group feels it is appropriate to bring this information to the Planning and Housing Committee at this time, should the committee see merit in considering the proposal further, given its location. The site is located on the southeast corner of Nugget Avenue and McCowan Road. It is further located within the McCowan MTSA. Given the site's proximity to the future Shepherd East subway station and its location in an MTSA, the site is within an area poised for future growth and development. The growth plan directs the municipalities to focus growth in settlement areas towards locations with existing or planned transit, and seeks the achievement of complete communities that feature a diverse mix of land uses, including residential and employment uses, and convenient access to local stores, services, and public service facilities. Per the official plan, City of Toronto's official plan that is, the mixed-use areas designation is expected to absorb most of the anticipated increase in retail, office, and service employment in Toronto, as well as much of the new housing. Other land use designations, including employment and neighborhood designations, are not expected to see the same level of growth and intensification. The McCowan MTSA is dominated by an inherently low-density land use designation. Employment, neighborhood, and other land uses comprise 98% of the MTSA land area. In contrast, only 2% of the total MTSA area is currently designated mixed-use area, and therefore only 2% of those lands within the McCowan MTSA are located in a designation planned for significant growth. Furthermore, as shown in this slide, most of the mixed-use areas, shown in red, are located west of the station in proximity to Shepherd and Brimley, further away from the MTSA than the subject site. A preliminary concept plan has been developed. The site's dimensions allow for the placement of a two-story employment building on the eastern portion of the site, resulting in the replacement and increase of non-residential floor area, and supports for the transition to the western portion, where the proposed development contemplates residential uses. At the corner of Nugget and McCowan Road, the proposed development contemplates a privately owned, publicly accessible space that acts as a pedestrian-oriented gateway plaza that serves the needs of the future transit users. As part of that work, we would also propose to explore the integration and potential renaturalization of the portions of the Highland Creek within the property. The following is a massing model demonstrating the potential for the site. As you can see,
I'll just ask you for your final comment here.
Okay. I would like to conclude my delegation by recognizing that we are late in this process, but we think it is paramount that staff and council consider this item given the fact that a brand new subway station is being built and little mixed-use area is in the vicinity of the site. I'd like to thank staff for their immense efforts through
Thanks
the
very
MCR
much.
process. Happy to answer any questions.
Yes, let's see if you have any questions here. Looking in the room, looking online, not seeing any. Thank you for your deputation and presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Mike Bennett. Is Mike with us in the room or online? Online. Mike, you have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to share my screen if I may for a short presentation. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep, we got it.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. My name is Mike Bennett. I'm a senior planner at W&D Associates, speaking on behalf of the proposed employment conversion being sought for 3437 Kennedy Road. Just briefly show you the site context. We're located on the east side of Kennedy Road, near the terminus of Redley Avenue, which is proposed to be extended through to Passmore Avenue and would provide additional frontage for the site. On the broader context, we are proximal to the Milliken GO station. I know Mr. Smith had spoken earlier about his site, which is grouped in with our site and others in the vicinity as well. Our site shares similar characteristics to many of the other recent conversions in the area, including another application that we filed at 4577 Steeles Avenue East, and then as well as the Splendid China development. The site itself is currently occupied by a one-story employment condominium, which is occupying much of the central and east portions of the site. Along the frontage, we have a two-story building occupied by office and retail uses. And then in the vicinity, we also have a place of worship to the north, a landscape supplier to the south, as well as a self-storage facility. To the west of our lands opposite Kennedy Road is a low-rise residential neighborhood. To the north are significant amounts of retail and commercial uses, several of which are auto-oriented and seem to be being phased out over time. That includes the approved conversion at 4577 Steeles Ave East. I'll just note the site and area specific policy for the Milliken Station MTSA. We are located within that area where a minimum population and employment target of 150 residents and jobs combined per hectare is proposed. And then in the context of the official plan, will indicate much of the conversation is related to some of the more incompatible uses in the area within the core employment area, which are located south of Passmore Avenue. We are located to the north, as indicated here, and we do have recent changes to the area where the regeneration area indicated to the east of us includes the Splendid China site, which is recently approved for mixed-use development. So the area is undergoing some changes. And again, we see that in official plan amendment 321.
I'll just ask for your final thought here.
Certainly. The site is connected just to an expanding public realm network. And just in general, we've shown that the site can be redeveloped to replace the existing employment uses while adding additional uses as well.
Thanks, Mike.
Making use of improved connectivity in the area.
I'll just see if there's any questions for you here in the committee. Not seeing any questions. Let me check online. Not seeing any questions. Thanks very much for your deputation, Mike. Appreciate it. All righty, our next speaker, Karen Stintz. Is Karen still with us? She was here. She left. Okay, not online. Okay, all right. We'll just put a hold there in case she comes back. Following, I have Marco Felice. Uh-oh, that wasn't good either, but you're here, which is nice.
I'm present, thank you.
All right, so Marco, you'll have 3 minutes to address.
Multiple slides for the projectors or some
Projector, so IT's on the way. We'll get
Fantastic.
you started. The overhead.
Upside down or upside up? Upside up? There you go. Does that work? We'll find out.
There you go.
Well, my notes say good morning, but I'll say good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's a great day here in Toronto, and we're all living in this paradigm shift in Toronto, which is going through a significant and evolving paradigm change. Definitely not the status quo. I'm here to ask permission for the adding or addition of uses. We're good? I'm here to ask for permission for the adding or addition of uses on an underutilized land at 865 York Mills Road. Do we have the screen up yet?
I've paused your time. I think we're just firing up the analog machine.
There you go.
All right, here we go.
It's all right. We have the address. We know what we're talking about on the agenda. Last quarter, our federal government immigration numbers reached 300,000 people, new residents to this country. My math says that's the equivalent of about 69 people coming to the GTA every hour. At this rate, it doesn't appear that the land needs assessment supply would be enough based on the report provided in April of this year. In order to solve the supply deficit, we need to permit the adding or addition of residential uses and mixed uses on these lands, which is not reserved for heavy industrial or some of the other uses we've heard here today. The province has declared a housing crisis and in need of several million houses to establish supply for the population in the next decade, but the magic solution rests with the committee here to ensure we're able to produce homes for new residents and provide additional uses on these types of lands. Adding uses which we've proposed since 2011 on these lands can permit the addition of 1.6 million new residential square feet of homes and addition of about 400,000 of non-residential uses, which is about 3 times the existing square footage of employment on these lands. There's also a proposal for a new community center, and this will generate about $200 million in new funds for the city to do what it can in terms of providing services to existing and future residents. Currently, the Duncan Mills area has a lot of office vacancy. I personally toured on an off-market basis 7 office towers, most of them empty, and have been so as a result of the COVID pandemic and continue to be so. The campus mentality of segregating these office zones is an old system. We really need to evolve and move our city forward by adding uses on existing and underutilized lands so that we can change the status quo, such as the lands at York Mills. We need to work together to add these uses, underutilized lands, such as the York Mills, bring rejuvenation, new jobs, new homes, and affordable units, which are permittable here, for Torontonians to live near existing transit and roads. Our proposal to add uses includes between $60 to $100 million of affordable base units. Ensuring adequate supply for new and added homes to satisfy the needs of all residents is in the magic hand of your committee. Adding uses can be done here. This is part of the necessary evolution of our city, the great city of Toronto. These are my submissions. Thank you very much. And I welcome any questions you may have, including one point which I didn't raise, which is the addition of about 1,000 jobs, not the removal of jobs on this site. Thank you.
Very good. Right on time. Thanks, Marco. Any questions for our deputy? Yes, Councillor Nunziata.
So Mark, you say 1,000 jobs, what?
That's correct. So the proposal takes an existing strip plaza, which used to be a factory for pharmaceutical production. The pharmacy company did not want to stay. It left Ontario to bring jobs to Mexico as a result of high labor wages and high electricity costs. Even at the offer of free rent, they refused to stay. It was converted to a very light retail plaza, which exists about 140,000 square feet. We're proposing about 2 million square feet of new development That will include a 200,000 square foot office use, replacement of 100,000 retail, as well as a 40,000 square foot new community. In our estimate, that would add about 1,000 jobs, but during the construction process alone, over 4,000 jobs will be added over a 10-year period. So it's about 5,000 jobs can be calculated on this site alone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Any other questions? Looking online? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you for your deputation.
Committee, thank you very much.
Very good. Scott Sinclair. Scott is in the room.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here on behalf of IPEX North America. I am Director of Distribution. I'm here on in opposition of request number 074, similar to the previous speaker, 2 or 3, Woodbine Racetrack. So a little bit about IPEX. IPEX is a it's the market leader in Canada for thermoplastic pipe and fittings. We have 4 manufacturing and distribution sites within the city limits, as well as 2 others within the GTA. IPEX employs over 500 people combined at the 4 Toronto sites. We produce most of the pipe and fittings used in new home builds, commercial real estate, municipal water and sewer projects, not only in the GTA, but throughout Canada. As it pertains to my facility, which is at 90 Disco Road, which is 150 meters from the proposed conversion. This location is 30 acres of groomed industrial property that we own and use to store and distribute large pipe and fittings. This location will receive product from our 3 manufacturing sites within the GTA, where it will be stored and then distributed throughout Canada and the US. The Disco Road location is extremely important to IPEX because it has enough room to store very large pipe and can service local housing builds and municipal improvement projects. The proximity to the GTA construction market and to the US border make it very important for us as a strategic location. Having our factories and distribution centers located within the GTA allows us to be more competitive against US imports and keep us in the largest single market in Canada for our products. Our site employs 15 workers with the potential to double this amount within the next 3 to 5 years. It also is important that we expand our operations at the site to include larger distribution buildings and even manufacturing. We're currently under pressure from a different conversion request in Scarborough, close to one of our manufacturing sites. If we are forced to move out of that site, this would be our only option. IPEX, our plants and our distribution centers are very intertwined within the GTA. If we lose one, we probably lose 2 or 3 more, okay? If we're forced to move from this location because of the conversion, there'd be no viable property options of this size within the Toronto city limits. Our only option would be to relocate outside the GTA and possibly leave Canada. This would result in a loss of job for our employees, but also increase costs to our IPEX, our customers, and provide less access to the Toronto construction industry for our products. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for the deputation. Oh,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Question? Yes. Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. I could just go back to that leave the GTA and possibly Canada. So IPEX has choices of places it could go all over the world, similar to Lincoln Electronics?
So we are the North American subsidiary of the global leader, Aliaxis, but a lot of what we make in the GTA gets exported to the US. So if we had to leave the GTA, we would probably move operations to the US.
So if I could just ask, if we make it inhospitable to be on your site, keeping you here probably has meant interactions over the years already with ministers of trade, provincially, federally. Maybe you've been working with our economic development department. These are all entities that have worked to have a relationship with IPEX and ensure that you do want to stay here over the years?
I would say that most of our interactions would be with trade associations within the area. We obviously are heavy into the construction business. It's a bit of a double-edged sword for us because every time a condo's built, that's a lot of business for us. But it's also very important for us that we're local. And, you know, we have big sites, we have 24-hour production, and we're already at some of our sites, specifically the pharmacy and Eglinton site. We're already under threat there, and it's looking like we're going to have to move at some point.
So interestingly, yes, you do want to be providing cement to condos, but interestingly, in our last MCR, out of all those sites that you know, local councillors moved motions and allowed the conversion, no condos have been built, not one on any of them. So in your experience, given who you're supplying to, do we still have lots of building sites outside of our dedicated employment lands where you can be shipping your goods to and getting condos built? Sure. So and so our product is the pipe and fittings that go into the buildings. So not the concrete, but anywhere you see a crane, our product is in there. So it could be downtown Toronto. It could be, you know, the one that's really important to us is the pharmacy and Eglinton complex, which we know is looking at 5 high-rise buildings going on there. But again, you know, we're competitive and we're the market leader in Canada because we manufacture and distribute here, and we want to continue doing that. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Not seeing any other questions. I think you're good to go. Thanks for the deputation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dominic Krupe, who I believe is joining us online. So Dominic, if you're here with us. We've got you online.
Hello?
We've got you off mute, and so you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, sorry about that. I've just been waiting. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dominic Krupe. I am the Vice President of D. Krupe & Sons Limited, which operates a half a dozen properties on Kennedy Road, off of Kennedy Road on Passmore and around Midland Avenue. We're in the Milliken employment area. We're a paving and road construction company, as well as a producer of asphalt and road construction materials. Our business has been operating in the heavy industrial area for over 50 years and relies on our permissions to do so 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in order to operate our core business and perform for municipalities such as the City of Toronto, who require us to work nights and weekends. We're a third-generation company and employ over 350 people from around Toronto and surrounding areas. We have hundreds more that we employ indirectly. There are many long-standing heavy industrial businesses like ours that operate in the Milliken employment zone, which has been declared by the province as a provincially significant employment area to be protected. I'm here on behalf of ourselves, as well as all of them, to express our concern with the prospect of employment lands within the heavy industrial area being eroded and compromised by the introduction of sensitive land uses, particularly those including residential components. We've all been operating within the City of Toronto for anywhere from 40 to 100 years and have invested significantly into our operations. Several years ago, we appeared before this committee multiple times to defend our employment area against residential developments at great cost to our time and financial resources. The encroachment of sensitive land uses on heavy industrial lands is an issue of major concern for individual operators like ourselves and should be for the City of Toronto as well. There are not enough employment lands in the City of Toronto, especially lands that have permissions allowing Class 2 and Class 3 heavy industrial operations like ours, and these employment areas need to be protected. Our concern, as we have seen the impact before at other locations we operate, are the residents may purchase a home in close proximity to heavy use like ours and our neighbors, but they quickly become irritated with elements that these heavy uses come with, primarily noise and odor. When we were fighting the previously proposed developments, including one that is being again proposed today by the City Planning and Economic Development staff, councilors, and the developer acknowledged that any development to come within this busy and well-established employment area would cause conflict between the uses and were incompatible. We are disappointed to see more proposals for conversion being put forward for developments inside this employment area, and even the proposal that was removed previously because it was admitted it was incompatible. Having said that, we are also very pleased to see that staff has maintained the opinion that these developments are too close to heavy employment zone and that they should not be recommended for conversion. It is a sound planning
Dominic.
decision.
I'll just ask you for your final thought there.
Okay, I apologize. I was expecting 5 minutes, so it's hard to cut down.
Yep. That's okay.
Councillor Fletcher actually mentioned asphalt plants previously in a previous item as example of conflicting use for residential development. That's something that we have not heard really brought to the forefront in any of these presentations by developers who are trying to convert land. We are a very, very heavy use. One of the applications abuts directly to our shop that operates 24/7, and we feel that there is zero compatibility here with many of these applications.
Understood. Thanks, Dominic. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Looking around the room, Councillor Fletcher online.
Thank you. I'm in the room, but I'm virtually in the room. Thank you, Dominic. Yes, I did mention those asphalt plants. What's the exact address of your concern, please? That of
the developments?
Your next door development that you're talking.
So the development that is a concern right now is the one off of Kennedy, and I apologize. I'm not sitting at my desk anymore. I was this morning. I don't have the address. It's the one that runs just south from Kennedy to the train tracks, just south of the GO station.
Okay. All right.
That is not the only one that we're concerned about. That is the closest to our property, and that was one that was proposed multiple years ago, and it was pulled back by the developer and the councillor who's trying to help push it through because it was deemed to be incompatible.
So you're feeling that it's still incompatible?
Oh, absolutely. If anything, our operations have become more intense, and we have more employees, we have more operations, we're busier than we were back then, and it would only do harm to our operations being able to operate with the permissions we have. And one thing that was mentioned to me by our local councillor was giving residents the heads up and having them put acknowledgements on property title, but the city has nothing to do with our permissions with the Ministry of Environment. That's our biggest concern, because once we lose that permission or we're cut back, we are not able to do work for municipalities like the City of Toronto, like the province of Ontario, Ministry of Transportation. We lose those permissions, we are basically dead in the water, and our operations are completely ineffective.
So you operate through the Ministry of the Environment, don't you? Unlike many of the other industries which don't have that restriction.
We do, correct. We have an ECA through the Ministry of Environment that is done through modeling for noise and air, and we have to remain within those permissions. What the problem is the closer residential moves in, the more restrictive we become, and then we start to get complaints from those residents that come in to the Ministry of Environment.
Right. So they call the MOE. Yes, I know. I have a roof plant that's happened with quite a bit because of the smell there. And so I think, do you have a union there? Is that labor or not? Because you do a lot of the work on the roads. Do you not do a lot of the city work for our roads, Dominic?
We do. We have multiple union operations. All of our outside workers are union. Our plants are union. We all have, actually, sorry, I have my sister who submitted the letter I read earlier is reminding me that many of the operators on the street have ECAs because of noise permissions that they have. So it could apply to all of us, but we are union. We have a couple hundred union employees and others that operate independently hourly as well.
But I think you have contracts through the bid system at the city. Is that not?
Oh, absolutely. We actually, I'm glad you brought that up. We actually, we are the successful bidder, and we're operating the City of Toronto overlay. It's 110 streets that we're revitalizing this year through the City of Toronto contract. We ended up just under $9 million less than the second bidder. So that's money that the city saved because we are within the city limits, and we have 2 asphalt plants. Both have applications that are being put forward that are very close to our operations. The thing that that I guess everybody says when these applications come in and we put up a bit of a fight, they say, don't worry, there'll be mitigation. Don't worry, we will be able to address these issues. But when it comes down to it and people start to complain, the city and planning really have nothing to do with it. If the Ministry of Environment isn't happy with how many complaints they're getting, they basically take our permissions away and we can't operate anymore.
Ah, thank you. That is very clear at this point. So you're operating under a ministerial order from the Ministry of the Environment that has to be renewed and is subject to complaint base as far as your operations are concerned. So you're really opposed to, you like having the land you've got, and you'd like to keep working in the City of Toronto. You don't want to move your plant somewhere else, do you? Or you'd like to stay? Which one?
Well, we don't really have anywhere else we can move. Like I said before, there are very few places that allow zone 2 and 3 heavy industrial.
Right, I2
we actually
D3,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, so we actually had a former councillor tell us that we'd be able to relocate somewhere, and we have never found anywhere within the City of Toronto limits that we could put our operation and operate legally. In fact, the city has tried to put forward bylaws that would make it non-conforming to have an asphalt plant anywhere in the City of Toronto. So the only place you'd be able to operate is if you already had an established site prior to that passing.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, any other questions? Are we okay there? Thanks, Dominic. Our next speaker is Thomas Glancy from MHPC. Is Thomas with us or online? Online, okay.
I'm here.
All right. 3 minutes, Thomas.
Could I also share a couple of slides?
Yes, we'll open that up for you. You should have the ability to do that.
Okay. Thank you to the Chair, committee members and staff for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Thomas Glancy and I'm Senior Planner at MHBC Planning. The protection of the health and public safety of the existing and future residents of the city is of the utmost importance and is in accordance with city and provincial policy.
All right, Mr. Chair, I'm really having trouble hearing this guy, and I also have Dufferin Concrete in my area, so I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Okay, thanks.
Can you hear me better now?
Try again.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, just slow down a little bit because the mic isn't great. Thank you so much.
Okay. The protection of health and public safety includes ensuring that impacts from environmental contaminants such as noise and dust are eliminated or reduced and mitigated. Also of utmost importance is supporting our economy and job creation. The reason for my submission today is to request the following minor modification to SASP 793 as shown on the presentation materials submitted to the committee and on the screen to further both of these laudable goals. My submission today is on behalf of Dufferin Concrete, or DC for short, a CRH company. Dufferin is a leading producer and supplier of building materials to
Thomas, I think you cut out there perhaps. Do we still have him on the line? Thomas, we can't hear you if you're talking. So I don't know if you can hear us, but WebEx is indicating to us that your mic is active, so we're seeing that, but we're not hearing you in the room. Just seek clerk's advice. All right. So WebEx has dropped out. Apologies for the technical issues. We got to stand by. We're not able to move on to the next speaker, so we'll just wait. Couple minutes.
We're required that any area not determined to be appropriate for
Thomas, sorry.
through the study be delineated to ensure protection for residential or sensitive land uses. This minor change will
Thomas, can you hear me?
Transfer regulatory framework. Yes, I can.
Oh, great. You didn't miss a beat, but we lost you for about 2 minutes there. So I'm going to just back you up to about 1 minute and 12 seconds into your deputation. If you want to, we've got the request slide up, which is slide 2 of 2. Yeah. So you got 2 minutes to go. Give us your best 2 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. So my submission today is on behalf of Dufferin Concrete, or DC for short, CRH company. Dufferin is a leading producer and supplier of building materials to the construction industry, province and the city, and has been for over 100 years. Critical location to Dufferin's operations is its Scarborough batching plant located in 1940 McCown Road, which is immediately north of the proposed SAS plants. This Dufferin Scarborough plant is also a strategic asset for the city, it being one of few concrete batch facilities able to serve high-strength concrete to the northeast area of the city. This plant, which operates 24/7, supplied concrete to countless roads and homes in northeast Scarborough, playing a critical role in the city's growth to date. This will continue well into the future. The DC Scarborough plant has also supplied landmark infrastructure projects like the Eglinton LRT, the Scarborough Subway Extension, Michael Garden Hospital, and the Agincourt GO Station. Since concrete is perishable, concrete plants need to be located within 30 minutes of work sites. Therefore, Northeast Scarborough's growth depends in large part on the DC Scarborough plant. I must take a minute to thank Councillor Myers and his staff, as well as planning staff, for recognising the importance of the DC Scarborough plant. While critical to the city's past and future, this DC Scarborough plant, like all batching plants, is loud and creates dust. This is why it is located within an industrial area to mitigate environmental impacts to residents. The SAS, as proposed by staff, converts the voting lands out of the employment land base and anticipates a portion of the lands for residential and other sense.
All right. Thank you for your deputation. Let's just see if you have any questions here in the committee. Councillor Myers, hand up.
Thank you. Through the chair. So yes, my staff and I did go and see the Dufferin concrete site. I'm just wondering if you could please explain the need to transport concrete within 30 minutes of it being readied and how that affects your operations. Because I think that's a key point, and I don't think a lot of people realize why that's just so important that you are located where you are when we have all of these projects going on, such as the Scarborough Subway and various building projects.
Yeah, so the concrete needs to be within 30 minutes of the areas where it's actually in demand in order to meet the strength tests required for infrastructure projects and, for example, high high-rise apartment buildings. So these require certain levels, strength of concrete, and therefore we need to be close to that demand in order to get the concrete there within 30 minutes so it meets those tests.
Right, and if the concrete is longer than 30 minutes, you have to throw out the batch, correct?
Yes, that is usually the case. Yes, it's because of it. It can basically just go stale. It's too long sitting in the truck, and as I'm sure we're all aware as well, that 30 minutes is not that long of a time to actually get from a plant to a site within the city due to traffic concerns, and so it can go bad in the trucks.
Right, and if you are outside the 30-minute zone and you have to move the concrete from further away, such as Markham, that means you have to move the concrete in smaller batches, which requires more trucks and greater expense. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. It also has an environmental impact as well, and also creates obviously more traffic congestion and things like that as well. So it does have a larger environmental impacts due to air quality associated with traffic generation also.
Right, so if we interfere with the operations of concrete plants in our city, that could inadvertently raise the cost of building things such as affordable housing or transit.
Yes, absolutely, it can. So the further, as a general rule, the further it has to travel, it both increases cost and environmental impacts, and as well as that, it just adds cost to also infrastructure projects as well, which are needed to obviously service housing areas also.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Myers. Any other questions? Nope. All right, Thomas, thanks.
I'm sorry, you didn't see my hand there.
Sorry.
Sorry about
Thanks,
that.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah. Very nice to meet you, since Dufferin Concrete is right there at Commissioners and Leslie, as you well know, right?
Yeah.
And the 30-minute rule, there's a number of concrete batching right there in order to build out all of the housing in the downtown. As I understand it, that's why you need to be in that site. And I hear that's the same reason you need to be up in that area, because then you can service the building requirements, concrete requirements.
Yes, that is correct. We're one of the few concrete batching plants that CRH have within the city that actually services this area, and as well as that, large scale infrastructure projects don't rely on one provider of concrete. It needs to rely on a number of suppliers of concrete, and Dufferin Concrete is just one of those suppliers. For example, subway extensions, because the sheer quantity of concrete they need to actually build the projects.
Was there a lot of concrete on the Scarborough LRT? I think there might be. I've seen that to build that out, get the trucks and everything else.
Yes, vast amounts of concrete would be required for that. I don't know the exact quantities off the top of my head, but yes, and it's particularly important when certain phases of the project require large pours of concrete as well, that these concrete batching facilities are running at full capacity in order to supply the project sites.
So you're just one of a number that I didn't know that it couldn't be just one company that's supplying. I guess that's because you need a continuous amount of concrete and you only have so many trucks. So that's done in that. I'm sorry to ask this question, it's not really related, but citing concrete batching in areas of growth and in an area where you're going to be undisturbed by it's pretty messy and pretty dirty and pretty dusty. I can tell everybody that right now. And big trucks, that's your preferred situation. You don't see how it could be any different than that.
Yes, so we fully acknowledge that it is a very heavy industry. It does create noise, it does create dust. And I suppose the previous speaker done a great job on highlighting that we're very much at the mercy of the province when it comes to operating within the limits prescribed by the Ministry of the Environment and getting environmental compliance approvals. We need to be operating within these limits, and I suppose if sensitive land uses start encroaching without proper compatibility assessments, that leaves us very open to not meeting the limits prescribed under the ECA approvals. And
right, and you're very aware. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm just. I think you're aware because all of the companies on the Portlands were part of the Portlands planning framework, and the concrete companies that are down by the sewage treatment plant. There won't be housing there moved next to you for decades and decades and decades. That's part of the city's plan that was passed. I'm pretty sure you're aware of that you're cordoned off from large housing developments right beside your concrete plants.
Well, I suppose we're located up in the Scarborough.
On the Portlands, that very clearly, there's no residential right beside you on the Portlands, nor a plan for that on the Portlands. Maybe you're not aware of that. Maybe you weren't part of that planning study.
I was not part of that planning study, no. But the plant we're discussing now, though, is within Scarborough.
Yes, I know that. I'm just looking at kind of how the city approaches concrete batching and how the city would say how close you could have housing or what the preferred is. So your preferred is not close. The city's preferred is not close as well, which is shown in the staff recommendations, which say don't do it. So you're supporting the recommendations of staff about your site, right? To maintain it for you and other heavy industries.
Yes, correct.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, even online.
You too.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions? No? Okay. Well, thanks for your deputation. We are going to jump to Susan McMurray. Susan online? All right. We'll just get you teed up here, Susan.
I'll begin. Susan McMurray, Executive Assistant at the Toronto and York Region Labour Council. Our President, Andrea Babington, submitted a letter yesterday, and I'm speaking on our behalf today. Just a reminder that the Labour Council represents 150 unions and locals in the region, encompassing 220,000 working people across many sectors. We heard earlier today that while employment lands only make up 13% of Toronto's land area, they comprise 27% of Toronto's jobs, and that many of these are good unionized jobs that are essential to the economic success of our city. Lots of good manufacturing, food processing and breweries, film, the beginnings of a green economy, and lots of construction, as we've heard. Noisy, dirty, lots of traffic, essential to our economy. The Labour Council takes a strong position on employment lands. We've seen too many plans where, as a result of residential encroachment, and I'll come back to that in a minute, we've seen what happens. Businesses, industry, these kinds of things that we've talked about, that we've heard presentations about today, get squeezed out. As they are now, these lands support good jobs and they support our economy. It's kind of like the boiled frog syndrome, right? Like you don't recognize what you're losing until you've lost everything. Earlier today, I was looking at a study from around the 1990s that showed that employment lands at that point comprised 14.2% of Toronto's land mass. It's a 1.2 percentage point drop, which seems like a small amount, but it's actually a 9% decrease in the amount of employment lands. They don't come back once they're gone. Now, housing is very important, even more important now. We know that the services that support housing in communities are also very important, but we also heard earlier today from city staff that there is space available for these elsewhere. And when I think about space, I was part of a school closing process that the province mandated back in around 2015. And through the process that communities and residents and then those who were making the decisions tried to go by was, if we had to close a school, let's make sure we don't sell it off, because if we do, we'll never be able to get it back as demographics change. Just as I'm getting to wrap up, we know the history of this is driven by land speculation. And we heard about that earlier today, where you can triple or quadruple your profits to develop housing, but with no plans for where those people are going to work. So in closing, I urge everyone to be very careful today in your decision making, because the decisions you make will have a lasting impact on individuals, workers, jobs, businesses, our economy, and the kind of work and the kind of industry that this city sustains. In closing, that's true whether it's factory, film production areas, logistics for moving goods, building supplies, or others, or in the past, a chocolate factory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan, for the deputation. We'll see if we have any questions. Looking online, looking in the room, not seeing any. Thank you for your deputation and joining us today. All right, so we're moving along here, and Mary Flynn Guglietti is on the list. Do we have Mary? Mary's online.
I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes to speak to the committee.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you to yourself, Mr. Chair, and the committee for your patience today. I know it's been a long day. I am here today on behalf of Nita Gelatin Canada, Inc. They are the owners of 60 Patton Road, and this is with respect to conversion request number 111. I have sat and listened to many of the industrial owners raise the issues and concerns with respect to conversions and what they do to industry. Regretfully, in this case, this is a situation in an older part of Toronto where you have industry mixed in with a lot of sensitive land uses. In other words, this is not a situation of asking for a conversion in an area that is surrounded by industrial and the residential is encroaching. This is an area where an industry has tried to continue to operate over a number of years with numerous complaints. Numerous complaints with respect to odor, numerous complaints with respect to noise, both to the city councillor and as well to the ministry. Our client is often having to spend a great deal of money trying to comply with the complaints. And as I said, there are so many sensitive existing residential land uses immediately abutting this site, which makes it impossible for this site to continue as a core employment area. And recently, council just approved an application for a 7-story affordable rental and senior assisted housing project at 640 Lansdowne, which is just going to bring more sensitive land uses and even closer proximity to this industry. We think this is an opportunity for the municipality to remedy an existing land use conflict. This is not one of those industrial sites that is a pure industrial site with numerous industrial uses around us. It is a pocket in Toronto of a very old industrial that has been around for a very long time, and the residential has been around for a long time, and it continues to grow. It's also immediately abutting existing and high order transit. It's near the GO station, it's near the Lansdowne subway station, and there is great opportunities to provide affordable housing. We've been asking for a mixed use development in our conversion request. I've also filed a letter on June 30th from Michael Goldberg of Michael Goldberg Planners, and attached to that, it's about 128 pages. So I'm not going to ask you to pull it up because we don't have time to go through it. But it does show that we meet all of the conversion policies in the City of Toronto official plan. We have our environmental consultants' reports with respect to the appropriateness of this conversion. Staff have recommended changing it from core employment to general employment. but we submit that really mixed use is really the appropriate designation, particularly taking into consideration all of the uses immediately abutting. We believe that this is an appropriate conversion and ask for the support of council on this conversion request. Thank you very much, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. Let's see if there's any questions for you. I'm looking online and I'm looking in the room. Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much for your deputation. We appreciate it. All right. So we are now to Benjamin Hoff. Is Benjamin in the room or online? Benjamin is online. You want to say hello? And there we go. We've got you there. So Benjamin, you have 3 minutes to address the committee, and we're ready when you are.
Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Hoff. I'm a planner and a partner with Urban Strategies. We're assisting Canadian Tire CT Reed with conversion request number 37 at 4630 Shepherd Avenue. So conversion request 37 and the request of the neighboring number 46 at the neighboring site are recommended for approval by city staff as SAS 793. The CT Reed site is a large Canadian Tire store and pad buildings at the...
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Benjamin.
Sorry, can we pause?
I'll give you your time back. That was a hot mic on me. Back over to you.
All right, thank you. So the CT Reed site is a large Canadian Tire store and pad buildings at the northwest corner of the intersection of Shepherd and McCowan, and surrounded by residential, retail, and employment uses. The site represents an opportunity to do something more on a key transit station currently under construction across the street from the site, and that's the Shepherd Station, which is the future terminus of Line 2 at the interchange with the future Shepherd Rapid Transit line. And so while there's limited development potential in the surrounding area, the site actually represents a great opportunity for transit-oriented intensification. A full conversion request was submitted in July of 2021, and it included a series of technical studies that assessed the relationship to Dufferin concrete, including impacts of noise, vibration, emissions, odor, and dust by multiple experts. And that compatibility assessment actually influenced the conceptual master plan that was submitted with the conversion request, which included the potential for both physical and land use buffers to the CT Reed site, to and on the CT Reed site. And that's consistent with the delineation of retained employment lands and converted lands proposed in SAS 793. And it also, the conceptual master plan considered the retention of existing retail uses and those associated jobs on site, and the shift towards transit that can hopefully improve traffic flow for surrounding uses, including Dufferin concrete. So we're supportive of the staff recommendations for the conversion. A new subway station here means there's a collective responsibility to carefully balance employment protections and opportunities for transit-oriented intensification. And the proposed SAS 793 appropriately plans for land use relationships and ensures that the mechanisms are in place to ensure compatibility. The SAS does recognize that a portion of the site will remain general employment in the future and includes whole assessment of compatibility. And we understand that in a future secondary plan or SAS exercise that Dufferin Concrete will be at the table and participating in that. So in the earlier remarks, Tom Glancy of MHBC, representing Dufferin Concrete, proposed a new policy to be added to SAS 793. In my opinion, the content of that proposed policy is already addressed in the policy drafted by staff, which prevents sensitive uses before secondary plan. The city has already included policy requirements for determining compatibility, and this is already captured in the SAS 793. They've included also policy tests that are not matters of industrial and land use compatibility, such as overlook and lighting. And so my opinion is that the OPA as drafted by staff adequately addresses the concerns that have been raised. So I just want to thank everyone, including staff, for the support through this process and to support their recommendations for the conversion.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. I'll just see if there's any questions for you. I'm looking online or WebEx, looking in the room. Not seeing any. Thank you for your time and thank you for your deputation. Okay, we are now on to Al Brezina. Bresna, sorry. Oh, Brezina. My apologies. And thanks for being with us all day. And 3 minutes over to you whenever you're ready.
Is this on? Is the mic on? Yes. So thank you, Chair and councillors, and for all the great questions I've heard so far from deputies. My name is Al Brazina. I'm the Executive Director of the South Etobicoke Industrial Employers Association. I myself have worked in industry for many years for a career, and I spent half of that in South Etobicoke for a large manufacturer down there. So I understand firsthand the challenges that manufacturers face. And I also understand the pressures that exist in an employment area. We're here in support of the staff recommendation, which is to retain core employment for conversion request 103, that's Evans Avenue, and conversion request 124, that's Drummond Street, both in South Etobicoke. So the South Etobicoke Employers Association is a group of manufacturers and industrial businesses across several sectors. We have operations facilities in South Etobicoke, so we know the area really well, and we know its strengths. We've been dealing with land use issues for many years now. And I'm just seeing from the time I better speed things up. So we're focused on our employment area. Employment lands, of course, are important across the city, and we encourage committee to retain as many of those as possible. 13% of lands, as I heard earlier, being employment lands does not sound like a large amount, given that that's the employment as well. It's the thin edge of the wedge. Introducing this sensitive use starts to destabilize the whole employment area. The last site, the other site I'll comment on is Drummond Street. It's closer to Roy York. It's currently core employment. There's a rail yard there. To the west is Gamble's Produce. They're a produce distribution company. They built there a few years ago. They have a permit in to expand, to double their operation. It's on your website. You can look up the application. And on the right, there's a rezoning application that you have to deal with. I'll conclude. 24 hours a day, a busy site, needs to be protected. And there's a risk there, thin edge of the wedge, of more conversions and destabilization. So in summary, we support the staff recommendations to retain both of these lands as core employment lands.
Thanks very much for the deputation. Let's just see if there's any questions here. Looking online. Not seeing it. Looking in the room. Okay, no questions. Thanks very much for the deputation. Appreciate you being here all day. All right, Tony Barone. Is Tony online? Tony is here. Hi, Tony. Thanks very much for joining us.
They don't have the right call. They don't have the right, they don't have the right thing for me to plug in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of committee, I'm here with David Mackay, my planner, and this is in regards to conversion request number 193710 Chestwood Drive. Montecasino has owned and operated a hotel and banquet hall since the creation of this land parcel in 1975. We, like many other companies in this area, form part of the fabric of this community for the past half century. Given that our building is nearing the end of its useful life expectancy, our goal is to create a legacy project of affordable housing and a purposefully built hotel for new Canadians whom, like my parents, came to this country looking for a better life for their families. This project began in 2013 with an application to council that resulted in an undertaking of the city to study the transportation node we were situated in. We are steps away from the Spadina subway line that incorporates the only midtown GO station at Downsview Park. Notwithstanding that council's undertaking, no such nodal study was undertaken by the City of Toronto. In August of 2020, Montecasino applied again for a conversion request seeking approval for its application. Personally, I have spent a lifetime volunteering in charitable endeavors and causes serving our community. I served as president and chairman of Village Charities of Columbus Center, as well as the chairman of the Italian Canadian Seniors Apartment Corporation. During my tenure, it was instrumental in the creation of the nonprofit affordable housing projects known as Caboto Terrace, Casa del Zaro, and Casa d'Abruzzo. To this day, those buildings stand as a testament of the community and the provision of dignified shelter to our community members and beyond. I as well served on the board of the Ontario Housing Corporation, through which I became its ex officio member of the then Metropolitan Toronto Housing Corporation. I currently serve on the board of Canada Lands Company Limited, which oversees Downsview Park in this very community. These experiences have provided me insight into the real and genuine need for affordable housing for our city. Governments can't do this alone, but must work collaboratively with individuals who share the government's vision in dignified, affordable shelter for its citizens. We own the property without debt. With the city's open door program for paying the levies, and given the fact that the other soft costs are limited, it's only the hard cost construction that I need to provide for to create this legacy project. I am uniquely positioned to fulfill this vision as a family legacy project. It's not about the conversion as much as it is about the provision of affordable housing in our community. The application stands as a project that will create 100% affordable housing units and a settlement hotel for new Canadians. And I'm here today just to tell you who I am, what I'm up to, and respond to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. I'm going to just spin online, see if there's any questions. Councillor Fletcher, are you coming for questions? No? Okay. Councillor Pasternak in the room here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that deputation. You know, I'm sort of looking at the report that makes the case against conversion, and one of the things they're saying here is the surrounding nearby plant and current industrial uses can cause considerable noise, vibration, odor issues that will require mitigation measures at the source as well as on-site to address compatibility with sensitive uses. Now, I've been to the site many times. I know the area. It's in my ward. I see a hockey rink. I see a tennis club. I see retail to the east. And I see, I think, a Leuna Union building to the north. Do you see any indication that there's a risk of nearby industrial uses causing noxious fumes and odor issues that could affect soft use?
I see none, but I'll turn it over to David Mackay, my planner, who will answer the technical side of that question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair. We did undertake a compatibility study that was peer reviewed by the city. We then provided additional responses to that peer review. The staff report does not reflect the responses that were contained in that report that effectively said that there is no significant sources of contaminants that would cause compatibility issues that were beyond the norm. Anything that could be done could be mitigated on the project through standard mitigation processes such as upgraded windows, filtering of the air conditioning systems and the like.
So the same report says that the site is not near any open spaces or community services or facilities that will meet the needs of existing and future residents and workers. But I'm looking at page 17 of the draft report of the Downsview Secondary Plan, and they're calling for a massive investment in community assets across multiple sectors with parks. Now, would that be just to across the street from your property?
Correct.
So
the staff report pretty much suggests that you have to stand on my property, look north, but don't look south, because south is where all the community benefits are. There's a 400-acre community park. I know because I served on the board of Downsview Park for 9 years and continue to serve on the Canada Lands Board that implements that park.
Now, as far as use is concerned, the staff have, and I quote, have concerns about the potential impact of redesigning the lands to a designation that permits residential and other sensitive uses. But you have a hotel on that site right now.
Correct.
So you have residential and sensitive uses for decades?
Correct.
And it's been successful? Have you had any complaints? Has it been a problem?
Not a single complaint lodged in the last 50 years.
Now, the other comment here, conversion of the lands may impact the facilitation of the movement of goods for existing and future employment uses. Now, you sit at the edge of a transit hub. Isn't there a subway station and a GO station across the street?
Across the street.
So anyone living here has access to high-level transit?
Of course.
And with an underground link.
Is there an underground link? I think that's fine. Thank you.
For the record, I took the subway down today, so.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So, yeah, so and I'm glad that Councillor Pasternak mentioned, so the Downsview site, which we dealt with, a couple months ago, it's just south of you, across the street.
Correct.
And there's community, there's a rec center, there's everything, schools that are being built there that was approved, correct? Just across the street.
The picture that they painted for our site, they did not paint for the Idomo site, nor did they paint for the Downsview secondary plan.
Right. And your facility now not only is a hotel, it's also a banquet hall.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned Villa Charities, and you mentioned Casa Bruzza, not Casa Bruzza, which is in my ward, which is right behind it is the highway.
Correct.
Right? And so what you're proposing as for affordable housing, would it be similar to what we have as Casa Bruzza through Villa Charities for seniors?
Yes, but because of the Abruzzo and Caboto Terrace also have deep subsidy, which is above and beyond the affordable housing component. So we would welcome that if there's a third party through the United Way that would create those deep subsidies.
Okay, and it would be targeted for seniors?
No, not just seniors.
No?
We have working poor, single mothers, seniors as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Okay, and no, Councillor Pasternak asked some of the questions there. So you've owned Monte Cassino for quite a few years. You've ran it, and so right now, I mean, I don't know how busy the hotel is, but I don't think it's as busy as it was many years ago. Correct?
No, we're busy.
You're busy? You're still busy? Yeah?
But we're at the end of our building life cycle. And I don't want to sell to developers. I want to develop this and own it in perpetuity as a family legacy project of affordable housing.
So you will be building it and you would be managing?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for
Thank you for your time.
All right, do I need to ask if there's anyone who, yeah. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item online or in the room? We'll come into, we'll do councillors, I meant in the public for deputation. Okay, we're gonna move to questions of staff. I think we'll have outside councillors with questions of staff. Councillor Carroll, do you want to start?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm getting a big reverb
Yes.
here. I don't know why. But
It's when Councillor Carroll's mic is unmuted, we get the reverb in the room. But I think you're muted right now, so it's okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask outside councillors if they have any questions. I see Deputy Mayor McKelvey and Councillor Mantis and Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. I just want to ask city staff, what avenues do the proponents have for appeal here today? And what's the next steps?
Through the chair,
So next steps are what committee decides goes to City Council. City Council adopts an official plan amendment, and that official plan amendment, we, with the clerks, City Planning, submit to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for his review. The minister has a 120-day time period to review and make a decision. And then from there, the minister can choose to make a decision or refer all or part of the amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a recommendation or a decision.
What have we seen in past decisions by this government in terms of these MZOs and things like that? Overturning city decisions?
Through the chair. In terms of the MZOs that City Council has requested, with one exception, they were approved, and that's with respect to the modular housing initiatives. There have been some additional MZOs passed that were not necessarily ones that City Council desired or requested.
So they've overturned our decisions in the past?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McKelvey. Councillor Mantis, questions of staff.
The one question I have is the recommendations that are made today for some of the properties. Is it because there is no transit hub available at this moment of time?
I would say generally that's one consideration, but there are many considerations that we've based our advice on, including the context, compatibility. Every one of them has been through a compatibility test. The policies in the area, there are many, many factors. One of them is availability of transit, but it's only one factor.
But if there are properties that are right on the transit or the proposed transit line, why would those properties be denied?
Well, there are many transit stations that serve all kinds of areas in the city of Toronto, including employment areas, residential areas, mixed-use areas. So I wouldn't say it's one size fits all. And certainly the goal of the province and the city is to induce jobs and housing near transit, but it doesn't have to be exclusively housing. Could be a transit station that supports a lot of jobs.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Or? Nope. Okay. Additional questions of staff. Councillor Pasternak, outside councillors. And Peruzza, do you want on the list too? Yeah. Okay, we'll go Pasternak right. And then we'll go Peruzza. Very good.
All right, thank you. And then I think my good friend here and former mayoralty candidate, Councillor Peruzza, would also like to ask questions. So.
Yeah, there's a couple of us, by the way.
Yes.
But, yeah.
The problem is there's too many of them.
All right. Let's start with you, Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. So through you to staff, transit-oriented communities is sort of a concept developed by the province, and they've identified a few locations of it. It seems to be generally defined by a subway station, a GO station, and intensification of residential around it. It seems to be something that's fluid, that other sites could be listed. Is there any reason why the Downsview, the Chesswood site, which is less than 900 meters from the Downsview GO station and subway station, is not kind of loosely defined as part of a transit-oriented community?
Through the chair, and I'll ask staff to comment, the transit-oriented communities is the program by the province, but I think you're just generally referring to the fact that we want intensification near transit stations. We also have other considerations, as I previously answered, and I'll ask staff to just comment specifically on the area that you're talking about.
Sure. Through the chair. So the transit-oriented communities and the major transit station area policy objective is intensification of both people, i.e. residents, and jobs, because we know and we understand that office and employment GFA generates a higher ridership on transit than its equivalent residential GFA. And in terms of the area to the north of the Chesswood and the impactful industries there, I'll ask my colleague Kyle if you can talk about the industries to the north.
It is.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the question. Just following up on what Jeff said, the existing and permitted development within the MTSA that the lands are a part of already exceed the minimum population and employment target of 200 residents and jobs combined per hectare. Just speaking to the lands in the north quickly, the lands are surrounded to the west, north, and east by employment lands. And they're also surrounded by lands zoned for heavy industrial use. So that is the EH zone in the zoning bylaw.
So one of the most urgent issues of the city is creating affordable housing. The owner of the site has pledged in writing and verbally, and as an outstanding member of the community, that he is open to building 746 affordable units plus 144 hotel room units for newcomers. Isn't this exactly what we're asking for from our private sector to help us meet our housing needs? I mean, if we went out there and looked for someone who would do this, I don't think we would find it. Isn't this the city priority?
Through the chair, the focus, and I don't doubt the what the proponent is speaking about, but the focus for the city from a land use regulation point of view is the use, not the user. We can't guarantee the goodwill that is being suggested by any one individual. It's more about land use planning, and our point is that there's a very good boundary between the employment area to the north and the changing area to the south in Downsview. The integrity of that employment area as a whole, the impact of other uses who rely on the permissiveness of the employment zoning. As soon as you start to introduce residential uses, you set up a compatibility conflict, which, as I pointed out earlier, tends to have a land use contagion, a value contagion. Are we establishing good living conditions when no other services are available to the north? So it sets up over the long term a much more difficult process to manage from a land use planning point of view. And that's the balance that council has to choose. I mean, I'm not debating that there are choices to be made here, but we're offering you some very strong advice that boundary works very well.
So could the argument not be made that this already is soft use, that there's a hotel there, there's a banquet hall there, and it's been there for decades and has no adverse impact on surrounding employment lands, and that the change of use is incremental at best? In fact, it's not dramatic change of use at all.
Well, the fact is that and through the chair, that the use will become a residential use. You can't control. It's a land use that you can control, not who lives there, not for what duration. People are not living in a banquet hall. They come and go. Typically, you do find these types of uses on the periphery of employment areas. There's plenty of examples of that across the city. It's a good buffer use, if you will. But when it crosses over to people, occupying the place with tenancy, whether they own or rent, it changes. It's under the definition the province provides.
Just squeezing in one more question. You've mentioned a deficiency of school capacity in the area as an argument against granting this conversion. But don't we post hundreds of those signs on development sites across the city saying that there's no guarantee you'll have access to the local public schools?
Through the chair, we don't know where the schools will be located in Downsview. It's, as you know, it's a major master plan. I think we cite schools as just one example of why we refrain from introducing pockets of residential in employment areas, because those residents will be on the phone to you and us and others very quickly. Where are my services? I can't get to these local services walking and cycling. And it just puts pressure on the land use pattern moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Perruzza, questions of staff.
Yeah, just, I guess in sort of in a general way, excuse me if I've been at this a little long, but as an example, just to in speaking to this particular site, the Monte Casino site, as an example, just to sort of the west of here, as part of the Downsview base, we had an opportunity there on lands that will abut the employment district to the north. You're planning a new road there with Grand Ravine, but it doesn't exist now. You had an opportunity there when the federal government came forward to say, we're closing the base, we want to do something different. Why didn't you recommend to us to add those lands to the industrial base, to the employment district base?
Through the chair, so you're asking about the Downsview land?
Here's the question I'm asking. I'm asking this. You have a tough balancing act. I get that. This is an exercise in protecting employment lands across the city of Toronto. That's what the exercise is about. I get that. When you have opportunities to add to that employment land base, you never come forward and say, we should add those lands to the land base, to the employment land base. And the example I give you here is just to the west of this site. You have a swath of Downsview lands, or whatever they're called now, Downsview Park lands. You could have added lots of acreage to the employment land base. Why didn't you do that? So why are those lands coming forward as for residential development?
So through the chair, the conversion of the Downsview lands were a negotiated settlement with the landowner as part of the appeal from the last MCR, where we secured, I think it's 1 million square meters of non-residential employment GFA. So it's not always about adding land. It's about adding the intensification of gross floor area for jobs. And secured to be developed prior to or concurrent with the residential that was also secured as part of that settlement that went to council.
So just to the south of this site, where the airport is, those lands are employment lands, the former Bombardier or the Bombardier lands there. I don't know if they're still Bombardier lands. Those are, for all intents and purposes, employment lands, right? You're currently reviewing sort of planning options to remove those lands from the employment land base and use them for mixed development, correct?
The settlement, as I mentioned through the chair, was to go regeneration area so that we can do an area study where a portion of the lands, the large land holding, was to be retained as employment, the remaining and majority
to the west of this site, right? Or is it the east of this site? The former Idomo lands, right? Idomo there at the corner, north side of Shepherd, right? I remember the argument that was made there, the big planning argument that was made there was, look, there's a subway station coming across the street there on the other side of the Allen and to the east of the Allen and south of Shepherd. And because there's a new subway station, it doesn't make sense to keep these lands, as is from employment purposes anymore. So those lands were allowed to basically develop into high density residential, right? And this site, for example, is, and look, I could go on and on and on. 2450 Finch Avenue, the other one that I want to speak to, for example. On the north side of Finch, there at Weston, it's okay for high density residential to butt up against a waste management site, high density, high rise, right? But on 2450, for example, you're saying, no, it's not, because there you have residential just on the other side of the creek. On the south side of the site, there it doesn't make sense. Or on Tor York, for example.
Councilor Perruzza, do you have a question?
Yeah, the question is, isn't it, in fact, in some of these cases, irrespective of all the planning stuff that we hear, it's just a question of choices. You make choices, and you make some choices about what lands can convert and what lands can't convert. And then you make arguments based on those choices you made to maintain those lands. Isn't in fact that's really the exercise here?
Okay. There's the question.
Through the chair, planning staff make recommendations based on council's previous directions to us, based on the official plan, based on provincial policy, and based on our professional judgment. We bring those recommendations to committee and to council, and it's for committee and council to make the ultimate decisions. There will be times you do not agree with us, and those decisions that you make that may not reflect council's or planning staff's recommendations ultimately may have an impact on our next recommendation when we come forward with another MCR, because if the land use has changed, our recommendations may change as a result of the changes that have occurred.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Perruzza. Any other questions from outside councilors? Okay, I'll bring it into committee. Questions from committee here? Yeah. Okay, Councilor Fletcher, and then we'll go Councilor Crisanti.
I just want to ask a couple of things. So a lot of folks are asking for these conversions because it's an MTSA or a PMTSA. We haven't done those studies yet, have we, as to what the number of jobs or people per hectare will be around those?
Through the chair, we've already reported on the provincial minimums. We've provided reports through City Council for 140 MTSAs. They have been submitted to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. They have been with the ministry now for quite some time. And we await their decision on the effectiveness of that work.
Thank you. So just quickly, MTSAs also have the number of jobs, not just the number of houses.
Yes,
right?
MTSAs are about jobs and housing, people and jobs.
Yes. So we're hearing that it's about housing, but it's actually about both.
That's correct.
To be really clear.
That's correct.
Thank you. The other thing is there's a lot of questions about building affordable housing. I know that the recommendations are to maintain the employment lands. We've heard from a lot of employers here today and owners of the importance of the integrity of those lands. So have we ever, this is the first time I've heard from so many employers about the impact of a residential conversion on their lands. I can't remember for a long time in hearing this many people come out. Is that something that's quite unique in the number of folks that are saying there's, as you said, there's a finite amount of land? I think they're telling us the same thing, correct?
Yes, and certainly through the course of the last MCR and increasingly as the city intensifies, we hear these issues more and more. And the amount of employment space in employment lands is only going in one direction. So we want to be very, very careful about how we consider any conversions.
And then for this notion that it's a great spot for affordable housing, I understand from the Affordable Housing Office that actually in all the conversions, there's never been any affordable housing that have been built, and there's no way to guarantee that it would be built. Is there guarantee?
No, through the chair, there's no guarantee. When we've been able to secure affordable housing recently, for example, through some projects, is through legal settlements where we've negotiated some affordable housing, but there is no guarantee through this process that we would be able to secure affordable housing.
So just saying I'm going to convert and I'm going to have affordable housing, in the past, that has not ended up with that. And there's no guarantee, because I think we all think that there might be, but since it's not actually a rezoning, it's not an actual development application, there is no way to guarantee that. I just want to underscore that so everybody understands.
No, there is no way, even if staff recommended it, if the matter was adopted by council, it still has to go to the province. That could still be modified or changed or deleted.
And would I be right to say the number of affordable units on the conversion sites has been negligible to date?
They've varied, but it's likely below 10%. I'm looking at staff and they're nodding. Generally, it's low, yes.
And then I think you mentioned earlier that there have been a number of sites that have been converted, but nothing's built on them. What was that number again?
I think it's, by memory, roughly a third of the sites that were converted through the 2013 process have applied for building permits that involve residential through those conversions. So 2/3.
So 10 years later, and it would be one third. So your recommendation is to be very careful that these are jobs built, essentially, as we've heard from so many heavy industrial employers. And just to ask economic development today, how important is job retention for the city of Toronto?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, it's critical that as Toronto grows and anticipates taking on some 500,000 jobs through to 2031, that we not only maintain these employment lands, but intensify their use so that we can create jobs close to where people live.
And the new trends for new types of jobs, we've heard today, important to have lands where the future jobs can settle and not have to nestle in a place that's zoned for residential. Would you agree with that?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, yes, further to the Chief Planner's comments about trying to avoid conflict between land use, it's really important to maintain these areas which are on key transit links, near ports, near railways, near highways, so that we can maintain the viability of these sites as well as the integrity of our supply chains.
That's your final question there, Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gave me a few extra seconds there.
Yes, that's right, 30 extra seconds. Councillor Crisanti, questions of staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, let me just start with, to follow some of the questioning that Councillor Fletcher started with. On the affordable housing side, I think you mentioned that some of the properties that were approved in the past, there is approximately maybe 10% of those build-outs are affordable housing, related to affordable housing, thereabouts. I heard 10%.
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor, I was referring to settlements that we may have negotiated that council approved, appeals to the previous MCR. So where we had an opportunity to negotiate affordable, we have. Many of those are not under development yet, some of them are. So for example, Celestica is under development and there is a component of affordable housing there.
Okay, well, good to hear. But the affordable housing, when we negotiate any affordable housing units in any development, it's usually in the 5 to 10% range anyway, is that correct?
Through council, I mean, through the chair, we've certainly, based on our previous IZ policy requirements, we tried to mimic what council adopted as IZ, so they were starting in the 5% range and then graduating up over time. Certainly, the city would like to achieve as much affordable housing, and realizing that these land values that we're creating with these residential conversions are quite a difference from the previous land values. Right. One would think that the development could include a generous amount of affordable housing.
Okay. All right, so I'll move on to another question. In terms of process, so today, there likely, from what I understand, will probably be a couple of motions that will be put forward with respect to maybe a handful of conversions. Any remaining remaining properties or remaining items that are on the agenda will be forwarded to council and be dealt with at council. So they'll be moved without recommendation from this committee. So what is the process there? So if we move some now, we'll get it approved or not approved, and the rest will be without recommendation from this committee?
Through the chair, I think the process will be that the committee has the clause in front of it, and it can move the clause, which is the official plan amendment. It can move amendments to the clause through motions made here.
Right.
And council has the same job. It can consider the full clause, and it can move amendments to the clause. So, I mean, that, and then any councillor could also move a deferral of a specific matter if they wanted to. So that's what's before you, is an opportunity to move motions here, an opportunity to move motions at city council.
All right, so we could do this again at city council.
Yes, you can.
Correct? All right, and we have that 2-week window for those opportunities.
Happy to talk to you further about anything you want to talk about.
Right, okay. Yeah, and the reason I asked that, I may have one motion, but then I have 3 properties that I'm going to recommend that we probably deal with at council. So I'll be forwarding those, or they'll be forwarded with everything else to council without recommendation. I don't need to address them individually.
No, you don't need to address them individually. They'll be forwarded to council with the clause. So the committee's recommendation will be to adopt.
Right.
And then you would, if you don't agree or want to take a different course, you can move an amendment at council to change that direction. But it's not going to council without recommendation. It's going to council with the recommendation of the committee, which would be to adopt the staff report as amended by any motions here.
Right, but if we adopt staff report.
Yes.
And staff report have a whole bunch of recommendations refusing conversion.
Yes. Then you'd have to move a motion, if you didn't agree, you'd have to move a motion at council to take it in another direction.
No, but we're voting on it here as well.
Yes.
So we should be separating the particular properties that we want to deal with at council, or does it matter?
I mean, I think the clerk maybe can.
Well, I want to make sure if we vote in favor of staff recommendation and we deal with 1 or 2 specific properties here, then we can deal with it again at council. I just want to be clear.
Yes.
That if we vote in favor of staff recommendation, which is refusal, doesn't mean that, it doesn't preclude us from working it again at council.
I believe that's correct.
Maybe clerks can confirm that.
Precludes you from making motions at council that change what happened here.
Regardless of what happens here. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
So can I, if I can, I'm not going to ask a question, but just clarification.
No, ask the question, please.
No.
All right, Councillor Nunziata for questions, and I'll just remind everyone, we're going to start losing some bodies pretty shortly. We actually have items and
So just clarification. If the staff report that we have before us, without any amendments in that, fail on a tie vote, it goes to council without recommendations.
No, my understanding is it reverts back to what we're going to be adopting as the staff recommendations.
But if we don't support the staff recommendation
Right,
here
if
at
something
committee-
failed on a tie, it would revert back to what we will adopt, which is the staff report recommendations. But then you have another crack at it at council.
But, no, because if it's a tie vote, then that means it goes to
Oh,
council.
a tie vote on the staff recs.
That's what I'm
Oh.
saying. So it
Yeah,
goes
I
to
guess, I don't
council
know.
without it goes, just like we do any other item, that when there's a tie vote at committee, it's there without a recommendation. Am I correct? Yes. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
No, the motion dies here, but it can be.
Can you say that?
Sorry, Councillor Nunziata, I don't think I fully heard your question. If you're voting on the recommendations in the staff report.
Okay, so if we here at this committee it's a tie vote, 3-3, on the staff report. That means that it goes to, it goes to council without recommendation because it's a tie vote.
Yes, on the staff report,
Well,
Rex.
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
I don't think we're going to do that, though. All right. Okay, were those your, did you have other questions, Councillor Nunziata?
No, I just
Okay, all
I
right.
just wanted to clarify
Right.
that
That's
because that just may happen.
That would be something. That'd be a whole day that we spent here. Okay, Councillor Myers for questions, I think.
Yes, I'll make my question quick. So we heard a lot of talk about affordable housing, like the last applicant, Tony, who made a very passionate plea about his commitment to affordable housing. What tools do we actually have that guarantee that if we approve any conversion, that we will actually get the affordable housing that is promised? Because from what my understanding is, sometimes we approve these conversion requests and we don't get any affordable housing, even though that was part of the deal.
So through the chair, the tool that we have that isn't in place right now is the PMTSA. If they happen to be in an area that's subject to a PMTSA. We do not have, though, any inclusionary zoning regulations to go with that. So currently we have no affordable housing tool that we could deploy that is legislative. We also have the CBC, the Community Benefits Charge, which is more of a back-ended tool, which collects 4% on a building permit. Many of these are many, many years from building permits. And that would, there is an allocation out of the CBC that goes into affordable housing, much less than the old Section 37. We also have agreements, so we could enter into an agreement, some sort of agreement, I assume, with a proponent to, and we've done that with settlements where we've entered into an agreement to secure a certain amount of affordable housing. But again, all of these, this official plan amendment and all of the conversion requests go up to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Whether or not they have the same view as City Council is to be determined.
So there's essentially nothing that we can do to actually hold people to these commitments.
Other than the CBC at the end of the day, where we can charge them 4% on their building permit land value, there isn't, no, any guarantees.
So we're essentially just guessing which applicants are sincere about their commitments to build affordable housing and which ones aren't.
Well, I don't know about guessing. I mean, I certainly don't doubt the willingness and goodwill that's been put forward by various proponents. I've no doubt about
No insult,
that.
yeah.
But, you know, we usually rely on binding legislative tools.
Which we don't
because
have.
Lands get bought and sold all the time. We can't rely on goodwill. Great, thank you. Councillor Malik for questions.
Thank you very much, and I'll be brief as well. We previously saw 2 reports on conversion requests come forward, and I just want to hear a little bit more about what makes this group different in terms of your assessment and recommendation.
Through the chair. So the first grouping was last year, July 2022, and that was a 30-ish a number of conversion requests, within which staff were recommending approval of the conversion. And that grouping had a number of willing developers that, you know, agreed to minimum non-res, minimum affordable housing, so we brought those forward first. The next grouping, which was last month, was predominantly ones in which staff recommended not to convert. And so we brought that up to the ministry for approval. This batch, the 70 batch, is the biggest batch, which were, I'd say, and members of my team, were the more stickier ones, where we were able to secure, you know, the city building objectives for a number of them, which we are recommending, and the majority of them which were not. So it was just load management, just getting as much as possible to council in a phased manner.
Thank you very much. And, you know, we've heard here at this committee and at council Staff have reiterated how important it is for us to be able to be smart about maintaining our employment lands and also making our best judgment that's reasonable with the information. And I think that that characterizes this batch in particular in terms of how you described it, it being sticky and you know, being able to meet the challenging kind of decision-making as it comes. I just wanted to hear, I guess, briefly, the commitment to preserving our employment lands for the long-term benefit of the city and in our interests. Do you meet that in this report?
Through the chair, yes, very much so. In fact, you know, through the work that we've done with economic development and many of the stakeholders that have been engaged throughout the process, it's vitally important to the city's future that we have a diverse and employment portfolio, but also for the long term. I mean, it's hard, and we've seen that today with some of the sites, but we've got to think over the long term what trends are supported by land use base that can ebb and flow over time. You may have a storage facility there today, and it could be something that you and I just can't imagine tomorrow. So that's the most important part of this, is thinking long term, staying the course. Okay, I think that might be it for questions. Any other questions? All right, speakers, and I think we'll start with outside councillors. We've got a few. Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Mantis, Councillor Pasternak to speak. Councillor Ainsley first, and then to Mantis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion that I would like to move on the properties at 1774 and 1760 Ellesmere Road. So there's two motions. Basically, it's asking for these two properties that are side by side to be moved, redesignated from general employment areas to mixed use areas. And the areas in question, the two properties together, one holds Sheridan Nurseries, which Mr. Mark Cullen spoke about this morning. The other is Canby Foods. And just for some context, both of these properties together are on the north side of Ellesmere Road, just east of McCowan. They're within the transit study area for the Scarborough Town Centre subway station. So they're within that transit study area. Metrolinx is also planning on running the BRT route on Ellesmere from the Scarborough Town Centre to Oshawa Centre. So it's going to run right by these buildings. As one of the business owners said this morning, Sheridan Nurseries has been there for 62 years. They employ 5 full-time people, 13 part-time people from April to October. The number of employees is reduced greatly because it's a seasonal business. They're asking for this conversion. They said, they've been there for 60 years. They've done well for 60 years. They don't think they'll be there for another 60 years. As the city councillor for the area, both as we try to increase capacity within the area for the Scarborough subway station, making our transportation systems more viable, including the BRT that I talked to, I don't think we would be losing jobs to a great extent. One of the motions, I have a number of conditions around what retail floor space will be replaced with, affordable housing components. I think the benefits vastly outweigh the negatives of converting this from general employment area to mixed use area. In terms of walkable communities, there's a community center right across the street. The retail that's going to be there is being replaced by other retail. My goal is to have more affordable housing in the buildings that will be constructed here. We're always trying to figure out, one of the goals is the transit study and the Scarborough Center study is finding that balance between businesses, whether it's retail or manufacturing, people living there, creating a walkable community. And I think this goes another further step in achieving all of those goals. So I ask the members of the committee if somebody could move this on my behalf, and the members of the committee support it as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. And just for folks, Councillor Myros will be moving that motion on Councillor Ainsley's behalf. Next, we have Councillor Mantis. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. So today we heard from deputants all day that are asking that we protect employment lands, other ones to convert employment lands. We've heard that we need buffer zones should we be implemented in the areas where we have heavy industrial uses. We also need to attract high-tech companies and have a style of a campus as has been mentioned. But in the situation of the Milliken area, we see that we're trying to achieve all this and achieve the outcome to be a 15-minute city concept, which has been promoted and by all the people, by everyone that has come here today. We've spoken about how to achieve this with transit, how to achieve this with employment. We've had people and professors, world-renowned professors, give their input with the community. And at the end, what bothers me, or troubles me actually, is the fact that today staff said, what's the outcome of this? We're going to keep status quo. What do you mean? Keeping status quo. What is status quo? That we don't move forward, that we don't create more jobs. Employers here are saying 2-to-1 ratios. We're seeing GO transits to be built. We have Deputy Mayor that was here that secured $225 million for the GO transit expansion. But at the same time, we're saying, no. How come? I don't understand. How do we say no? We have an affordability issue. We have a housing issue. We've had candidates and councillors that have that were now in the election, and we're all saying about housing. But at the end of the day, we're saying no to housing. So my question is, how do we allow this? How do we allow to have now, because it looks like we're going to have a split vote, so we're going to lose, motions are going to be lost on ties, because we want to keep status quo. Well, I don't believe in status quo. Status quo is what got us here. So if we want to move forward and have more action and less talk, I guess we need to consider these, and hopefully we can consider the motions that are being put in place and we can vote for them. So thank you to everyone.
It was a very compelling catchphrase of the campaign, wasn't it? Yeah. Time and time again, something for all of us to reflect on. Very good. Thank you for that. It was the best. It was. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Nunziata, on my behalf, will be moving a motion to approve the conversion for 3710 Chestwood Drive. This site currently houses a hotel and banquet hall. It has never run into any kind of conflict with the surrounding employment areas. The immediate businesses include a tennis center, a hockey rink, and some retail to the east. On the south side are the Downsview lands, which include a 200-acre park, and future plans for community assets that will be the envy of Toronto as we build a community there of 110,000 people. This is a site that is perfect for conversion. The owner is committed through the motion that Councillor Nunziata will move to build 746 affordable units, as well as 144 hotel accommodations for newcomers. Now, if anyone was listening to all the candidates for mayor in the last election that just wrapped up, affordable housing was the #1 issue. Either you support affordable housing or you don't. One of the routes to get to affordable housing is to approve appropriate conversions, and that's exactly what we want to do here. You know, I look at this Chesswood site, there is a subway station right across the street. There's a GO station right across the street. It is, in essence, a de facto transit-oriented community. Well, you know, we spent close to $2 billion building that transit line, and then we have a recommendation in front of us not to build residential right across the street. To me, it doesn't make sense. A number of years ago, there was some property in my area that came up for a conversion request called the Tippett Regeneration Area, and it was employment lands. And the recommendation that came to this committee, it was different configuration then, was to deny the request. And we got the votes on this committee to approve it. And then at council, another battle occurred because some councilors wanted to reverse it. This is a conversion request success story. This site will have, when it's fully built out, about 3,000 condominium units. It will be within a few-minute walk of the Wilson subway station. It will have a park. It will have a daycare. It will have community space. And it will have 10% affordable housing. In fact, the hundreds of affordable ownership and rental units that we got there exceeded anything that came out of the downtown during that period. I think the time has come where we have to be able to say either we support a new vision and a new emphasis and a new urgency to build affordable housing. I have met the owner of 3710 Chesswood. I believe he has a reasonable and ambitious vision for this property. Sure, we can't. There's times when there are no guarantees of what will be built, but the motion that's going to be moved locks in and ties the conversion to the building of these affordable units and a hotel for newcomers. So what more do we need to do to make it a hospitable residential community? We have TTC TTC subway station across the street, a GO station across the street, community assets coming under the Downsview secondary plan, which includes community centers, schools, parks, and so forth. This is the ideal spot to allow conversion to take place. And I believe that in the years to come, we will be glad we did, because there will be somewhere in the vicinity of, probably 1,300, 12 to 1,500 people living in affordable units in this building, as well as a regular flow of 144 accommodation for newcomers, which we desperately need. So I just wanted to thank Councillor Nunziata in advance for moving the motion on my behalf. I strongly urge you to support it, because I think this site is appropriate. I do not back the conversion requests of other sites that don't make sense for the city and don't make sense for housing future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor McKelvey and then Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Chair Bradford. And firstly, I want to thank the members of the committee. You're all pretty diligent to stay till 5 o'clock. I wish that happened on Infrastructure and Environment Committee more often. Not that all my members, leave at 12:30 sometimes. Good morning, or sorry, good afternoon now, I guess. That's where my remarks started out. Conversion request 128 on 2270 Morningside Avenue is what I want to talk about. I do have a motion that Councillor Bradford has agreed to move forward. And I want to set the stage. This is a vacant, dusty lot right now. There is no employment, there is no housing, there is nothing on it. It is completely empty. Just to the north of there, we have several big distribution warehouses, storage facilities, lots of trucks, not lots of high-density, high-paying jobs. I don't want to see this site turn into another distribution center with lots of trucks. I think that's a problem for the adjacent community. But what this community does need is retail, and so main floor retail is provided in the conversion request. as is affordable housing, which is also needed. And there's also provision at the zoning stage to talk about acquiring land for a bus loop that previously was included in the plans in the area. And those discussions will pursue through zoning should this be approved here today. This is important because, you know, building housing and affordable housing, that's part of our housing action plan. And we did just set a goal of 285,000 new homes over the next, before 2031. And this specific area, it's just on the edge and it's a small component and we're not converting the whole site. And we're hoping that adjacent to that, we can have office buildings and some higher paying jobs so that we can kind of have a live work community that's there. So I'm hopeful that you'll give this consideration. It also outlines next steps that are needed to be satisfied through zoning. So it would just be the start of this process. There still would be zoning and then there would still be site plan. But I do think that if a conversion happens in this area, it's important that we provide for retail, affordable housing, and potentially a future bus loop should that be of interest. And so I'm hopeful that you'll give this every consideration and pass this today. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to speak to two of these. The first one is the Chesswood, the hotel and the banquet hall, and I'm glad the staff were able to say it earlier. You know, they bring forward a number of these, and you can make the planning case for either way for most of them. You know, especially when some of these sites are located, you know, within 25 meters of a subway station, right? Like, how do you say, well, no, so keep it as is? So on one hand, then they come forward, and the part that really irks me is not just the examples nearby where, you know, the similar rationales, planning rationales were introduced to invoke a different outcome. But with this one particularly, the planners will say to you, take banquet halls out of employment uses. Out of the harmonized employment bylaw, take banquet halls out. Doesn't make sense to have banquet halls in employment districts. Oh, but it doesn't stop there. They say take hotels out of employment districts. It doesn't make sense to have hotels in employment districts. We all heard that, I don't know, 6-7 months ago, right? When we dealt with the harmonized employment district bylaw. No banquet halls, no hotels. Oh, but with this site, sterilize it. Keep the banquet hall, keep the hotel, because we don't agree, because this acreage shouldn't be taken out of the employment district plan, or the employment district designations. Oh, so what to do? So what do you do? So if you follow that logic, the logic is, well, you know what, eventually, these uses, we want them out. Oh, but there's nobody coming along who's going to demolish this stuff and buy lands which would be otherwise way, way more expensive for a lower level industrial use. Who's going to do that? Who's going to come along and say, and pay $100 for land that's really can only be used for $50 worth? It's just mind-numbing. Similar case, 2450 Finch Avenue West. Just put in an LRT. You got 2 LRT stations. What's currently on that site? A 1-story retail strip plaza. Lots of jobs there. Right, you got a furniture store, probably has 3 people working there. I don't know if they're part-timers or full-timers. low-level retail uses, no jobs. Abuts residential to the west, to the south, is within 25 meters of two major LRT stations, Millvan and Duncanwoods, on the Finch West LRT. Sterilize it as is. Because we think that someone's going to come along, I don't know, and build what? A plant on site? Take out the retail, modify it. I don't know, bring in what? High-end industrial uses? Not likely. You had high-end industrial uses, Bombardier, just south of the hotel site. At its zenith, 7,500 well-paying jobs there. Well, that industry moved out. You folks haven't come forward and said, hey, here's a wonderful opportunity for us to add some real sort of vacant open lands that can be used for like really good employment purposes and create and sustain, you know, well-paying, a lot of well-paying jobs, but you're not going to do that. You're going to come in here and say, oh, sorry, you know what? We're going to negotiate something different with the landowners. Here's what you're going to negotiate. You're going to take that acreage out of the employment district.
We're just going to wrap it
That's
up
what you're
there.
going to do.
Very good speech. Thank you. Thank you for that great speech.
I'll end it there.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yeah, good shit. You're riding that back. Okay. Councillor Carroll, are you looking to speak because you're off?
Yes. Thank you for wading through some of my connection issues.
Okay.
Sorry?
We'll do Councillor Carroll, and that should be the end of the outside councillors, and then we'll bring it into committee.
Sorry, Chair, just before Councillor Carroll starts, I can't get up on my CMP. I can't get all of the motions. I see yours, but the new ones, I don't know if they're on there. So I just.
Yeah, I'm having the
Now
same
they are. It's been
difficulty.
refreshed. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Sorry. Yeah.
I'll just, yeah, so Clerks is advising that if you just look at the public website, that's working better than CMP. I know that's not a solution, but it's just a pro tip. Okay, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll, over to you.
Okay, so you're right, Mr. Chair. Sometimes a speech sounds like a really good speech. Sounds good. Doesn't have to be accurate. Doesn't have to be good in sense. Doesn't have to be good economic development sense, but you can sure make it sound good. But at the end of the day, and we are at the end of the day, I'm moving a motion that I hope gets beyond speeches into some responsible things that we should be doing. I'm having CMP difficulties as well, but I have some motion that will look like a long mouthful. So I'm going to consider it read and explain what it is. If you want to put it on the screen, I don't know. I understand that you're moving the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair. This motion amends the staff recommendations slightly to take what is a large and very strategic area of Scarborough and moves it not to convert, but to let us do a regen study for you, local community and local councillor. You definitely want to do that. It's been somewhat frustrating today to hear people ask questions about, but isn't this a transit priority area? And so shouldn't we go ahead and surrender employment lands to housing? Transit is only viable if it works both ways. We don't ever want to get to a point that the city of Boston got to at one point where they had to make it free to ride in the morning so that people would ride home at night and use the transit, because there was only one direction to ever be going in that particular community. And so you would run some people to where the work was and then run empty trains back. We have people working all over this vast city of Toronto, and that's why it works. That's the only reason it works, is that there are people who are able to live and work in a neighborhood. People who live in Scarborough love to work there and choose their lives there. Likewise, North York, likewise, Etobicoke, likewise, I dare say, the village of Weston. My grandfather-in-law lived and worked there all his life. Lived in a little house on William Street and could take a bus a couple of stops to the works yard where he worked for the city in the West End. That's the kind of city that actually does work for us. And that's what MCRs are all about. Making sure that there's a good distribution of employment, there's a good number of jobs, and that the land that people choose to build employment opportunities on are possible for them. There is an immediate impact to every one of these conversions. Of course, people are banging down your door if you're a councillor saying, please, please, please pull me out of this MCR and save my land. Because if you do, if you take me out and rescue me from being a dedicated employment land, let me convert so that I can quintuple the value of my land. Why wouldn't you hire a lobbyist and move heaven and earth to convince this council to let you convert your land, when just doing so, just making that policy change, takes a piece of land that's worth $3 million and makes it worth $25 million tomorrow? You might not be planning to develop on it. You can make a pretty convincing case that you are, but are you? Well, the last time we had an MCR, we hived off a few councillors made good speeches, and we let those lands convert, and there's not one unit of housing on any of them, not one. Because it's all just about swapping lands and increasing values and flipping and flipping and flipping. But they're not actually great places to build housing. And the reality is, for good market housing, we still have lots of housing land left to use. And so I'm asking that people support the motion I'm moving to rescue Scarborough so that it has transit moving both ways. There are a couple that council have already indicated, or staff have already indicated. They're small sites and already what look like real applications for them. One is in Councillor McKelvey's ward, one is in Councillor Ainsley's ward. But I ask that for the rest of them, right out into the West End, strong message to the province that we need jobs for all of these people currently living in our shelters, and vote no to conversions, keep our employment lands, and going forward, let planning tell you where the win-win situations, just as they have in this report.
Thanks, Shelley.
Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Awesome. Got the mute there. All right. I think that's it for outside councillors. We will bring it into committee. Speakers. Councillor Crisanti.
No, okay.
You won't be the only one.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a motion for property known as 160 Queens Plate Drive, redesignating the lands from general employment areas to mixed use with residential permissions located outside of the airport operating area. Mr. Chair, this property is kitty corner to Highway 27 and Rexdale Boulevard. So the boundary is, you got
Sorry, Councillor Crisanti. Clerks has informed me they don't have this motion.
Okay,
I've
spoken with staff, and we have.
We can stand you down and maybe go to another.
It's in the agenda. If we could forward it. Okay. Yep.
To clerks.
No, I didn't send it to clerks. I really thought that it happened when
okay.
I spoke. We're going to send it to clerks now.
Yeah.
Can you help me with that?
They're going to need a few minutes.
Yeah, give me a couple of minutes. It's on its way. Go to the next.
All right, we'll go to the next speaker then. Councillor Fletcher, are you speaking?
Yes, I am, Chair. Did you want me to speak now?
If you could, if you don't have motions or whatever, if you're ready to go, that would be helpful. Councillor Crisanti's working on his.
Or forever hold my peace, Chair, yes?
No, but it would
Okay.
be helpful. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm happy to help, yes. Okay. I'm very appreciative of the number of deputants that came out today. And as I mentioned, when I was asking questions of the chief planner, I actually have never seen such a galvanized number of employers who have come to us and said very starkly, please be careful what you're doing because we can't take any more squeezing. It's a revelation to understand many of them working under the MOE. You know, when the MOE gets 10 complaints, they go out to that job site, they go out to that employer. Some of the employers that we met today are pretty critical as far as building the city. We heard for the Scarborough subway, for the LRT, for the hospitals, all of that cement and asphalt for our streets and other employers. So Atlantic Packaging, the cardboard packaging industry is an $82 billion industry. We should be part of that, not running them out of town or making them feel that they're not welcome. We need to be a jobs-friendly place, and pushing too hard and taking these employment areas and squeezing them, we won't be seen as jobs friendly. And we heard today, people may make other decisions. And we have heard from those employers. We've heard from renewal organizations that support work in the community. I want to say with MTSAs, remember folks, it's jobs and people, not just people. It's easier to think that it's just people, but it actually has to do with jobs. We've heard, and I did hear you, Councillor Pasternak, very impassioned about affordable housing and getting a number of units, but there's nothing in these conversion requests, as we've heard from our professional staff, that actually secures that affordable housing, nor when those of us who are talking about our housing action plan, there is nothing in our housing action plan, which a very well developed plan by our previous committee that simply says, please convert employment districts in order to have more affordable housing. That is not part of the housing action plan. And when we bark up that tree, it really upsets me because we're now putting our housing staff into a difficult position. We're putting our ECDEV staff and our planning staff into that position because they can't answer and say that's not part of that plan. And I will note that some of the successes have actually come from regeneration studies. It is a good idea to have a bigger look at some of these areas that are critical areas in our city and say, what can they sustain? Can they sustain more housing? Can they sustain other things? Will they move? I feel like, yes, we have to build housing, but only 13% of all of the city land is tied up in these employment lands, but 25% of the jobs are, and we've heard about the majority of these jobs are very well-paying jobs. When Atlantic Packaging says 75 to 100K a year, that's a great job for people in Scarborough. We must be careful. So I'm having a very hard time. Even with the staff report, they're recommending some conversions, but all the walk-on conversions, I think we're in a difficult place once we've heard from these employers and those who are supporting the zones that we've set up specifically for jobs. I care about housing. We all care about housing, but I do get the feeling sometimes that we don't care enough about jobs. There's only a finite amount of land for jobs. As we look at the green belt, we understand there's a green belt. There's only so much of it. We have a jobs belt in the city of Toronto. It's a very active, live area. Yes, it's got dirt, yes, it's got dust, yes, it's got trucks, it's got all the things that make our economy work. So I want to be very, very, very careful in what I would support or not support for changes. So these large employment areas, the airport area, the Scarborough area, all of these zones, they are critical to the city's economy. And I appreciate ECDev staff being here. If I have one criticism, it's that we never deal with employment lands jointly between ECDev and planning. And that's why I appreciate you being here today, Councillor Carroll, as chair of economic development. So I will be very careful with these votes. I'm sorry to disappoint a number of you who've reached out to me, but I will today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. To speak, Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. And I'll echo what we heard today at the committee, that protecting employment lands is vital to ensuring jobs for working people, and that those jobs continue to exist in our city, that we can imagine a future here where we can live and work in the communities that we care so deeply about, because living and working within those communities is a fundamental part of creating strong neighborhoods and complete communities, as we've mentioned here so many times, and improving our transit access and our environmental and climate leadership goals. I have to admit, and I was glad to hear it reflected in what staff was able to share with us, reviewing the report. These are challenging sites, and there are a lot of competing goals and interests, and ultimately it has to be in the interests of our neighborhoods and our city's present and our city's future. And I want to also echo, what I just heard from Councillor Fletcher is that we have to take care, we have to dig deeper. I've really been grateful for the time that staff has taken to answer questions about particularly around the outcome of the report on specific challenging sites, to be able to provide more information, to be able to share a perspective about what, as we move forward, we can see as options to achieve the goals that we see different communities and neighborhoods aspiring to, how we might be able to do that, and what is reasonable in the context of this report and our responsibility as decision makers at the City of Toronto. And I will be supporting, and I'm thankful to Councillor Carroll for bringing forward a motion to allow for further examination of a few sites of particular concern, and allowing staff to be able to take a closer look and see what our options are there. We have to both protect vital employment lands and meet urgent community needs to ensure that people in every Toronto neighborhood and every background and experience are able to thrive. That is what we're tasked with here today. I'm with my colleagues who do not take any of the decision-making that we are tasked with here lightly, but we want to make sure that we have the best outcome possible for our communities, and that we're meeting that big and important goal of protecting our employment lands for now and for a future of Toronto that we can be proud to have been a part of.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. Councillor Crisanti's motion is ready to go. Oh, no. Okay, Councillor Nunziata.
I have two motions. One motion I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Pasternak for 3710 Chestwood Drive. We'll put that on the screen. Converting the lands known as 2022 and 3710 Chestwood Drive from general employment areas to mixed-use areas by removing the lands from official plan map 2 urban structure, and redesignated the lands from general employment area to mixed use. Okay, so motions on, so I'm moving that on behalf of Councillor Pasternak. And just to talk, I'm going to talk about this while I have another motion to my motion. And my motion is to redesignate the lands at 2022 and 99, 109, 116, 116R, and 126, 142 Riding Avenue and 90th Ethel Avenue from core employment areas to mixed-use areas. That's in my ward, and I'll speak first on the Councillor Pasternak's motion, then on my motion. So on Councillor Pasternak's motion, the Montecasino, as it was mentioned by the deputant that owns, Tony Barone, that owns the Montecasino, he owns the land, and he's been working with Vila Charities for many years. So the developments and the housing that he's been involved in with Vila Charities, is Casa Bruzo, and a number of other charities in the city. So if we want to guarantee that he's going to build affordable housing, he has built affordable housing. He has proven that because he has built the other affordable housing that he's mentioned. He's been involved with nonprofit charities for many, many years. So we do have a guarantee in the fact that he means what he says and that he's going to build the affordable housing. During the election, it was over and over again that we need more affordable housing, so we should take advantage of when we have people coming forward that's willing to do it and build that, and take advantage of that, because we do need to build more affordable housing. To say no to it, then I don't know why we advocated during the election that we need more when we're not building more. And we're not going to build more affordable housing if we continue on refusing these applications that come in. Now, the motion in my ward, the area, and the reason I'm moving this, because it is recommended for conversion to regeneration by city planning, but however, all the lands around it, north, south, east, and west, are converted to mixed use. So we have this little parcel right in the middle where it has been converted to mixed use, that is not. And that's why I'm moving this, is because the whole area has been converted to mixed use. And this is vacant land. There's zero employment on this land. It's not that we're getting rid of employees and employers. There is nothing there. We're talking about vacant land and vacant buildings. So we want to convert those lands to mixed use and have affordable housing and have mixed use office space and have retail. Now we have the Smart Track that is just on Keele Street. And I can tell you that the province is not going to invest billions of dollars in transit if we don't have density in these areas, that we're not going to have the ridership for people to take the transit. Why would the province invest in transit if we don't have density and we don't build housing next to where the improved transit is? Just like in another area in my ward, which is Mount Dennis, where we have the GO, the UP, and we have the Eglinton line, and there's density going up in that area as well. And the reason for, and because of the transit that we're getting, the improved transit in the area, I'm fortunate to get a George Brown College campus there because of the density we're getting where the transit is. So it comes hand in hand. We're getting residential, we're getting a George Brown College, we're getting all the benefits that we need in these areas with the transit. But we need to build housing. And this one here on Keele Street, as I mentioned, the whole area is mixed use. It has been converted. To have this little parcel of land where it's vacant, it's empty, not converted to mixed use does not make any sense at all. So we're not closing any employment. We're not putting people out of jobs because there are no jobs, and it's vacant. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Are we ready with Crisanti?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Crisanti?
We're good? We got the motion?
Yeah, we've got the motion.
All right. Thank you so much, and apologize for not getting it to you sooner. So again, this motion is with respect to 160 Queens Plate Drive, conversion from general employment to mixed use. And as Councillor Nunziata said, I think on one of her properties, this is a vacant 5-acre lot that's bordered between Highway 27 on the west, Rexdale Boulevard on the south, and Queens Plate on the east. And again, I reiterate, it's vacant. It's been vacant since the beginning of time, so there's no job loss. And this is a unique opportunity to create something with this 5-acre lot. Create the much-needed housing that we need, to create employment that we need, and create a beautiful development to turn a vacant property into something productive. We go through this cycle every few years. Why do we go through a cycle such as we're going through now when I've been here all day, the hours and weeks and months that staff have put in to come up with their reports, and now we're at the finale of this particular cycle. The deputants that have come out and speak passionately about what they believe in. There isn't a wrong and there isn't a right. What's wrong is when we don't keep an open mind to opportunity. If we close our mind to opportunity, we're not going to advance. If it's as simple as just protecting employment lands, and nobody supports employment like I do. I'm pro-business. I support employment. We need employment lands, but we also desperately need housing. We need to not just have housing, but we need affordable housing, which has been the discussion on this council for many, many years. And we need to walk the talk. We need to put our words into actions. And we can't do it if we're going to keep a closed mind. And if we're not going to have this process in a more open way and look at the handful of conversions that do make sense and convert them and make them productive lands. There are lands that are unproductive, lands that are not producing at the highest level, and there are lands that have just been vacant. There's a couple of motions already that came forward. I think one from Councillor Nunziata and Councillor Pasternak. Councillor McKelvey has a great opportunity in her ward, and I believe there may be others coming up. And I know that what doesn't get dealt with here will be dealt with at council. And I want to be clear that I would have had more motions today. I've got 3 other properties, another one on Queen's Plate, one on Islington, one on Rexdale. Those ones are going to be bumped over to council, and I hope to and plan to deal with them in about 2 weeks' time. But we need to keep an open mind. We can't shut the door. If we're going to shut the door on this, save ourselves time, come up with some kind of great policy saying we will no longer look at any potential conversion, save us a lot of time. That's not what we want to do. We do want to create opportunities, and the way to do that is by doing what we're doing here now, by being very careful, because the decisions we make today, and we've heard this before from other councillors, impact our children and grandchildren in the future. We can't keep doing the same old, same old. We've got to start thinking outside the box. We've got to start creating opportunities, and there are good potential opportunities for conversion. And I ask that you support my motion for 160 Queen's Plate. That is an ideal, unique opportunity to create a proper development that will give us affordable housing, will give us housing, will give us jobs, and will give us a beautiful development in that corner. And we're also going to get transit coming down. I plan to extend the LRT, I'm hoping, with our partners at the province of Metrolinx, to extend the LRT from Humber College down to a new GO station. So that transit opportunity is right there across the street. And kitty corner to that, we have another 750 acres at the Woodbine Entertainment Complex, where a new casino just opened up about 2 weeks ago. There's a lot of wonderful things happening in that sector of Etobicoke North. So let's support some good things that are happening up in Etobicoke North. Let's not ignore it. Let's convert this property. Let's create this development. And let's look at the other ones coming up at council that are not going to be dealt with at this committee with an open mind, because there's a number of very good opportunities coming up at council. And let's make some good things happen for the properties that deserve the merit of looking at them in terms of getting them converted.
Thanks, Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair, and I have 2 motions. So the first one is a motion I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Ainsley regarding the conversion of the Sheridan and Canby sites on Ellesmere Road. Do I have to read it out? Okay. Okay, so, yeah. Converting the employment on Ellesmere, which is currently a Canby grocery store and a Sheridan garden store, into mixed-use development. And I understand Councillor Ainsley has amended his original motion to create a buffer between the industry located south of the proposed conversion. And the second motion So the second motion is with respect to one of the conversion requests in Councillor Mantis's ward. There was a group called the North American Muslim Foundation, and as part of the conversion request, they would like to build seniors' homes, not just for the Muslim community, but for everyone. So this is simply looking at the feasibility of seeing if there is a possibility for them to develop that land on surplus city land in an area that's nearby that doesn't negatively affect the industries that would be operating there, and to report back to the General Government Committee by October 30th, 2023. And this is with respect to the Milliken employment area, and to work with Creatio. So those are my two motions. So I will just keep it brief. I think I have a unique perspective in this, in that, affordable housing has been a big part of my life. I grew up in Toronto community housing, so I know firsthand how important it is to have affordable housing in the city. But I also know from my time as a director with the Scarborough Business Association and as a committee member with the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization, just how important it is that we keep those employment lands, particularly in Scarborough, protected. Because these opportunities, these jobs that are created, are vitally important to the community. They provide, good paying, often union jobs with good benefits that are, essential to creating a complete community. And I will add that, it's important that we're building affordable housing, and, we all want affordable housing, but, as a side note, that means we should always be supporting affordable housing, including housing that we may not like, such as supportive housing, rooming housing, and supporting, Toronto community housing. So I will add that as an aside. And I think, staff have done a lot of work on this. It's not an easy process. Every one of these conversions, when you look at them in isolation, makes sense. There's merit to all of them. And some of them, they do have a very compelling case. Some of the applicants are quite compelling in terms of what they want to do for the community, the good they want to do for the community. However, we as a city, as described by the chief planner, do not have the tools to actually make sure that we can hold people accountable based on the promises. We just don't have it. And I think it would be a dangerous move for us to start going down this route of conversion without actually having the tools to hold the applicants accountable for the promises they're making. So I reject this argument that there's a zero-sum game between good jobs and good housing. I couldn't help but notice that in almost all of the maps that we looked at, just south or just north or just east or just west of the site, of any proposed site, there was, single-family homes in abundance just sitting there, looking to be, gently densified. And I think if we're really serious about, getting at the affordable housing crunch, perhaps we want to look at those areas rather than, going after the good paying jobs that we have in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. All right, moving along. I think that's it, so I'm going to speak to kind of wrap this up here on this item. I have a bunch of motions to move. Is that all right? Move through that quickly. First is motion A. This is the supplementary report. The second is motion B. This is Morningside mixed use areas on behalf of Deputy Mayor McKelvey, who's done a lot of great work on that, and I think that's in a good position now to support. Motion C, this is on behalf of Councillor Mantis. This is the Milliken site with a straight conversion to mixed use areas. Motion D, Councillor Carroll. This is taking the Milner and going with regeneration areas. Motion double D, this is a alternative to Councillor Mantis. This would be for moving forward with regeneration rather than straight to mixed use. And motion E on behalf of Councillor Thompson, Kennedy Road, this is also regeneration. So I make those distinctions between straight to mixed use and regeneration because conversations with staff have really brought to light the opportunities to secure different community benefits, more comprehensive and thoughtful planning through a regeneration study. But I think the biggest takeaway from all of this is that each site is different. Staff have reviewed 70 different sites here in this body of work, and the context matters. And it's not just about considering where we are as a city today in situ or static. It's about looking ahead to the future. And, I think Councillor Peruz actually made the point that these are judgment calls to a degree. There's a lot of professional analysis that goes into it, but at the end of the day, somebody is holding the pen, writing a report, and they're making a call. They're professionally trained. They have a lot of experience. It's not the first time they've done that, so you have to take that advice very seriously. There are also councillors that are acutely aware of the circumstances, the people, the need of the community, and have those on-the-ground experiences, which I think are really important to account for as well. So, my view on the employment land conversation writ large is really one that takes into account the context of each of these individual sites. Not all employment lands are the same. Not all markets in the city are the same. Not all existing contexts are the same, and not all industry is the same. Frankly, not all industry is the same. We've heard from folks in the paving community. We've heard folks that make concrete, ship that across the city. We've also heard from storage units, and I have those conversations all the time. It's an employment land, but, it's acres and acres of land tied up that provides 2, 3, 4 jobs on a storage site. And so I do think, as everyone here today has acknowledged, a lot of consideration, I think, goes into this for each individual councillor on how they vote on these things. Staff have done a tremendous job. Jeff Cantos, Carrie Van Vakis, the entire team on bringing this second batch forward on the 5-year cycle. And all the deputants who sat through this marathon meeting today to have their views and perspectives considered. So, I'm sure we'll have more to say about this at council, and everybody book a lot of time in that meeting because this will probably be a popular item on the agenda. But with that, I think we can move these forward, and I suspect we'll need recorded votes on probably everything. So with that.
If you're done talking, if you could extend the meeting.
Oh, sorry, I need to make a motion to extend the meeting to finish. Councillor Myers. We can do the recorded votes and dispense of this one on the voting. So I'll turn to clerks and they can walk us through that.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion before you? It's Counselor Nunziata's motion on behalf of Counselor Pasternak.
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor? Counselor Crisanti? Counselor Bradford? Counselor Nunziata? Any opposed? Can I see the screen for Counselor Fletcher? Counselor Fletcher, can you turn your camera on if you're there? So are you in favor of the motion?
Camera is on, and my mic is on, and it's no. Thank you.
No. Any opposed? Counselor Fletcher?
No, no, no. My mic, it's a no vote. I'm sorry.
You're correct.
Correct,
just
Counselor
sound like
Fletcher. You're opposed to this motion. Any
Yes,
other?
yes, thank you.
Any other opposed? Counselor Malik and Counselor Myers. That motion fails on a tie. The next motion, from Counselor Francis Nunziata, motion 1A.
Can I just ask a question, Chair? Oh, never mind. I'll ask it after. I don't think I can do that in the middle of voting. Sorry.
All those in favor of motion 1A from Counselor Nunziata, Counselor Crisanti, Counselor Bradford, Counselor Nunziata, any opposed? Counselor Malik, Counselor Myers, Counselor Fletcher. That motion fails on a tie vote. The motion from Counselor Crisanti will be next. All those in favor of the motion before you? Counselor Crisanti, Counselor Bradford, Counselor Nunziata, any opposed? Counselor Malik, Counselor Myers, Counselor Fletcher. That item fails on a tie vote. We have, the next motion will be Counselor Myers, motion A. All those in favor of the motion before you from Counselor Myers?
Sorry, that's on behalf of, hey, I'm sorry.
On
to be
behalf
clear.
of Counselor
Moved by-
Ainsley?
Thank you.
All those in favor? Counselor Crisanti, Counselor Malik, Counselor Bradford, Counselor Myers, Counselor Nunziata, and Counselor Fletcher. That item carries unanimously. We have motion by Counselor Myers, motion B, 3B. All those in favor of the motion before you from Counselor Myers? Counselor Crisanti, how are you voting? In favor? Counselor Crisanti, Counselor Malik, Counselor Bradford, Counselor Myers, Counselor Nunziata, Counselor Fletcher. That item carries unanimously. And then we have motion 4B from Counselor Bradford. We'll vote on it afterwards.
Okay. This is morning,
So, sorry, Clerk, this is Counselor Bradford on behalf of Counselor McKelvey, correct? Yeah, it's just hard to see. Yeah.
All those in favor of the motion before you from Counselor Bradford?
Sorry, clarification. Sorry, Clerk Brad, Counselor. This is, you're moving this on behalf of Counselor McKelvey. Is that correct? I'm
Yep.
just checking.
Morningside
Okay.
Regen.
I just want to be clear. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Sorry, mixed use, Morningside.
So let's take a recorded vote on this motion before you. All those in favor, Counselor Crisanti, Counselor Malik, Counselor Bradford, Counselor Myers, Counselor Nunziata, Counselor Fletcher. That item carries unanimously. Motion 4C by Counselor Bradford on behalf of Counselor Mantis. All those in favor of the motion before you? Counselor Crisanti?
No.
Counselor Nunziata? Any opposed? Counselor Malik, Counselor Bradford, Counselor Myers, Counselor Fletcher? That item fails. Motion 4D by Counselor Bradford on behalf of Counselor Carroll. All those in favor of the motion? Counselor Malik, Counselor Bradford, Counselor Myers, Counselor Crisanti, Counselor Fletcher. Any opposed? Counselor Nunziata, how are you voting? That item carries unanimously. Motion 4DD by Counselor Bradford on behalf of Counselor Carroll. All those in favor of the motion before you?
No. This is regeneration on Milliken.
So,
Milliken, the Milliken site. That was regeneration on McCown.
give me 1 sec. Motion 4DD from Counselor Bradford is redundant. We have voted on it previously as motion 4C by Counselor Bradford.
Right,
It's a variation of it.
right.
If they want to make amendments, they'll get to us.
Yeah, so we're good. And then we have the last one, E. Kennedy Road regen. This is Counselor Thompson.
We have motion 4E by Counselor Bradford before you. If we could take a recorded vote on the item.
Yep.
All those in favor?
This is Counselor Thompson's regeneration.
Counselor
On Kennedy
Crisanti, Counselor Bradford, Counselor Nunziata. Any opposed? Counselor Malik, Counselor Myers, Counselor Fletcher. That item fails on a tie vote. And then we have item A. Bradford A. We have the recommendations in the supplementary report moved by Counselor Bradford as amended by the motions previously moved.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Right.
Yes, you may move motions and amendments at council. All those in favor of the recommendations in the supplementary report as amended by the motions carried here. All those in favor, Counselor Crisanti, Counselor Malik, Counselor Bradford, Counselor Myers, Counselor Nunziata, Counselor Fletcher. That item carries unanimously.
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much. So we have folks who are leaving, I think. What's the situation here?
Have some items on the
I
agenda.
realize that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Vince, we're not finished.
yeah, I really need somebody to stay. Yeah.
I'm staying. I'm
Okay.
good.
Thanks, Counselor Fletcher. That's great. Okay. Okay. All right. I know. Okay. 4. Yeah, I guess that's 4.
Just taking a 5-minute break.
Take a 5-minute recess. Motion to
5
recess.
minutes?
5
Okay.
minutes. Yep, thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
With Ozma, I will. Oh, Ozma might not be coming back. Francis. Oh, okay, Francis. All right. Stand by, team. We're just try and see if I can get Francis in here. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for being here. We are going to quickly add a new item of business to the agenda. This is a letter that you've seen, it's been circulated. Oh, it's not been circulated. Okay. Councillor Nunziata, would you like to introduce this new business item?
It's just a request for the chief planner to come back in September of this year on a motion that I moved for inclusionary zoning for the Mount Dennis area.
Very good. So all those in favor of adding to the agenda, show of hands. Very good. That carries. And then all in favor of adopting the item. Okay, is that all right? That carries. Excellent. All right, now back onto the show.
Sorry, Chair. I didn't actually have a chance to read that motion. You just dropped it on there,
That's true.
and I haven't seen it yet.
All right. We'll just
So let's
stand
not-
that
let's
down
go
and
to
circulate
business
it
and
for
I
you.
can have a look at it, please.
It's
Thank
posted,
you. CMP?
yes,
Yep.
and on the public site.
Okay.
All right, we'll come back to that. Now, we will jump to item 5.10, 123 Wynford Drive, 123, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We have very patient speakers. I guess everyone who's here now is in the patient speaker category, but in front of us right now, we have, is this Lynn? Right. This is Lynn Dusher Kobayashi.
That's Deutscher.
Oh, sure. We're on 10, 510. We're doing 510 first. Yeah, thanks. And so thank you very much for being here all day. Appreciate your patience. And you have 5 minutes, so I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so yeah, I learned a lot about conversions today. Very informed. So yes, I'm Lynn Deutscher Kobayashi, and I appreciate the chance to speak on behalf of those who wish to preserve the original Japanese-Canadian Cultural Center. Now, author Kerry Sakamoto said in a recent Globe article, "May the JCCC endure as a monument to the history and spiritual redemption of our community." It's a responsibility and honor to represent the Toronto chapter of the National Association of Japanese Canadians as president. The NHAC negotiated the 1988 redress agreement and apology from the federal government. That $430 million agreement, the largest human rights settlement at the time, speaks to the breadth of the injustices to Japanese Canadians. Now, the original JCCC at 123 Wynford Drive played a pivotal role in healing from the trauma of dispossession and exile in one's own country. In 1981, there were more than 21,000 Japanese Canadians living in British Columbia and 234 in Ontario. But by 1948, nearly 8,000 Japanese Canadians had been forcibly displaced to Ontario, and there were more Japanese Canadians in Ontario than BC. My great-grandparents came to Canada 123 years ago. My grandparents lost their dry cleaning business in Vancouver during the war. They were interned, and after the war, forced to move east. They were banned from Toronto and ended up in Montreal. My grandmother moved to Toronto in '53 after my grandfather's death. She started a successful dressmaking business and became involved in the community life that was developing here. She was one of the 75 guarantors who put second mortgages on homes and businesses to make the miracle of the original JCCC happen. It served as a safe space where shattered identities, grief, and hope came together, a healing space with a vision of a better future for their descendants. And I'm here to preserve their legacy. Another layer of significance is the talent of Raymond Moriyama, whose architecture of inclusion reflects his family's experience of injustice. When he started his company in '58, he was told that nobody would hire a goddamn Jap. This spurred him on to prove otherwise. Moriyama would not presume to speak for the community, and his company does not represent the community. To think that would be akin to tokenism. But he is a hero architect who cleared the hurdles of racism to achieve international acclaim. The original JCCC is distinct from the current renovated site in that it was built for purpose from the grounds to the exterior and interior. George Tanaka, a founding guarantor, went on to earn 2 Canadian Society of Landscape Architect Awards and was elected a Fellow of the Society. Mamoru Nishi, another founder, established the Japanese Canadian Garden Club in '53, which is in its 71st year. By the early 60s, 1,500 families had donated $300,000. All this from families who had been stripped of everything less than 20 years earlier. Cultural objects acquire meaning through social interaction, and meaning accrues over time. We are grateful for the Heritage Planning Department for their recognition of this in their very thorough designation report, which gives a holistic understanding of the building's value. While the Heritage Impact Assessment submitted by the developer did recommend heritage designation, its scope was narrow, and it raised concerns for us that aspects of the history of Japanese Canadians integral to context were missed due to the absence of community consultation. This leaves a door open to a superficial interpretation of what heritage means, that maintaining the facade is sufficient, and smothering the JCCC under a 48-story condo tower with a twin tower beside is acceptable. At a time when the justification for some monuments is in question, The value of the original JCCC cannot be understated. It reveals a struggle of a community that experienced what some call near ethnic cleansing. 123 Wynford is a symbol that carries the human spirit forward. It is a monument that can create awareness and understanding in building an inclusive future we can all be proud of. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. I can't believe this meeting's gone on for so long.
Well, thank you for your deputation. Just hang on a sec, see if we have any questions. Councillor Fletcher's off mute.
I just want to thank you for staying. Thank you for staying all day.
Any questions for our deputant? Okay, not seeing any. Yes, thanks for sticking it out, Lynn. Appreciate it, and sharing the story with us. Thank you very much. I'm going to see if we did have one other speaker. Is April Sora on the line? No, we lost April. Okay, any questions of staff? Not seeing any. Okay, then all in favor, we'll just move the motion there. Recommendations in the report. Okay, all in favor? Very good. I think that carries. That carries. We have items 4 and 7. So let's go back to 4. PH 5.4, Affordable Housing and Transit Oriented Communities Update. We have two deputants, and Mark Richardson is up first here in front of us. And so you got your computer all ready to go. So when you're ready, 5 minutes. And thanks for, also you, Mark, thanks for sticking around all day.
I love to hear about employment lands for 6 or 7 hours. It fills me with great hope. Hopefully the councillors who are online can hear me okay. So councillors, I'm Mark Richardson. I'm the volunteer technical lead with HousingNowTO.com. We track affordable housing projects around the City of Toronto. We're here today to talk about PH 5.4, Affordable Housing and Transit-Oriented Communities. Our HousingNowTO.com civic tech volunteers, many of whom live in wards along the Ontario Line route, have attended almost 24 public meetings with City Planning, Infrastructure Ontario, Metrolinx, and their various development partners, Cadillac Fairview, the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, Choice REIT, Loblaws Weston, for the multiple provincial transit-oriented community sites that have been proposed, where those proposals, those developments have been made public to date. Our volunteers, along with other community members, have also reviewed all of the available public documents made available on the Infrastructure Ontario website. As detailed in the city staff report that you have today, there have been 6 Ontario Line TOC sites where the development details have been made public. All of them are along the southern portion of the Ontario Line between Exhibition Stadium and Gerard Carlaw. To date, the first 5 of these TOC sites have been given provincial minister's zoning orders for their redevelopment, and our volunteers anticipate that Gerard Carlaw North Transit-Oriented Community will also be issued with an MZO in the next 4 months. We also anticipate a transit-oriented community site will be announced by Infrastructure Ontario for the new Pape and Cosburn stations on the Ontario Line before the end of 2023. Just a side, Exhibition and East Harbour both had MZOs. They were both employment lands before they were MZO'd. So if you don't rezone some of these employment lands yourself, the province is going to do it for you. Toronto City Council and Mayor-elect Chow need to confirm an agreement with our federal and provincial governments to lock in a repeatable model for delivering dedicated units of new affordable rental housing on all of these transit-oriented community sites. Of the 8,100 units of new residential that are included in these provincial TOC sites between Exhibition Stadium and Gerrard Station, only the specific public agreement for the delivery of new affordable housing units is 215 units that were negotiated at East Harbour with the Ontario Teachers Pension Fund, Cadillac Fairview. That represents just 2.6% of the total units that our provincial government anticipates creating at these TOC sites along the southern portion of the Ontario Line. As a comparison, the city has its own lands at the north end of the Ontario Line. It has 2 Housing Now sites that you've already approved a couple of years ago. Those Housing Now sites have a total of 1,252 in one unit and about 800 in the other, and you're doing 1/3 of those as affordable rental. On all these transit-oriented community sites, Torontonians should ask the same questions that our volunteers ask on all of these TOZ, MZO developments. How quickly can the city work with both the provincial and the federal governments to deliver an agreement in 2023 to ensure a substantial quantity of new affordable rental units that are locked into all of these TOC sites? How can the city work with pension funds and landowners like Choice and Cadillac Fairview to ensure that transit-oriented redevelopment projects provide affordable rental units that would be affordable to junior employees within the kinds of organizations those pension funds draw from? And if we're looking at one of the more recent sites where there has been an MZO and an affordable housing agreement with the province, how can the city learn from the provincial affordable housing MZO examples at the Aspen Ridge and Foundry site in the West Don Lands to ensure firm commitments in new TOCs? These are the numbers that Waterfront Toronto has managed to lock in. We're still not 100% clear on how many years this affordability is for, or the legal mechanisms that they use to lock these agreements in, but this is a provincial parcel of land. We could look at a similar model on all of these TOC sites. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions the committee or city staff may have on affordable housing development best practices and how to make the most effective use of transit-oriented lands to alleviate Toronto's rental housing crisis. Thank you.
Well done, well delivered. Let's see if we have any questions for you, Mark.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, it does seem that IO is actually doing the developments on behalf of the government or on behalf of landowners sometimes. So I know at Gerard Carlaw, that's the case. And at East Harbor. Am I wrong? I just want you to clarify.
I think you're as confused as we all are about who is actually in charge on the TOC sites. If you ask Metrolinx, if you ask Infrastructure Ontario, if you ask the landowner, they all kind of point at one another. IO and the minister's office certainly take the lead on the MZO portion. But when it comes to the affordable housing components to it, that tends to be passed off to somewhere else. We've even asked which minister should we be talking to? Should we be talking to the infrastructure minister? Should we be talking to the transportation minister? Or should we be talking to the housing minister? Or do we need to talk to all three of them? It's not very clear provincially who's actually driving the bus.
So that would be good to have that clarified by staff, like who is the, where does the buck stop up there? I think it might be the transportation minister, but I'm unclear too. Although at Gerard Carlaw, it is IO that is leading it. Do you have any, because, we are dealing, as you've said, it's hard to find out who to talk to provincially. Do you have any suggestions about bringing in I'll call it the muscle of the federal government, who is also supporting transit to get some of the, I don't know how many thousand units there are at Gerard and Carlaw, but right now there are no affordable when there could be quite a few. So I really appreciate your suggestions on this.
Our suggestion, and we've made these suggestions to folks in Ottawa as well. We've spoke to people in the Deputy Prime Minister and the Finance Minister's office, at CMHC, at the Housing Minister's office, and to most of the 416 Liberal MPs who are affected by these locations. The feds have to come to the table with net new money, and that new money should be tied to the transit funding they provide. If they give you $10 billion for a subway line, they should be showing up with another $3 billion for the affordable housing next to the subway line. And it should be handed to the city as a block or to the province as a block It shouldn't be done on a site-by-site application with CMHC the way that you're having your own challenges with the Housing Now program, for example. You know, we need thousands and thousands of units.
Would it be helpful for the city to basically say, map out, here's where actually it's in the report, here's how many affordable we could have on these TOC sites, and then take that as the list to
Yeah, I mean,
the funders and say.
I've got that report here with the grid on it, and the percentage of affordable units at 20%, the percentage of affordable units at 30%, and at 5%. The thing that's missing on all of these reports is a dollar sign.
Okay.
We know that the number you had at East Harbor was about $110 million, got you 215 affordable housing units for 99 years. So if you want to get 2,400 units, if you're looking at the 30%, then you need to put a dollar value to it and go to the feds in the province with that dollar value ask, rather than just a generic unit number ask.
Thank you, very helpful.
Okay, I think we're,
I have a question.
oh, Councillor Nunziata with questions.
So, Mark, you mentioned that, well, you were here all day, and some of these employment lands for conversion where there were commitments for affordable housing. So what you mentioned is that if we don't do it, the province will, to build these affordable housing.
I mean, that has clearly happened on some of these sites. So there's, whatever this agreement is that's been locked in on the Foundry site is 25% of units. We're not sure for how many years, whether that came through a vehicle from Waterfront Toronto or it came through the province. We're still not really clear how that was registered on the title, but they have locked in an agreement with Aspen Ridge, who is a developer there, on an MZO site.
Okay, so some of these deputations that were made today, for example, the Monte Casino one of affordable housing going for conversion, I mean, that's
Yeah, I mean,
proposal for affordable
a lot of things have been in flux over the last year, and tools that used to exist may not exist anymore. So I would defer to the chief planner and some of his staff about what tools are left in the toolkit. But there certainly appear to be ways that the province is locking in affordable requirements as part of MZOs. What the legal mechanism is and whether the city can take advantage of that, you'd need to talk to city legal and to the chief planner.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. All right, I think that is it. Thank you, Mark. So any questions of staff on this item? Oh, sorry, there's another
Yes, I
speaker.
do.
There's another speaker. I apologize. Omo Lee. You have been here all day as well. Thank you for hanging in there with us.
Down and listen to the processes of the councils.
Well, thanks for hanging in, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Okay.
So, Omo, we have 5 minutes time here, and whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I think I had to reframe my conversation just in response to a lot of the conversation that was taking place. I think a lot of things have kind of changed my perspective. So there has been many angles to which the housing or affordable housing has been pitched and spearheaded, but due to the constraint of time, I've chosen to address the most pressing of issues. So I will not be touching specifically on affordable housing today. I do want to speak about missing, murdered, and Indigenous girls and women in Toronto specifically. So using Toronto as a space of solidarity in responding to those particular or that particular body of vulnerable people, socioeconomic accountability in communities, youth engagement in housing and planning committee specifically. I think it would be nice to see some representation. This is something that I think many youth would benefit from understanding and participating in the conversations that do happen here. And I think that when you open up that invitation, you welcome in the ability for people to learn and really, I think, how can I say this, expand their horizon on possibilities of autonomy within the city. I also want to speak about the continued investment in unsafe cities. And to consider sex trafficking, as I coined it, reductionalism in transient communities.
Could I just ask that you try and link it to
So that's the
item?
So
That's how we have to do it.
again, considering sex trafficking reductionalism in transient communities. So I'm trying to understand here, you know, a little bit about, you know, the ways in which people are assuming responsibility for houselessness, low income, high barrier, marginalized, you know, high risk, vulnerable groups of people that are residents and are Canadian or, you know, hopeful Canadian citizens in our city. Before I start the deputation, I would like to just purposely point out that there were charred remains of the missing and vulnerable Indigenous girls and women poster supporting the sound return of Autumn Shaganash. It was left visible to the northwest side of Bathurst and Queen Street, just west of our current location here, inside of 100 Queen Street, Toronto City Hall. The continued violence towards First Nations women on Toronto Treaty 13, the territory, must be admonished, okay? So if I speak under authority, I respectfully have no voice. In 2023, while First Nations Chief Rose Ann Archibald was asked to step down, two women of both traditionally minority status have both garnered majority votes in the city of Toronto. If 250,000 have voted one person to collect on their behalf less than 50 cents for the conglomerate of a suggested decision-making service, such trust cannot be tolerated at the extent of a fiscal year. Socially, my personal voice is worth more than 10,000 times less of 50 cents per year. I would like our standing leadership to acknowledge the inherent housing rights that are embedded in the people's generosity and allow for the systemic administration of overhead and investment strategy to be an integral part of voting, as its municipal social participation should mandate. In saying that, this is specifically for youth. I strongly encourage youth to understand the voting process and the ways in which the majority has illegally aimed and fired at the hearts and minds of the disenfranchised, starting with the old and then targeting the young and vulnerable. To put forth the historical practice of investment and strategic power in systemic displacement for land acquisition, social indigenous femicide, and the building of a nation on and through the socialized rape of native land defenders and their fellow kinship, culturally conditioned to accept bedding, marriage, indignity, and proposal of now foreign, non-white investors, immigrants, and refugees on the tab of the crown.
Well, I'll just ask you to wrap it up here.
It's very sad to have to sit through a bunch of people making a lot of decisions through and from a colonial perspective. I would have wished that somehow over the last few hours, people would have some sort of inclination to include the types of, how can I say this, marginalizations that are caused by mixed housing in the various areas that you guys are truly accepting or otherwise rejecting the proposals for this particular type of investment.
Okay, thank
Many
you
of
for
our
your,
councillors.
I'm going to stop you there and see if there's any questions from the committee. Thank you for your deputation. So I'll just look to
Well,
our,
this is not finished, right?
it's 5 minutes, but there's an opportunity for folks to ask you questions. So I'm going to just look online here. I've got Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Myers, see if there's any questions. No. And Councillor Nunziata? Okay. Well, thank you for spending the day with us. I know you're here all day. Appreciate that. And thank you for the deputation today. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to just go into committee to see if there's any questions on this item.
I just had a couple of questions, Chair.
Okay, over
Just
to
quickly.
Yep.
If I could, yeah. I just want to be clear because I think Mr. Richardson asked a very good question about who's in charge. I think at the end of the day, it's the Ministry of Transportation overall for, maybe not, maybe you could tell me. Is it IO? Is it the landowner? Is it the Ministry of Transportation? As far as ministries are concerned, there does need to be one lead. I don't know who it is.
Through the chair to Councillor Fletcher, it's Tom Schwertfeger here from City Planning. The ministry in charge of the Transit-Oriented Communities Program is the Ministry of Infrastructure, with Infrastructure Ontario acting as its agent.
So they would be the lead for all of the sites then?
That is
The
correct.
agency on
That is correct in the subways program. On the GO Rail expansion program, transit-oriented communities are being handled by Metrolinx directly.
And the head of the Metrolinx reports to the Minister of Transportation.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So clear, so we all know, for the subway program, which is basically the Ontario line, it's IO, the Ministry of Infrastructure, that heads that up on everybody's behalf. And for all of the other transit, would that include the LRT? Would that include, I guess, with the LRTs? That would be the Ministry of Transportation.
Through the chair, to clarify that, Councillor Fletcher, the Ministry of Infrastructure is playing a coordinating role on all related TOC projects in terms of the delivery and negotiation with landowners or where they are developing themselves. It's through IO and Metrolinx, but the programmatic lead in the provincial government is the Ministry of Infrastructure on all of this.
Even for the LRT?
So yes, they would be dealing with anything that may happen on the LRT. To date, we have not had formal TOC program or proposals on the LRTs.
So it's IO, that is the lead agent, lead ministry on everything related to transit-oriented communities at transit stops, on higher order transit.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Richardson had a very good question. Could we figure out, I'm sure somebody's there, I don't know if you're still there, and thank you to the staff for being here all day, as well as all the deputants who stayed for the day, that when he said, could we just clarify what that amount of money is in order to meet a 10% goal, 20%, 30% goal on any of these sites? And you've got that great chart that you put in the report now, looking at what that would, how many units there'd be on a 20% or a 30%. Have we ever quantified that in a dollars fashion?
Through the chair, this has actually been one of the most challenging aspects of trying to pull together an affordable housing package on transit-oriented communities. And the reason that it's been so challenging is that virtually none of these will be built until 8 to 10 years from now. with the exception perhaps of the first phases of the East Harbor development. So in a period of 8 to 10 years, market conditions can change dramatically. Think, for instance, what housing costs were in 2014 as opposed to today. In the span of 8 to 10 years, provincial policy and municipal policy could change. Funding sources may dry up or be replenished. So it's very challenging to figure out how to project that far ahead in order to figure out what can be carved out for affordable housing at transit-oriented community sites.
But if we could take your report and say, here's the price in today's dollars, that would at least be a start. We can't control 10 years out, but we can have today's dollars acknowledged.
I guess, Councillor, through the chair, it's Greg Lintern. We could, I think just to reflect back to you, what you're asking is that if we could at least assign a dollar value to those units at different percentage levels, and we'd have a working estimate at least of, you know, are we talking about 50 million, 75 million? What are we talking about in order to achieve those units on those sites? So we had an order of magnitude number as we continue advocating for as much affordable housing as possible. So we'll try to, I think we'll try to do a back of envelope calculation to, I'm looking at staff and they're nodding yes to me, that we'll be able to, we'll put those numbers together for you.
That was your last question.
So, sorry, I just want to know, Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
Put those numbers together for me tonight or for the council meeting? Which
This report is stays at committee. It was an information report, but we can certainly make
for
those.
the next meeting. Okay.
We can make those numbers available
Got
to
it.
you directly.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions of staff? Not seeing any. Okay,
Can everybody get those, Chair? Could you get those and circulate that, please? The numbers?
Yes, confirmed. Couple weeks is the timing on that. So this is report received for information.
Thank you.
Motion to receive then. Okay, all in favor? That's carried. All right. Councillor Myers, how long do we have you for? Traffic's bad, I know.
Have me for about 10 more minutes.
Okay, all right. I'm going to be, okay, let's do this quickly. Colleagues online, you're not aware of this because I just found out. Here's what's going to happen. There was a mix-up in terms of an item on the employment lands, which we thought was redundant. It was not. It was the motion I was moving on behalf of Councillor Carroll to set the Milliken site up as regeneration. You may or may not like that either way, but I just need a recorded vote on that. I need a motion to open that item, to reconsider the item, and then we're going to vote on that. So Councillor Fletcher to reconsider, all in favor, carried. And now if we can throw that motion up on the screen. Again, this was moved on behalf of Councillor Carroll. The intention was to take the Milliken lands and move them into regeneration areas as opposed to what I had moved on behalf of Councillor Mantis, which failed, which was to move to mixed use. So,
sorry, this is different. Sorry, Chair, there was another one that was like this, and it was for the McCowan area?
Correct, and and that passed. That carried.
Okay, that passed. And then this one you thought was the same, but it's different. So we need to vote on this. Okay.
Correct.
Yes, got it.
And you know, just putting it on the table, we're sort of down one member on each side of this. So, I'm comfortable in that. However it's going to go, it would be, similar. Okay.
I think the vote was 4-2 on the last time there, Chair.
Yeah, it was on the Milliken one. Sorry, I just mean, like there was a lot that failed on ties.
We've lost 2 members of the committee. I get it. I
Yes,
see what you mean.
okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
So,
So we'll take a recorded vote
Okay.
on Councillor Bradford's motion DD, which was previously not voted on. All
Yeah.
those in favor of the motion before you, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Fletcher. Any opposed? Councillor Myers. Councillor Fletcher, how are you voting?
Oh, I'm voting yes.
Yes,
I
okay.
put my
So
hand up for yes.
that, and Councillor Myers voted opposed to the motion, so that item still carries. That motion carries.
Sorry, just to confirm, was my language included about the Milliken in the regeneration study that we approved? Predict the.
We did not approve a regeneration study for Milliken. We did not, we didn't vote on it. And so there was a.
We didn't vote on it.
No, that's what we're doing right now. We did vote on one that, that failed 4-2. And
No, that was past 4-2. Sorry. Maybe the clerk can tell us. It's
Sorry.
so confusing, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just talking about the one from Councillor Mantis.
Yeah, my Milliken site was supposed to be included as part of the motion moved by, on behalf of Councillor Carroll by Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, but that was a different one, so that one carried.
that carried, but clerks are
So that-
indicating
This is a,
Approved.
this is a different one from Councillor Carroll. I'm not sure what the difference between your language and her language was.
are they not, I'm sorry. You're going to have to, I have to look at the motion again and see. Can we move to the next item while we figure that out, Chair? Is there one more left?
Yeah, there is. All right. We'll stand that down. Chief Planner is consulting with clerks. We're going to move on to the item that you have held, Councillor Myers, which is number 7. We got a bonus deputant as a result of the hold. And so Mark Richardson is back. And I believe this is concept to keys. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's okay. 5 minutes over to you.
I will take less than 5 minutes. This is super quick. Can you? So I'm sharing a slide here, which is from your Concept to Keys dashboard report. Just really want to bring to your attention.
Yep.
There we go. There we go. Just a couple of things in the Concept to Keys dashboard report. Concept to Keys is now coming up on 3 years since the preliminary staff work on this, which started in Q4 of 2020. So you're at about the 30-month mark. So far, you have 595 affordable housing units that have made it through the Concept to Keys program. You know, that's like 20 units a month, and you need to be doing almost 200 to 300 units a month to meet your affordable housing targets. I know not everything is in the Concept to Keys program, but there are certainly some questions when we see that, you know, over a 60-day period, there are affordable rental units approved for this period is blank. Applications approved is blank. We took a look at your report. There's a lot of things that are described as being on track in this report. When you then go and look at the column which says the applicant's original construction target date when received by Concept to Keys, many of those are months and months and months in the past. So I'm not sure how we are defining things as being on track at the same time as we are, you know, 6, 8, 9 months behind the original concept submission date of when they expect it to be at construction. We know there's been a lot of challenges. There's been COVID and there's been interest rate hikes and there's been construction cost hikes, but this was supposed to be a concierge service. And the kind of speed and pace that these programs need to be moving through the system is literally hundreds of units a month. Like, you need to be approving 3 or 4 new modular housing, supportive housing buildings a month to reach your targets. And instead you're doing 3 or 4 a year. So I know there's a new mayor, there's a new transition team who had a housing meeting this morning. If you want to accelerate things, if you want to move faster, these are the real challenges that you have, that even when you have a fast track program like Concept to Keys, it's not much of a fast track when it comes to approvals, when it comes to actually, the only thing that really matters on this whole chart is the check marks. Building permit approval. Until you get a building permit approval, everything else is theoretical. That's 3 minutes. You've had a long day. I hate to be a downer at the end of the day, but this is what you're stuck with, and I'm not sure how you make it go faster without changing the way you do pretty much everything around here. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for Mark Richardson?
Yeah, I just have one quick question, Mark, sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
I think that somehow some of the other ones have dropped off of this, it seems to me.
Well,
I didn't have a chance to go back and look.
I don't think I've seen anything drop off yet.
It's not there. Pardon?
I don't think I've seen anything drop off yet, but there are some things that are classed as white circles, as on hold. And they're Housing Now sites that have been on hold that were supposed to be under construction in Q3 and Q4 of 2022.
Yes, thank you. I think that, okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thanks for your deputation.
All right, thanks. I think we're up against quorum here. Any questions of staff? Okay, Councillor Myers, you held the item.
Yeah. Yes, sorry. I can ask this one question that I have to drop. I'm heading up to my community meeting now. So regarding the sites, the Housing Now sites, I just want to know, one, what role is the plan sites moving, particularly 50 Wilson, because that's the one I've worked with. I've sat in on some of the meetings that Councillor Pasternak graciously invited me to. So I just want to know, this doesn't seem to be moving very much. And also, who on the TTC is the person that is coordinating these Housing Now sites as they directly impact TTC? And in the conversation I got with staff, there was really no one who was responsible at TTC for these sites.
Councillor
That's
Myers,
my question.
through the chair. So to the second part of your question regarding the TTC, we have a staff member online, Carrie McCania. Carrie is the responsible person for TTC, for Housing Now sites, and I believe she is logged in and may be able to respond to you directly.
And Councillor Myers, we're going to actually need you for another 3 or 4 minutes just so we can finish the agenda. I know you're at your meeting, we can see that. And TTC, if you're on the line.
Yeah, hi, Carrie McInerney from TTC. I'm the Manager of Programs and Partnerships. I'm dedicated to the Housing Now sites. And TTC has established Housing Now as a priority, and my role is to ensure the responses for Housing Now and any other city building initiatives that CREA2 requires input on are dealt with as a top priority. So I'm working with the city. We develop project agreements for each of the sites, and in specific relation to 50 Wilson Heights, TTC's items for approval, which were included in the project agreement, are very close to resolution. And a letter is being prepared to confirm our sign off to address these elements. This will form our sign off on the subdivision application in the next 1 to 2 weeks. And our role is basically to formulate inputs on the project agreement and provide guidance on any technical requirements as a result of building adjacent to our infrastructure.
Thank you. So am I correct to say that there is someone on TTC that is part of these teams that are sort of integrated to make sure that these affordable housing projects are remaining on track? Because from my understanding, there was no, like, TTC was kind of brought in on an ad hoc basis on these affordable housing sites rather than sort of being integrated into the teams themselves.
Through the speaker, you're correct that within the city staff, we have a team of dedicated staff for affordable housing applications, including Housing Now applications, and that TTC staff are not on that integrated team. Having said that, we are now working more closely, and tomorrow, in fact, we'll be meeting together to formalize how we work together going forward to ensure that tighter integration with TTC, specifically on Housing Now sites.
So when can we expect TTC to be integrated into these Housing Now teams? Because I think this is a key missing piece, just like engineering or, planning. These sites can't go ahead without TTC approval, particularly if they're being built on TTC land. So for me, this is a pretty key issue.
Through the speaker, Councillor, if I could follow up with you separately, I'd be happy to do that after we meet and coordinate this item.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
And then I'd like an answer to the question in terms of like what role the chief planner is playing to get these sites moving forward, because they seem to be stuck, and at least that's the public perception, that they're stuck. And it seems to be creating an effect where a lot of people are talking these sites are not worth doing because they are more problems than they're worth.
Through the chair, Councillor, it involves Create TO and involves the city divisions as approval authorities. Ultimately, and Mr. Gupta, I know, has spoken to this specifically, the challenges they've had, especially in the last year and a half, with changes in economic conditions, interest rates, financing, but they are imminently going to be moving forward, at least on 2 sites, I'm aware, in the Housing Now program, 3 sites. So we're on the cusp of getting those deals completed, but there are serious headwinds financially with the other sites because of changing economic conditions. And there was a report, an update report on Housing Now at the last PHC meeting that went into more detail on that. And again, we're happy to take that back to you offline. The role that we play as an approval authority has gone very well, actually. They've been approved very quickly in comparison to other projects, but all of these other headwinds were detailed in that other report. And again, happy to take you through it.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, excellent. If there's no further questions, then we'll just move to receive on this. Motion to adopt. Very good. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. All right. So before we lose Councillor Myers, okay, let me just go back to the motion on the employment lands because that's open. Let's go there. We're going to have a recorded vote on that. This is the regen on Milliken. Yeah, if you want to put that up. You're going to be called. Yeah. Okay, if you want to take it from here. Yes. I am, yes.
All those in favor of Councillor Bradford's motion for DD, which was not previously voted on? Councillor Bradford, Councillor Nunziata. Any opposed? Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Myers, how are you voting?
Sorry, my Milliken regen study was supposed to be included in the original regen studies that were approved as part of Councillor Carroll's original motion. That's the way it was structured.
I think it was in there. Was it
in there?
Councillor Bradford, could you see? I can't see.
Councillor Carroll had 2 motions. One was Milner and one was Milliken. Councillor Myers, I don't know what correspondence you may have had with Councillor Carroll on whatever your motions were.
No, I had it with staff that it was supposed to be included.
I just can't speak to that if I don't see it. One is split?
Okay,
It was, okay. It was submitted as one and then split. I don't,
sorry, what was?
all I can say is these are the
Honest.
motions that we have from Counselor Carroll. That's all I can tell you.
Okay,
So, and I think
Where
we're in the
is-
middle of a vote also.
I think it's fair because Counselor, there is Milliken. I
So
think-
there's okay. So this would all be in the regen study then.
Yes,
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to vote for yes.
So, and are there any opposed?
I'll be opposed.
Counselor Fletcher's opposed. So that motion for DD carries.
Okay.
Sorry about the confusion.
Okay. No problem. It's been a long day. We're all trying our best. All right.
Can I now?
Pardon me? Yeah. What? Okay.
Can I jump off now?
Okay. No, let's have a motion to, if we're okay with Counselor Nunziata's item, everyone's had an opportunity to look at that. It's a report request coming back in September. If all in favor, that carries. I need a motion to confirm the minutes of the June 1st meeting. I'll move that. All in favor, carried. And is that the absolute?
Did you, item 10, there is a speaker.
Is she on?
Here when they,
Is she online? Oh, man.
did they, she was not here.
Counselor Myers, can you stay on the line for 5 minutes for a speaker?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, motion to reconsider item 10. The deputant was not on the line when we did the item, but she had been here for a good portion of the day. This is April Sora online. April, we have 5 minutes on item 10. Motion to reopen item 10. Motion carried. April, if you're online, thanks for being with us.
I'm so sorry for the delay.
That's not-
My name is April Sort. And thank you so much for taking the time. I know you're so busy and it's been a long day. I have been here since this morning. I was born and raised in Toronto and I'm calling in from Saskatoon, which is Treaty 6 territory. Last July, I attended a presentation of the Heritage Impact Assessment on 123 Wynford, submitted by ERA Architects. And I was shocked and actually incredibly angry with their conclusion that, quote, the historical research does not indicate that the property yields or has the potential to yield information that contributes to an understanding of a community or culture. ERA came to this conclusion without speaking with our community, with the Japanese Canadian community. Conversely, I would really like to thank City of Toronto Administration, Heritage Planning, Urban Design Department, and in particular, Liz McFarland, Anna Martins, Tamara Anson Cartwright, and Mary McDonald for taking the time to honor our history, our community and culture with a great depth of work on the report they have submitted. Unlike ERA, they have talked to us, listened to us, heard us, and the report reflects this. I really hope that the Planning Committee and the city will keep this in mind as we go forward. Both my mother, Shirley Sora, and my father, Shigeki Sora, and their families were displaced, all their possessions confiscated, and they were made to live in cattle stalls and then sent to internment camps to live for the duration of World War II. My brother Al Sora was the building manager for the Japanese Canadian Cultural Center at 123 Wynford for many years. All three of them have passed now. When someone asks me what my heritage is, I don't say Japanese, I say Japanese Canadian. My heritage is one of displacement, dispossession, and racism. It is also one of courage, strength, and determination. The Japanese Canadian Culture Center at 123 Wynford is a place so many of us could find and reclaim our heritage and our culture. People often ask me why there is no Japantown anywhere in Canada. Pre-war, there was a thriving Japantown on Powell Street in Vancouver. The internment decimated this. So all cities in Canada, one would expect to find one in Toronto, with so many Canadians of Japanese descent kicked out of BC and sent scattering across the country, with so many ending up in Toronto. Why is there no Japantown? The answer is because 123 Wynford became our Japantown. The only place we could possibly find a true home as a people would be one we built ourselves, a home where racial slurs and signs couldn't be felt or seen or heard, a home built by an up-and-coming Japanese-Canadian architect, Raymond Moriyama, an architect with the lived experience of being incarcerated and displaced and made to feel the shame as the 22,000 others, an architect who understood being Japanese and being Canadian. It is built into the soul of this building, the pain, the fear, the hurt, the anger, the frustration, the pride, the hope, the humility, and the dreams. If ever there was an historically significant building locally for Toronto, provincially and nationally, this is the one. In Vancouver, the province and the city are working with the Japanese Canadian community to restore and renovate the livestock building in Hastings Park to create an interpretive center. The animal stalls and livestock building where 8,000 Japanese Canadians were sent, including my father and his family, as a holding center while the internment camps were being readied. This building, a livestock building, is worthy of restoration and protection from being destroyed. How can we not see the original JCC building at 123 Wynford Drive, designed and built by world-renowned architect Raymond Moriyama, worthy of preservation in its entirety, and also going forward? This building is a monument built by a people who survived injustice and racism for decades and refused to be disappeared. Also, although we are not directed by law or policy, it would be the right thing to do to also consult with Indigenous communities to ask about the significance of the land prior to city records. I will continue to attend civic and community meetings to speak about the JCCC and its importance to the culture and history of the Japanese Canadian community and a very dark period of time in the history of Canada. I speak about the JCC and its architectural significance connected to our culture and history. And most importantly, I do this for all my ancestors who had to live through the shame of internment and have now passed. I hope the Planning, Housing Committee and administration will keep this in mind as we go forward and ensure this structure is preserved and maintained for future generations. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks very much, April. Appreciate it. Any questions for the deputant? Oh, okay. Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to thank her for staying on, and I want to say I'm very happy to have heard your deputation, April. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, April, for the deputation and hanging in there. Councillor Annunziata moved the item. All those
Do we have to reopen it?
We reopened it at the front end already. And so,
sorry, I missed that.
That's okay. We're moving fast. And all in favor? That carries. So that's it. We're adjourned. Enjoy the meeting, Councillor Myers, and see you later, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much,
Thanks,
Mr.
everyone.
Chair. Good job. Very good job today. A hard day. Thank you.
Yeah.